A powerful liberal dark money group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influencers on the internet.
An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true.
They're finding people, offering them $8,000 a month, take it or leave it, you got a few days to sign, no redlining, go. But the whole article opened with a group chat of people talking about the contract that was at least revised a single time. These are contradictory statements in this article, they have to be resolved. This is a bad faith reading. This is not real. I can't believe this is like arguing to argue because you hate the liberal organization, you want to see it fail. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, and 2, disclose to the Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agendas. The contractor arranges through other means. And 3, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separate. What is the? I don't know. How can you be stun locked on this? It seems like it's just saying that if you're doing, if you're arranging for interviews or any other kind of, I guess, like activation or engagement with anybody that's related to the stuff defined in the Chorus contract, that they would want to know about it. How many different ways can you read this?
That the contractor can arrange through other means.
Destiny, my link. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. The program must funnel all bookings with I mean, that's not what this sentence says. They might say it in another place. Hold on.
Hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very, inaccurate. And I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet. And I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment, so I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first main thing.
Before we get too far into this, okay, I read some of this story yesterday. Okay, hold on. Let me hold on. Should I read this article down? I don't know if I read the whole thing. I think I read half of it. I will read the whole article, okay? Because I'm a little bit irritated because I see that this has got really retarded. Okay, we're reading this. We're going to go over this from start to finish, okay? Good luck. In a private group chat in June, okay, hold on. There's an article posted to Wired. This was written by close friend of the stream, Taylor Lorenz, okay? Published 2 days ago. It's caused a bit of an uproar in the liberal media world. There have been retractions to this article since, but this is the original article as is, okay? In a private group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered 8,000 big ones, dollars, USD per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. I wonder if I should take notes on this. I don't care that much. Okay. But the contract sent to, actually, you know what? No, why not? Good. I have my live notes thing for a reason. $8,000 a month, secretive program. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, wait, what's my command for ban links? I don't know why people link me random shit in the middle of me reading stuff. I forgot the command. Oh, mute links. Jesus, okay. The contract arm sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. So it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing payments, and it restricted political content from influencers. In their group chat, influencers debated the details. Should we send a joint email with all of our email addresses, or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group. You know what? We're going to fucking Hail Mary this. Hold on. Why not? Real quick. Why not? Okay. Send a text to the friend of the stream, Taylor, to see if she wants to hop on and chat about this, just in case, because it would be epic. Some joked about collective bargaining. Any Newsies fans here? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star known for her appearances on Survivor, posted in the group, "We're a union just by saying so." The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online, posting in support of Democrats, and they're key to wherever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Reading through this revised chorus contract, like, you win some, you lose some, a reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @WomenInAmerica, responded later in the thread. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change, but the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Lorenzo, Orleans, and Perry did not reply to requests for comment. Let's see. Group chat of influencers. Going through a redlining. I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest. Aaron Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer, who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite and has been lauded in legacy media outlets, posted to the chat. They aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it. Parnas declined to comment. I believe we are in stage 5 acceptance, Perry responded. Creators began signing on to the deal. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers streaming now for the next few hours. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Lightly? I don't know about that one, but okay. Wait, is this about us? Or no? Was this when we didn't get into the White House, or is this something different? No, this is something different, I think. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. While Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, I don't know what this sentence means. Maximizing controversy to drive attention and maintaining tight relationships with creators despite their small disagreements with Trump, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. When it says the Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, this sounds like it's describing the opposite of an independent media infrastructure. No? Like everything here sounds like it's describing the exact opposite of a thing. Like Republicans spent decades building a reliant and highly integrated media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention and maintaining tight relationships with creators, despite their small disagreements with Trump. The Democrats, well, yeah, I feel like that's an interesting sentence, I guess. I'll just add it here, I guess. Now, Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful, is this the third time we've said secretive? Funded by a powerful, liberal, dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. Creators to be kicked out of program if they acknowledged its existence or their part in it, I guess. Okay. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Influencers concluded in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Lauren Pieretra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl, is that a brand or something? An American Girl doll-themed pro-DNC meme account, Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok, Sandra Jennings, a former TLC reality star, and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Leigh McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, and dozens of others. The first two declined to comment. The rest did not respond to requests for comment. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Creators cannot disclose relationship with Chorus or 16. I already got this. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus about the 1630 fund financing opportunity this spring. Do we not capitalize the names of months? Summer, winter, fall, autumn, spring. Do we? Why does fall and autumn, why does that get two names? Isn't that kind of like, why is it the only season that's that special? Did I say months? Sorry, it's seasons. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help expand their reach and impact, creators tell Wired. But following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concerns about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. Oh, this claim. Contract mandated that all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders must be funneled through Chorus. Also need to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements. Interesting. I think these two sentences are contradictory, but we'll get into it, I guess. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully... we were doing that. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. Creators can't use funds to support or oppose political campaigns. The contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. Without Chorus's prior express consent. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus-organized event. These are important quotes. There are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit, Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with the structure, it avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on, reports filed with the FEC. Wilson did not reply to a request for comment. Okay. The Federal Election Commission declined to comment. The goal, of course, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who joined the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days. The creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers. Oh, this is my dream thing, my dream project. Or at least this is outlining, I think how the Republicans work right now. Elizabeth Dubois, an assistant professor and university research chair in politics, communication, and technology at the University of Ottawa, who has researched the ways influencers are shaping the U.S. political system, says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Elizabeth Dubois quoted as saying, the legal aspect is murky. Obligation of creators to have messaging check-ins and attend 2 newsroom events per month. Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits, she says. I think we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. This part here, I'll go through this afterwards. I can't be too mean before. Oh no. What part up here did I say is contradictory? Oh, this. You know what? Just in case. Don Hyder, the chief executive at the Markula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, says that the outlined restrictions violate ethical norms. If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money, he says. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rulebook and thrown it out the window. Contract says you can't disclose money. It is unethical. Keith Edwards, a Democratic content creator who has skyrocketed to fame on YouTube since starting his channel last year, was not invited to be part of the program, but believes that the way it was structured seemed predatory. He says that he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. What I don't understand is, why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire? Says Edwards. Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good, but they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches, rather than just treating us like another form of media. The influencers offered the funding, were given just days to sign the contract, which was essentially presented on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. At least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline it. In the group chat formed to discuss contract negotiations, some creators discussed a clause prohibiting the disparagement of other creators. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus felt restrictive to some, according to text messages posted on the chat. At least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline it, not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus felt restrictive to some. Okay. Eventually, the creators in the group chat agreed to drop the issues they had. I don't think Chorus is out to screw us. Orleans, a creator who was offered $8,000 per month, said in the group chat, some influencers for Chorus Creator Incubator Program were offered as little as $250 per month, according to one creator who declined to accept the deal, while others were offered membership into the Amplifier cohort, which provides up to $8,000 a month. The 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include economic equity, affordable healthcare, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups and organizations like the Koch network, and under Trump it has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million, according to the organization's public tax filing, which Politico said was used in efforts to unseat then-President Donald Trump and Republicans' Senate majority. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the fund's revenue in 2023, according to its tax filing. The largest donor gave the group $50.5 million, while others donating $31.4 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. The 1630 Fund, which is not required to disclose its contributors, has for years been a major funding source for liberal and progressive causes and groups, including those that spend in elections, says Walker Davis, a research director for the Open Government Group, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Though their recent tax returns indicate that they have pulled back from the eye-popping sums they raised and spent in 2020, the organization is still one of the top-spending politically oriented nonprofits in the country. Chorus, which is described in contracts reviewed by Wired as a project of the 1630 Fund that handles operations for the Creator Program, launched in November 2024 as a nonprofit arm of Good Influence, a for-profit influencer marketing agency aimed at helping content creators connect with social good campaigns. Good Influence was founded in October 2020 by Stuart Perlmutter, the former communications director for Representative John Yarmouth of Kentucky. Seeing an opportunity after Kamala Harris's loss last November, Perlmutter co-founded Chorus with Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen, who has over 4.6 million subscribers on YouTube and leads messaging check-ins for the creator cohort on rapid response days. According to records reviewed by Wired, Chorus claims that its initial creator cohort has a collective audience of more than 40 million followers with more than 100 million weekly viewers, and that the organization has hundreds of creators signed up and ready to amplify messaging. I've spent most of my career researching right-wing media and sounding the alarms about the collapse of our old information environment, Ellie Langford, the director of programming at Chorus, said on a Zoom call with dozens of creators in June. Our political systems haven't been able to figure out a real solution, and I've been really excited to see you all treading the path forward. I deeply, deeply believe that the work you're all doing is what's going to make the difference in supporting and frankly resuscitating our democracy. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through political wins. Follow these creators bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling. Sandra Jennings, Orleans, Jess Craven 101, Tono Latino, Gemma Talks, and the Z Activist they posted. While some creators have been eager to work with Chorus, others distrust the organization. This spring, Chorus faced a wave of backlash from prominent content creators whose images were included in the firm's fundraising decks without permission. I was included on some of Chorus's decks, like We Have Access to V, When You Do Not, said V. Spehar, a liberal content creator with over 3.5 million followers on TikTok. I didn't follow this. Was this true? Did they up on their marketing? Or the faces of several well-known influencers were featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. However, users who clicked the button were taken to a fundraising page for Chorus instead of anywhere their dollars would go directly to the creators featured. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazala, I don't even, come on, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her consent. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising purposes. Spahar and other content creators have accused Chorus of attempting to establish themselves as a gatekeeper to democratic political leaders. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. So why would you ever invest in independent media? I don't even know if that makes sense. Or if you want to go get those investments on your own, okay. Several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout the controversy, including Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new Creator Incubator program. Houston did not respond to a request for comment. O'Brien declined to comment. Still, some creators heard about the 1630 Fund and Chorus funding initiative and applied to join. One creator, named Chesko, who goes by @TheSpeechProfOnline, applied to join the program because he viewed it as an opportunity. He joined, right? Oh, he wasn't accepted. Okay, interesting. Applied to join the program because he viewed it as an opportunity to get access to people that have funding or backing and actual research that I could use, he says. Ultimately, he wasn't accepted and received an email on June 26th rejecting his application. We are planning to bring more creators into the incubator program in the near future, Chorus wrote. The structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful, independent media ecosystem, though the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. In September of 2024, a federal indictment alleged that the Russian state-sponsored network RT was covertly providing millions in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid, an influencer marketing company whose website says it connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, according to analysis of campaign finance filings from the Washington Post. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist at City St. George's University of London, says that these sorts of programs have been happening in the right wing for ages, but Hyder says that the structure of the 1630 Fund deal raises the question, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? The Democrats appear to have no real counter to the system. Democrats miss the next generation of media, says Brendan Gahan, a co-founder of influencer marketing agency Creator Authority. Historically, they owned Hollywood, but this next generation of influence is digital, and they've miscalculated that. I don't think they feel comfortable in arenas where they lack control. Okay, let's split this into, I'm trying to think. Okay, Taylor Lorenz, what do we got? Pakman Group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. So this was published on the 27th, August 27th, 2025 archive. I know there's a newer version of this article. I don't know what changes they make, but okay. I'm going to organize these in like good, bad, and horrible. Bad things, good, bad, horrible things. So like good, bad, horrible doesn't make sense. It'd be good, neutral, and we'll say good, neutral, and bad claims. So the article is saying that creators are being paid $8,000 a month. I'm assuming that's like presented kind of neutrally. Mentions multiple times that the program is secretive and mandates extensive secrecy about payment disclosure. That's clearly a bad thing. Restricted political content from influencers. That's clearly a bad thing. Claims that the chorus contract dictated, restricted. Oh, wait, I should just say restricted. Restricted from doing certain political content. Let's see. Group chat of influencers. They're redlining. Or Republicans spent decades building a... Oh, I have like a little contradiction section. Contradictions? Okay, these are things that I just don't think... these things are actually... I feel like these are contradictory in the article. Like, they need to be... Whatever your feeling is on things, I think you have to resolve these differences. Because some of these things can't be mutually true. So this first one is, sometimes... It is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits, she says. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. So we have this claim here, but then one of the claims that the article itself says is that, wait, did I not copy paste this? Or was it up here? It says that they were like explicitly forbidden from spending money on political campaigns. So I feel like that was like accounted for. I don't know why that wouldn't be mentioned there. There are quotes from, or there is a quote from our just influencer named Pari, who posts in the handle, responding to the thread. I think, wait, where is this? Oh, this. There's a quote from Elizabeth Dubois claiming that these groups can be used to evade spending limits from individual creators. But the article also claims that creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources as part of the program to support or oppose any political candidate. I don't know why you would have one quote in here from the First Lady about how these things can be used to avoid campaign spending contributions or whatever, but then have another quote here saying that, according to the contact, creators in the program aren't allowed to support or oppose political candidates. Like, it seems like if there's a clause in this contract about that, it's literally to deal with that particular FEC thing right there. So I don't understand what the, I don't understand why you would bring that up separately or whatever. It is a contract stipulation, not legislation, I think. What does that have to do with anything? Lorenz writes that Republicans have spent decades building an independent media infrastructure. Sounds like she's describing a highly interdependent and integrated alternative or independent media apparatus that works directly with the Republican Party. So I don't get this part here. Destiny, they're not allowed to because the contract does not allow them to, but because it's against the law, the organization is prohibited from engaging in supporting political candidates because of that nonprofit status. Sure, I understand Eric's cheerleader, but I'm just saying she's making it sound like in the article, this group, the reason why she has that quote from Elizabeth Dubois is because she makes it sound like one of the potential things that could happen is that this program is allowing people to avoid those FEC contribution limits. But it sounds like the contracts written for Chorus explicitly write that out, saying you can't use anything that we give you or any of the funds to support political candidates in order to avoid that pass-through. So that seems like a thing that they've literally accounted for, right? Destiny, could she just be getting a quote from a subject matter expert to spice up the article? No. I don't know why we make excuses for misleading writing. I don't know why you would ever do that. Destiny, I don't want to spam, but I think she's using independent, like alt media, so non-mainstream. I don't know what that means or what you think that means, but alternative media doesn't mean works directly and with absolute coordination with one of the two mainstream political parties in the United States of America, unless you're literally defining alternative media as meaning just not on cable TV, which that's not really what that means. Okay, hold on. So we have apparently we really don't like lots of dark money group mentions in relation to the 1630 fund. Creators to be kicked out of program if they acknowledge its existence or their part in it. Oh, okay. What does alternative media mean? I thought it was stuff that wasn't on mainstream broadcasts. Alternative media implies people that are like, imagine like citizen journalists or people that don't have necessarily a hardcore partisan political alignment that are going onto non-traditional platforms, generally like the internet, and are doing their takes on news and media. When you start having like, say, Tucker Carlson or people from the administration being stars on your YouTube channels or stars in your quote unquote alternative media platform, and then there are people in those alternative media platforms that not only worked with prior campaigns but are literally coordinating regularly, it's not really alternative media anymore. You're rebranding or recreating mainstream media in another platform. But I guess it works on retards, including people in my chat who think that alternative just means on YouTube or something. But that's not really what alternative media means. Retarded. That's like saying you have like an indie film because it's that's backed by like 25 billionaires and has like, and it's like $1 billion production indie film just because it didn't go through like a major studio. You're like, well, it is indie. It is independent, bro. Or you have like a 18-year-old who's a quote unquote MILF because she got pregnant at 16 and has a 2-year-old kid. It's like, oh, she's actually MILF. So you're missing the whole point of the meaning of these words, of these categories. Like there's no reason for, it's at that point, alternative media is basically mainstream media. If it's literally getting all of its talking points right from the mainstream political parties and all of the, and they're coordinating directly with the, coordinating directly with the White House is stupid. Yeah. A lot of talk about restrictions from the contract that seem to be bad, such as creators not being allowed to acknowledge the existence of the program, their part in the program, or receiving payments from it, being prohibited from organizing independently their own lawmaker engagements. Let's see. The contract used by Wired prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program without Chorus' prior ratings. Express consent. That's for creators disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. Okay. Giving Chorus the ability to remove or correct content made by creators at any Chorus organized event. Let's see. The article lists many names of influencers who are working with or accepted a contract with Chorus. I understand what you were saying, but don't people consider Piers Morgan independent media? And a lot of right-wing independent media still was collaborating a lot with the White House. I think Piers Morgan can be considered independent media, but I don't think Piers Morgan it gets his talking points or is like officially coordinating with any like political party or is like broadcasting on a mainstream like media network generally. Like I think that's probably a fair thing to say. You could even probably consider Tucker Carlson now, maybe you could consider him independent media, alternative media, blurring lines a little bit, but I think Tucker probably could be considered now as well. Yeah. Let's see, leaked Zoom calls. Okay. A leaked Zoom call with Graham Wilson. Members won't have to worry about FEC disclosures or public disclaimers. I can put this as neutral, I guess. Creators have an obligation to have messaging check-ins and to attend to newsroom events per month. Is this neutral? I feel like this is almost bad. I feel like it's close to leaning there, but Elizabeth Dubois quoted as saying the legal aspect is murky. Let's see. We'll just put this up here. Quote from Elizabeth Dubois saying the legal aspect of the organization is murky. I'm guessing he's done with his notes. He should cover Aaron trying to sweep for Lorenz. Maybe. We'll see what other creators have said about this or whatever. For final clarification, there's some other examples of alternative media LARPers. Benny Johnson. Yes, a lot of conservatives are really good at this. Benny Johnson LARPs his alternative media. He's not. That guy is like absolutely a 100% shill for the Conservative Party. Tim Pool would be, as much as I hate him, I probably considered independent or alternative media. He's just on that anti-establishment kick. I don't know where their Skype group is or whatever. Actually, no. I don't know if I would consider Tim Pool anymore. When you're actually doing campaigning or stump speeching for candidates, I feel like you're blurring the line past anything that can be understood at that point. And Tim Pool did campaign for Trump. He did host events, or at least one, right, where he was on stage speaking about electing him. If you exclude Epstein, what other issues does he disagree with Trump on? It's not about if you agree or disagree with him. Like right now, I basically simp for the Democratic Party in whole, like on almost every issue, right? But I'm considered independent media. I have no official, obviously, affiliation with anybody now in the Democratic Party or anything. But if I started working very closely with a lot of those lawmakers or with a lot of their messaging or whatever and was going back and forth like that, then I think you start to blur the lines and maybe wouldn't consider it as much. What's the difference between independent versus alternative media? It's like suppressor and silencer for a gun. It's basically the same thing. It's just, okay, legal aspect movie. We've got a quote from Don Hyder claiming if contract says you can't disclose money, it is unethical. One creator claimed they were denied the ability to redline the contract. I don't think those two terms should be synonymous. Okay. This is something I don't understand. In the article, there is an anonymous creator who claims he was unable, or he was specifically told his lawyer could not redline a contract, yet the article opens with a bunch of creators speaking about redlining their contracts. Why was one allowed, or why were some allowed and others weren't? Wasn't the start of the article that the contract was take it or leave it? Kind of. They mix in some language here to obscure it a bit, but it clearly wasn't. This guy said it seems like the contract was take it or leave it. However, this statement here, reading through this revised chorus contract, like you win some, you lose some, this is in response to them redlining the initial version, sending it back to chorus, and then getting back a revised contract. So clearly, they were allowed to redline it. They were doing some redlining. So I don't know why later on it says one creator was told he couldn't. What is redlining? So typically there's like standard contracts, like boilerplate contracts, where somebody will shoot out. Stop. Hold on. No, I'm not doing this anymore, okay? Like, for a long time, I assumed that maybe my personal standards for writing or research were just absurdly high, and it's actually totally common practice that publications or journalists or whatever are allowed to write shitty articles that are unclear or misleading, and I should just accept that as a standard. I don't agree with that. If I can write something decently well with no training, then these people should be able to write at my level or better. I don't know why we're making excuses. Destiny, this is not clear in the article, I agree, but I think the idea is that those might have been different cohorts/tiers. There should be no guessing here, okay? This statement, if you know anything about, I'm not trying to attack you, I'm sorry, okay? But if you know anything about working with people and signing contracts, especially in the influencer space where you have a lot of young people, a lot of people who don't know as much about contracts or aren't very savvy, and somebody is saying that at least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline a contract, that sounds very predatory. Influencers were offered funding that was given, they were given just days to sign, and it was given as a take it or leave it thing where your lawyer is not allowed to redline it. I don't know why they say lawyers redline it too. The insinuation there is that your lawyers aren't even allowed to look at it, although I'm reading a bit into it there, but this is a very, very, very strong statement saying that like they're finding people, offering them $8,000 a month, take it or leave it, you got a few days to sign, no redlining, go. But the whole article opened with a group chat of people talking about the contract that was at least revised a single time. These are contradictory statements in this article, they have to be resolved. Anything else you think is wrong. Those are contradictory statements, full stop. If you've got to stretch your, like I can play with you, we can play pretend if you want. If you want to role play, like let's figure out what it could mean, we could do that, but I'm not reading the article as a young adult, fantasy novel, whatever, medieval bullshit. Like this is supposed to be an informative article. So I don't know why you would make an excuse here for the obvious contradiction. That's insane to me. Sorry, I love you. On to the contradictions in the original article, there's a mention of campaign fund limit evasion. I think the point was that the content creators could be considered paid positive media that would traditionally be put under the campaign umbrella under other circumstances. Sorry if this is retarded, no excuse for the vagueness, just a different read. You are right and you are wrong, okay? I understand what you're saying, okay? The point is that the content creators could be considered paid positive media. That is correct. You can make contributions to a campaign in kind that don't necessarily quantify out to, or that will be quantified in dollars, but aren't charged in dollars. So for instance, let's say that I traditionally charge somebody $10,000 to have a 4-hour media appearance on my stream. Let's say that I have that charge generally, okay? Let's just pretend that is, okay? Let's say there's a candidate running for local office, and let's say that he wants to come and chat on my stream, it's kind of like, and it's not an open offer, but he wants to chat, and I say, oh yeah, sure, come on. There's like a 4-hour segment I normally do. I'll do it for free for you, buddy. Not only will I do it for free for you, but like the next day also, I'll kind of like, I'll hype up your campaign and chat and that's illegal. My understanding is that would be considered an in-kind campaign contribution. I believe FEC limits are $4,500 or $5,500. Yeah, the value of that free appearance would exceed the market value of what I normally sell that spot for, and I would be endorsing a candidate explicitly. That would be not okay. However, it sounds like when they were reading, when they were quoting from what I just said is not okay, but it sounds like what they were quoting from in the thing here, creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds, so that is an obvious one, or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. I don't know what the original clause is, but it sounds like a clause that's basically trying to cover their ass on that. I don't mean cover their ass in a bad way, like as in being responsible, saying like, hey, listen, we're going to pay you this money or whatever. We're going to give you $8,000 a month for whatever this thing. You can't take that $8,000 a month and use it to put on events for candidates. One, it could f us because now it looks like we're just funneling money through a creator to basically support a candidate. And two, Now you're supporting a candidate directly. That's on your time. You need to make your own FEC statements, your campaign contribution statements or whatever, and you have to deal with that personally. You can't just funnel our money to another candidate. That would be disallowed for at least those two reasons, right? So this sounds like this is covering that aspect of the legality, but they're presented in different parts of the article as though they're not considering one another, right? So names two creators it names two creators who defended Chorus through a prior relating to utilizing people's images without merit, or I'm sorry, without permission for fundraising. Okay, these are the claims. Let's see. Following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract, creators are responsible for all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders. Okay, I think I have this under. What if this is a contradiction? Oh, this also doesn't make sense. I don't understand what this means. This paragraph seems contradictory. Following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. That makes it sound like what the contract is saying is that you cannot independently organize these things. Okay, gotcha. But then the next sentence is, creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. But this sentence right here makes it sound like this action here is banned. Reading this sentence says that you have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. And this is saying bookings that you do on your own, you have to inform us about government officials or political leaders. These are contradictory. I don't understand how these two statements can stand next to each other. Doesn't make any sense, I think. The Wrens claims a copy of the contract forbade creators from independently organizing their own content with lawmakers / political leaders, but also says they have an obligation to inform Chorus of said independently organized events. How can both of these be true at once? Sorry. What I understand is, why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire? Says Edwards, Democrats at least understand that the internet exists now, so that's good, but they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches rather than just treating... This is just... I don't understand. This is dumb. Also, I don't even know if they can, from a PAC or whatever, donate infinitely to media like that. I'm not even sure if you can do that, but okay. In the group chat forum to discuss contract negotiations, some creators discussed a clause preventing the disparagement of other creators, not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus, but restricted to some according to... Oh. Is that a contradiction? I'll just put that under bad. It's a claim about non-disparagement clause makes it seem as though it is out of the ordinary or overly burdensome. The influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract, which essentially presented on a take-or-leave basis. Reading through the rise course, you win some, you lose some. Yeah, okay. We already have this. And then, while others are offered membership into the Amplifier cohort, which provides up to $8,000 a month. Okay. And then the first paragraph of the article heavily implies, if not outright, states that every member of Chorus is making $8,000 per month. Later on, the article goes into different tiers and explains some might have been offered as little as $250 per month. I feel like the opening for this, oh wait, actually, would you call this the tagline? This is a little more, or this sounds more honest. In a private group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. Was every single person in here being offered $8,000 a month? Oh, I bet they were all part of the highest tier. Is there a name for this? What do you call this? Like the secondary title or whatever? Or the second headline or whatever? There's a name for these things. I'll just call it the subheader, I guess. Or subtitle. No, that's not what you would say. The tagline? H1, H2? Isn't that like CSS? We need for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. I have a prescriptions part. What should be done? There's a quote / claim by, what is this person? Under the Desk News. Why that? Is that supposed to be like... Oh, okay. I don't know if they talk about this at all. Whatever. By V. Spahar, saying that funding from middlemen groups is bad and that funding should go to creators directly. Oh, how is that different from just watching streams/YouTubes? How does that address at all the issues with a lack of coherence and cohesion with Democrat Party messaging? The structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media. Oh, yeah. Okay. Naming that Chorus's attempts to build an online media ecosystem are somehow the opposite of what the Republicans have done. That doesn't seem to explain how. I forgot this loser existed. Who is this? Sean King? Oh. Okay. All right. Can somebody link me? What is the updated version of this article? Following the publication of this article, Graham Wilson of the Elias Law Group, who's participating in a Zoom call was reported upon and who did not respond to Wired's pre-publication email requesting comment, reached out to Wired on several points. These include whether members of the cohort can publicly talk about working with Chorus and Chorus's connection to good influence, both of which Wired has clarified. We have also included comments from Wilson regarding Chorus placing restrictions on content and whether V. Speher was included in any Chorus material. Oh, okay. I feel like it should be easier to see. Made on August 28th. Contract sent to them from Chorus, the non-profit arm of a liberal. Wilson did not reply to a request for comment before the article was published. We say that. Wilson maintained in a post-publication email that creators are free to work with other groups or take on other partnerships outside the Chorus program and say whatever they want as part of that work or on their own. Okay. Are all the changes just in parentheses? Kind of funny. Okay. Without Chorus's prior express consent, a screenshot from a slideshow was shared with Wired following articles produced by Graham Wilson, a lawyer. A lawyer working with Chorus that offers several talking points if a member of the cohort wanted to discuss Chorus publicly. A screenshot from a slideshow was shared with Wired following this article's publication. Working with Chorus that offers several talking points if a member of the cohort wanted to discuss Chorus publicly. Oh, so it sounds like they are allowed to talk about it, but that seems to be contradictory from in here. Following the publication of this article, Wilson said that there is no record of V being included in any Chorus materials nor being named as part of the effort. Is that true? I didn't look at the past on this. There are some comments by Wilson added in parentheses between or after some statements. So it appears that all of the original text and claims remains unchanged. Okay. This is the Taylor Lorenz article. Okay. So the main takeaway from the article, I guess, the thing that I guess is a little bit disappointing is, so this article is a hit piece, right? Obviously. Maybe there were a couple of more neutral claims I could have added in here, but it's overwhelmingly negative. I don't think I saw anything good, unless you say creators being paid is good, although if it's from a dark shadow money, secretive organization with highly restrictive contracts that can dictate your content, it seems to be not good. So basically nothing good is written in this article about Chorus at all. So there's a couple just statements of fact, and then all of it is overwhelmingly negative. I think you could describe this as a hit piece. I think the things that are the most concerning to me is that verdict. This is a hit piece with the goal of attacking/destroying the Chorus organization and destroying the reputation of anyone who touches it or defends it, and sending a signal/message that anyone involved with it in the future will be similarly targeted. One thing that I feel is very strange in the article that this article does is the excessive naming of people involved. There was one paragraph where it was just like person, and it feels like the only reason why these people are named is so that you could know, like, these are the creators who you have to ignore because they're part of the dark money, dark web, horrible underground, darknet influencer, shadow money, donor class network. Which paragraph was this? Oh, it names these two who defended Chorus in a prior controversy, doggedly defended Chorus. It names both of them. And it also usually names their like positions, and it'll name like their social media platforms as well, which I think is pretty crazy. Like they're very big on, or Taylor's very big on naming people. Oh, this paragraph. Influencers included in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from 1630 Fund, include Olivia Juliana, a centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Lauren Pieretra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats. Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll-themed pro-DNC meme account. Suzanne Lambert, Ariel Fodor, with a TikTok account. Sander Jennings, David Pakman, Leigh McGowan. This seems kind of crazy. The calling out of there were 3 different parts in this article that tried to call out different content creators that were associated with this, with the goal obviously being to create a massive chilling effect, or I think to bully or attack anybody that's involved in this program, or to undermine people that are working with any of these things. Yeah. What are the responses to this? How'd you spend the whole day fighting against this?
Hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very inaccurate. And I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet. And I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not
I should fact check. I'll include this up my thing. TikToks don't have titles, do they, huh? Video about Chorus involvement, I guess. No quote around it. 21 hours ago was August 28th.
Want to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment. So I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first main big...
Okay, wait, so she also said that she was allowed to criticize, she said the Democrats or other content creators? Whatever. We'll see if she walks through this. We'll see what she says.
Scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program or that Chorus existed. No. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please...
Wait.
Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly have an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number 2. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran. First, let me show you. I have the lawmakers and political leaders. Talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you that. I have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute.
Okay. Oh, wait. Is this what these guys were stun locked on? Pisco and Aaron? Okay. So now that I have more background, okay, it sucks I don't have the full contract in front of me, but we'll see what we can cobble together. Book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor, which is probably the name being given to the person signing this contract, so the creator, the influencer, the TikToker, whatever you're going to say. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or topics or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that Chorus arranges through other means, and 3, collaborate something with Chorus regarding all. So this here, I don't know how Pisco and Aaron are reading this. There is, in my opinion, there's only one reading of this. You're not prohibited from organizing your own things. It's just in my personal experience with signing contracts, if this was supposed to be exclusive would sure as be used here. For instance, Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which exclusively coordinates on behalf of contractor booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy, blah, blah, blah. That's what I would expect to see here. Contractor agrees to 1, exclusively utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. 2, this 2 wouldn't even be put here. That would be it. You exclusively utilizing. So this seems like that's not the case. A leaked Zoom call with Graham Wilson. Claims members want to. Where are we at here? Ali O'Brien's contract paste seems to indicate that you can indeed arrange your own content, your own meetings, interviews, / other content with political figures. You simply need to notify Chorus of this agreement. I should have these. These should be separate claims, such as, okay. Creators not being allowed to acknowledge this as a program, their part in the program, or receiving payments from it. We'll say here, receiving payments from the program, giving Chorus the ability to remove. I feel like this kind of contradicts the first one. And then this here. Okay.
The contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurred out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally, I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's...
If you're a TikToker and you want to show things, can you do that for like 1 second? Can you just show the whole thing without like green screening it just so that somebody can see it without having to find it like with your head bobbing and weaving through? That's so annoying.
What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like here it is clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false, like that is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity. Like I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them. But
I bet this contract is less than 10 pages long. That's just my guess. Maybe less than 5 pages long, but...
You don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, you know, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there is someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo, pissed at Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can, but feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post.
O'Brien, not Alien. Oh, that makes sense. I should have caught that myself. Clarifies in her video. Chorus does not. Oh, no, wait. Actually, no. Because they just said that you couldn't make videos for opposing or supporting political candidates, but she's saying they don't pay for videos at all. But to create any content individually / explicitly, I guess. There's no need for disclosures as would ordinarily be legally required.
Post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus, there is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus. And that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this
What do you take collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately engaged arrangements to mean? You send me a full screenshot of it. I couldn't read it with her head bobbing and weaving like Neo from the Matrix in front of it. So if you can send me a full screenshot, cobble it together, whatever, then I'll go through it. But I'm not doing one sentence.
This article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas.
Oh. It's not even clear from reading this article what Chorus is. Do they pay creators to make content? ? Do they just try to synchronize messaging? Do they dictate to people, to creators, the subject matter they must cover? What are creators even being compensated for?
And National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, you know, your partnership labels work. But I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized. And this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section. I accidentally talked about it already earlier in the video. The, you know, creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil and then Chorus has to sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not.
That's... I don't know this person about anything, but this is not good advice for signing contracts. Don't ever say, oh, that's like anytime somebody tells you, oh, don't worry about that clause, that's just there in case it gets really. When you sign a contract, you should always assume the worst case scenario in all of your contracts, and how can you be the most from a contract? I couldn't comment more on this clause without reading it. I would have to see how it's like what the goal of this clause is by reading it, I guess. Yeah.
Be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more examples of people who've publicly talked about Chorus for a while.
Although it is strange that Chorus seems to be openly and publicly spoken about both on the website itself and by several content creators. I'm not sure what is supposed to be secretive, ? Was only able to get the number of parts. Okay. Can't Chorus get in trouble for selectively enforcing clauses in the contract? I've never heard that before. Okay. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials. Utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. Disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus of all agenda. The contractor arranges through other means. And 3, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. I don't know what collaborate means here. Collaborate could mean just like keep them in the loop, or it could mean you have to give them access to your event and allow them to throw other creators on board with it. I'm not sure though. I wish I could see the rest of this, but Untractify agrees. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm old. I'm so sorry. I'm getting old. I actually get upset. I actually get like what is the hormone for being mad? I hate watching TikTok videos. You guys will never understand the deep pit of anger I have watching videos that are made like this. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. I'm back here. I'm here.
Well, I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have 2 more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But
be critical of the Dems or their policy agendas if you want, and shows examples of her doing such.
First is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, a plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off to blindly obey them. Now that that's been debunked, let's talk about what Chorus actually is. I have my Google Calendar for the week here to explain. Every morning, we start off with a news update meeting. Okay, we meet for 15 minutes. I wake up and I'm immediately just told what the news of the day is, and we all get a chance to ask, questions if we want to know how...
You hate watching the overlay of the overlay over the relevant info? I just don't like the green screening stuff I'm supposed to read in the background. That's just crazy to me. It feels like imagine you put condoms on books and you're trying to read through the condom. I don't understand what the it's just, I don't understand. I don't understand this. But it's just, this is how they do it for TikTok. I don't know. That's okay.
specific lawsuit is developing, or what is Trump expected to do next with the National Guard, right? We're just making sure we're all the most informed. These are very brief. Sometimes they're 5 minutes. Then 3 times a week in the afternoon, we have a more like specific training. On Mondays, we have technical trainings. That's where we learn about a specific platform. So like someone will come and explain how you start a Substack or how you start YouTube long form. On Wednesdays, we have advocacy training, which is where we hear from an expert in a specific policy field. So recently it's been a lot of people who work in like immigration explaining ICE or explaining the logistics of the National Guard, that kind of thing. And then Fridays are a little bit more flexible and they're optional. I haven't gone to them, so I like won't speak on it. And that is the weekly schedule. And the whole point of it is that you're like developing your channel over the course of 6 months so that hopefully by the end of it, you can be your own self-sufficient full-time content creator. Because people who work in politics on social media often have a hard time getting funding. Like it's hard to make it your job, but the right does a really good job of making it people's jobs, such that the political right actually pushes out 500 times as much content as the political left. That's an actual statistic every single day. They are outperforming.
If you're going to quote a statistic, you should at least have a source for it, but I would believe that intuitively.
Us in volume incredibly because they just make sure that people can do it as a job. That's what this program is trying to accomplish to counter like the manosphere. Last thing I want to talk about is my belief that the election funding system in this country is like fundamentally broken. And I want to talk a little bit about the logistics of dark money because it's not really explained in this article. Dark money is when someone does fundraising for the purpose of influencing elections, right? Like giving it to a campaign through nonprofit organizations so that they don't have to disclose the identity of the original donor. So for example, right? We all know that Donald Trump is helping the Cuomo campaign in New York. Now, that's embarrassing for Andrew Cuomo is the problem. So if Trump wants to give money to the Cuomo campaign, but doesn't want anyone to know it was him, he can give it to a dark money organization that again gives it to Cuomo and nobody can trace it back to Donald Trump.
So just to be clear, I believe she's outlining the structure essentially of how a super PAC works. That is not true. I don't believe that super PACs are allowed to coordinate with or donate to individuals directly that are running for office. So if Donald Trump wanted to funnel $20 million to Cuomo, he would not be able to do it to a nonprofit that doesn't have to report it, and then that nonprofit gives it to Cuomo. What you would have to do is there would have to be some super PAC called like New Yorkers for Traditional Democracy, and that doesn't coordinate with Cuomo, but it talks about how scary Mamdani is and how are we going to have a Muslim mayor, and you know, we think that people like Cuomo are better for the job. Donald Trump could funnel, theoretically, an infinite amount of money to that super PAC, but you can't just send money to a dark money group and then that group sends money directly to a political candidate. That's just not how that works. You're not allowed to do that.
I don't like that system. And to be clear, most Americans don't. Like, except for the billionaires, we're pretty much all Republican and Democrat, like on the same page that that system is really bad. So I was excited to join this incubator program at Chorus for a while. It was the first of its kind on the left. I felt like it was really important for me as a leftist to be there. I mean, this way I can encourage people to be more critical of Israel, encouraging them to push their representatives a little bit harder. To me personally, I find it important to be in rooms with people who are less critical of the system than I am, because I have the hope of like nudging these people into more strong advocacy. And that's not always going to work, but sometimes it does. And so when the leaders of Chorus came to us and they were like, we're finally launching the program, we finally found someone to fund this. It's the 1630 fund. I was like, right. Okay. Not the biggest fan of their other work. Let me think on this. And obviously I ended up joining, but it was not without serious deliberation with my friends and my family and my management and the people who run Chorus. And ultimately, like, I want to sort of lay out for you who may be curious what my thought process looked like. I decided that my distaste for the fact that the 1630 fund funds some, congressional Democrat campaigns with methods that I don't like was outweighed by the potential benefit of a separate program where they have no control over what I say, where I'd be a leftist voice in a first of its kind incubator program for 90 people to combat the manosphere. I was like, you know what? This program is imperfect, but I think that I can do good from it. And I think that the threat of fascism is so big right now that there might need to be an order of operations, right? We need to get rid of the fascist threat of Donald Trump trying to take everything over. And then once me and us buddies are in power, then we get rid of the dark money mechanism so that nobody in the future has to do this through a dark money funder who's the only one willing to fund something in the future. I'm more than happy to have dialogue with people about, the pros and cons and weighing like joining a program and whatnot. But I do want to like really emphasize everything I have posted has not changed at all since I joined this program. I think that's very evident if you know my page well, if you see the things I talk about, if you see the way that I don't hold myself back from criticizing anybody who is worthy of criticism. I think that there is genuinely a very important conversation to be had about the way that we do funding for all things political in this country. And part of the reason this article frustrates me is because instead of having a very legitimate conversation about that. It was just like a bunch of misinformation, and now we're all just debating the facts. It's like taking everyone's attention away from what's like really important and what the real things we should be talking about are, and just making a whole like internet mess. Anyways, feel free to comment any questions that you have. I'll be responding to the comments, and if you have any questions too, like we can respond in the comments with pictures now, so I can probably I can send you specific stuff in the comments, like photos of proof of whatever.
If she's posting parts of the, why don't I just post the whole contract? No?
You know what I mean? Okay.
Has this whole contract really not leaked yet from anybody? The funny thing about this whole organization is, here's the funniest part, okay? I'm guessing right now, because I haven't gone through any of the material related to this yet, all right? But that's what we're about to do. My guess is one issue is that the Republicans already have this. The Republicans do all of this coordinating and everything already. But two, I bet you're going to see a totally coordinated attack against this chorus thing from the left as well, where it's going to be all the same talking points, all in lockstep with one another, all with the goal of simply destroying the organization, right? That's what it's going to be for. I think a big thing to keep in mind when somebody's criticizing something is, what does it feel like the criticism is getting at, you know? Let's say that somebody is trying to, like grow a betula-lac flower. I don't know what the flowers are. Some hard to grow flower. If somebody walks outside and they see it and they're like, oh, shit, I see you're trying to grow that flower. You suck at a garden. You should probably just kill yourself. This flower will never grow. You're doing everything wrong. Okay. Versus somebody that goes out and they're like, oh, hey, I see you're trying to grow this thing. It's probably not going to grow if you do ABC. If you want, like, here's a guidebook or some suggestions I would have if you want to, blah, blah, right? Even though both criticisms are like on paper, Ask the Autistic online will say things like, oh, they both said the same thing. They're both just being critical. Like, criticism can come from a place of like support, where the goal is like, I want you to succeed, so here's some criticism. And then criticism can come from a place of, I want to destroy you because you are contrary to my interests, basically. The goal of this article was to destroy. That's why the prescription at the very end was basically just saying this group shouldn't exist. That quote from V. Spehar is saying that all middleman funding is bad, so this whole organization needs to die, and that funding should just go to creators directly. I don't know what the that means. People just watching streams and donating? Like, that's not even a real answer. I don't know who this V. Spehar person is, but they're probably an idiot. Or most definitely an idiot, but yeah. But let's see. We'll find out, okay? So responses, defending chorus creators involved, I guess. Okay, that was her. Oh God, what was their conversation about for this?
Require members to attend newsroom events, public newsroom events. So in what respect, right? Like, how could it be the case?
Wait, I don't think these are supposed to be public. It sounds like these are behind the scenes newsroom events. It's course plans. Or wait, hold on, maybe not. They said that, and no, never mind. That does sound private to me. I don't know where a piece was getting public, unless they have some other piece of information. But
And I think that's
No,
basis.
but like, hang on a second.
I could be wrong. Maybe they are all
Taylor
but events. They were really mentioned events. Hold on.
No, Taylor herself is citing that they are going to have check-ins, and also they're going to require members to attend newsroom events, public newsroom events. So in what respect, right? Like, how could it be the case that
Which are events? Oh wait, are they remote events or by events? I'm thinking like in person or whatever. Maybe that's not even what you were thinking. You just mean like even if it's
this is
remote,
quote from Taylor. Quote.
Yeah, the goal, of course, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days. The creators also have to attend at least 2 quote-unquote newsroom events per month, which are events course plans, often with lawmakers. So you're saying that this is public?
Yes, Course wants to build a newsroom, and that was also
events per month, which are events course plans, often with lawmakers. So you're saying that this is public?
Yes, Course wants to build a newsroom, and that was also when we actually eventually go to the lady of this TikTok, they have a newsroom where they're going to have lawmakers go to the newsroom so they can interact with creators in the Chorus newsroom. So
my Pisco might have seen something else. I'm not sure. I don't even know if this is how consequential this is. I read this newsroom thing as being a private thing. I've been in calls before where lawmakers are there and like other creators. Basically, it's just the chance for you to ask questions for lawmakers to coordinate or synergize on some particular thing. But these might be public events too, maybe, where they're broadcasting it. Yeah, this sounds more like I don't want to say like a workshop, but like let's say that Ro Khanna was going to do some event. You might have a call with him and a few other creators that might be involved in the event or involved with something peripheral to it, to have a call just to like chat and to get face to face on Zoom or whatever, and then to ask some questions. That's how I read this, but this it could be public. I don't read this as a public thing, but who knows?
This just like the association between Chorus and the creators.
But also, I don't think it matters that much whether this is public or private.
Was obviously going to be known, right? And so really what we're talking about here now is like the disclosure that these people are getting paid at all. And yeah, they should disclose that they're getting paid by Chorus, 100%. I agree with this. But even by Taylor's own words, the association obviously eventually was going to be exposed, but the way she paints it is somehow more shadowy and somehow like, oh, this is all like behind, like, and I think that more broader implication of nefariousness, because even the association with Chorus might not be disclosed, that is ridiculous.
This is a part of the contract, right? Book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policies, and nonprofit experts and others whose.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I think I agree. I think that I think this is a private thing. This newsroom is basically going to be like a twice a month, like every bi-weekly. We're going to have a thing where people can come in and chat, and it's basically like a real life. I don't know if this is on Zoom or real life, but it's just like a schmooze thing where you go and you talk to people on network or whatever. And hopefully it would include some policymakers or policy wonk guys, think tank people, lawmakers, other creators, whatever, yeah.
Expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. Contractor arranges through other mediators, I don't know, collaborations, and then I can't read the rest because it's obscure.
Yeah, so this contract
but is this not saying that you do have to disclose it, but what they're saying is that there's a good reason or a compelling reason to do that?
Sorry, what? Disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials. That to me suggests that before you book the room for engagements with government officials or on topics related to our platform policy agenda or whatever the policy agenda is, that you let the Chorus newsroom staff know. So I didn't get your question.
Because what is it? Let me go back to the article. I remember somebody mentioned like Mamdani. Everyone's talking about this. Mamdani. No, this was definitely in the article. Or wait, they put still run maybe. Yeah, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract reviewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract.
That's that creator's interpretation of what the contract says.
Right, which is what she's reporting on. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't.
Aaron is so snarky. Okay, I think it's funny, but.
Want to give that to them, so they can't use like any resources or whatever without authorization from Chorus. Well, it's hard to read it because of this, but like that to me, you asked me.
True.
Like, okay, what's like the problem here or whatever is like once you become affiliated with this program, does that prevent you from reaching out to, like, let's say I want to reach out to Rokana on my own. If Chorus learns that I did that without ever cluing them in, am I going to get in trouble?
If you don't clue them in, yes, because it seems like there's a disclosure requirement here. However, I would be shocked, and it could just be a shitty written contract. Trust me, those exist. But I would be shocked that it was supposed to be exclusive, and the word exclusive is just not used in here. You would absolutely see this under subsection 104, that you would exclusively utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. You would exclusively, and also there would be no disclosure here required at all, because you wouldn't be disclosing anything to them. You would be arranging everything through them, right?
Me taking that stipend per month, and then maybe I use that.
Pisco actually makes a good point here. This section was probably there to be like, let us know so we don't double book the room for the same time slot. It could be for a whole bunch of different reasons, right? It could be for a million different reasons. It might be, yeah, that let's say that they do a newsroom, and let's say that you get really lucky and, Bernie Sanders is there, and let's say like 17 content creators are part of these like newsrooms, and they see him and like, oh, I want to arrange some kind of sit down interview with Bernie Sanders. Rather than going to a newsroom and then you're some lawmaker and now your office is getting swamped with every single involved creator saying like, oh, I want to interview, right? If you run this through Chorus first, especially if they're providing you the opportunities to meet these people, they might say, hey, you know what? We've got a lot of you guys that want to do this. It would be better if we just set this up as some kind of like event or something, rather than, because then what's going to happen is every single time you bring in somebody to one of these rooms, they're going to get, mobbed by any other creator involved trying to set stuff up on their own stream or whatever, That could be one of like many reasons why you'd want to do this. Yeah, let's say that if Chorus has plans in the future to set up some big event with AOC, and one creator is like, oh, I'm setting up a huge event with AOC. They might just want to know that because it's going to be too much double booking, or like it just won't work, or even for their own calendar information. Like there's a whole bunch of reasons why you could have this here, right? We just don't know. Let me use the rest of my 1 second. Ooh, okay.
Towards content, whether they know it or not, or whatever, that I created with Rokana without ever cluing them in, am I going to be in violation of this contract?
Doubtful. But do you think that like David Pakman is going to be reporting to
a powerful
to Brian Tyler Cohen every time he books a politician? You think that like David Pakman is going to be reporting to Brian Tyler Cohen every time he books a politician? You think that like they're expecting people like Aaron Parnas to, every time he's like talking to
I don't know. I was surprised that David Pakman is part of this program and all, and I don't know to what extent he is, because he says that he's like a mentor, not like a creator in it, that he like helps mentor these people. So I don't know like what his stipend looks like. He probably has a different contract from all of these people as somebody who is a mentor rather than a creator.
Well, I don't know, but it says disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials, or play the video and see if she moves her head.
Sure.
Literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute.
Okay.
But first, let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran.
Okay, go.
So this is for,
campaign to try to interview him. His course does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview because usually the congressional.
Wait, what is Pisco even getting mad about here? Or what is there a point in here worth watching or what?
That's not my.
What are you doing?
His policy agenda. That contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it.
So this does seem to require, potentially, her interpretation of it is it requires disclosure. Wait, go back real quick. I just want to read the text.
So, accidentally,
On topics related to course policy agenda, the contractor arranges through other means to tell them when you arrange engagements with government officials or other topics related to course policy agenda. So I might read this as being limited to engagements that are, booking engagements through the course newsroom, given the,
Aaron argues that Taylor is right and Pisco is trying to change her mind. Well, Taylor is wrong, but Taylor's position is not that you have to inform people. Taylor's position is that you basically aren't allowed to do it. You're restricted from organizing it on your own. That was Lorenz's point in the article, I think.
contractual language here. I don't know what the intent was behind this provision. I think it's arguably ambiguous that, maybe this applies to other kinds of bookings. If they're suggesting, if it's the case that Chorus is asking for them to give them all of their contact information of people that they engage with government officials, I think that's bad. But I don't think that's the only way to read this provision of the contract. That's just me.
No, it's not. But what you have is a bunch of laymen who are presented with a contract, and they said like, well, even if you interact with a lawyer and you want to redline certain things, it's not going to happen. So
that's a lie, though. That's clearly a lie. I hope Pisco brings it up because the first part of this article shows that people were literally given the opportunity to redline. That's why they had a revised contract. That's what a revised contract is. It's a redline contract. So that claim from later on in the article is inconsistent with what's earlier in the article.
you have a bunch of creators that are just
We should ask
reading
Brian. We should ask Brian.
And is he a friend of yours?
No, he's not a friend. Well, I mean, we're friendly, but I don't know.
Does he mean Prime Kai?
I wouldn't describe him as a friend. I mean, would you describe
Destiny, do you think Taylor is going after them, not because of any creator ethics, but because of the Israel-Gaza angle? I think Taylor's going after them because isn't she? Oh, he said Brian. I feel like she's more part of the leftist coalition. Remember, the leftist coalition, when giving advice to liberals, is not there to help liberals, is there to destroy liberals and to tear them down or to turn them into leftists. One of the things that I said when I was talking to that Brad guy, Brad Tasted Music or whatever, is if you have issues in your life relating to how you view yourself or relating to self-esteem or whatever, if you are trying to figure out how to make improvements in your life, one thing that can be important sometimes, especially if you're getting a lot of negative feedback from other people around you, is to make a list of the people in your life that you care about and that you think care about you. And then take their criticisms or advice to heart and ignore everybody else. The reason why is because the people criticizing you that are closest to you, 1, have your best interest in mind, 2, know you the best, so they can give you, and then 3, because they know you the best, they can give you the correct advice. They know you the best, they can give you the best advice. And then 3, I think because of the first 2, their criticism always comes from a good place. It's constructive criticism, right? People closest to you are giving you, they know you the best. They are, because they know you the best, they love and appreciate you. They can give you the best advice, and the good advice is to be constructive. Like I said, we went through how this article lays out the issue with this group. The prescription, in my opinion, that Taylor Lorenz is giving in this article is the quote from V. Speher, which is basically saying that these middlemen groups shouldn't exist. The goal is to destroy this group because it's a liberal group. That's it, in my opinion. The last part is conjecture for me, but it's because they're not on the same team. Yeah. You are not, remember, if you're a liberal, you're not on the same team as a socialist. You're not even really peripherally related. They're more aligned with the far right aspects, trying to destroy any liberal groups than they are with you trying to do anything.
I don't know. Wick TV as a friend?
Sure.
Wick TV as a friend of yours?
Work buddy, I don't know. Yeah.
Would you describe, I don't know, what's another example? Would you describe, let me think. I don't even know, an analog. Yeah. All right, keep playing.
What? Did you think I was going to say no, Wick's not my friend, or what?
I thought you were going to say no, Wick's not my friend.
No, Wick and I are cool. We're friends.
Okay.
I would say that we're friends, yeah.
I always forget to let Chorus know. I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself, and the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but here it is clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false. That is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity.
Pause real quick?
These contracts are long and confusing.
Let's see what Lauren. Wait, is it Lauren? I can't even. My brain is.
Lorenz.
My God, Taylor Lorenz. I'm crazy. Let's see what she said specifically about this. The newsroom
You
about
said
the.
Lauren?
Yeah, I don't know when I said that.
Well, because she's Lorenz, I guess maybe.
Yeah.
Lauren. But I mean, I don't know. Your tone just dropped a lot. You just chilled the fuck out a lot.
No, I'm just tired of you. I'm so tired of you. I'm exhausted.
Okay, but I'm wondering, again, you were kind of gung ho based off what you had seen so far. That no,
I think
that's
it's
not.
super
That's, wait,
dishonest.
hold on. Then you can scream. That you were insistent that no, I don't think that this contract forbids them from engaging, trying to interact with other politicians without disclosing or letting Chorus know, hey, I'm doing engaging. Then you can scream. That you were insistent that like, no, I don't think that this contract forbids them from engaging, like trying to interact with other politicians without disclosing or letting Chorus know, like, hey, I'm doing this of my own volition or whatever. Well, if they're going to be using Chorus's like assets, any equipment in their room, that would make sense to me that they're like, we have to be clued in on this because we're like integral to the logistics of that happening. Right?
Hang on. So I
don't think that reading is necessarily correct either, but
I would, if I were these people, like given the context of this like, booking engagement section, that it seems to be relevant to the Chorus newsroom. And so I wouldn't like, and it seems like the common practice is like, they're not actively sending, at least the course of dealing, right? The course of how they're proceeding isn't to like let Chorus know every time they talk to someone. So, that seems to be either she thinks she's violating the contract. I wouldn't read it that way. I don't know if that's the best way to read it, but you can put that aside. Look at what
she thinks she's not violating it. She's like, they don't control who I talk to because that here's me reaching out to Zoran and it's fine.
So Taylor Lorenz, this is how she says it. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political.
That last sentence might be true, but Pisco should focus on the one before, because the one before is clearly not true. Creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. That statement I don't think is defensible. I think that's a very bad reading, or unless there's some part of the contract that I haven't seen, that statement, and based on what we have seen, that statement just appears to be completely not true.
Leaders. Now, when she says loop Chorus in, what do you think is a normal?
Oh no. The statement right before is the stronger statement.
Understanding.
No, that is true. That is true. Like when I'm paying attention to like the brass tacks of the language that she used to characterize what the creators reported to her, she did say that she does not say it was this creator's interpretation that based on the language they viewed in the contract that they would need to do this to be in compliance with it. She is saying that's what they interpreted and that's my interpretation of this contract, that if they do not do that.
No, I agree with that. I agree with what you just said, right? But like, even just look there. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. That I think.
Wait, I didn't look.
That based on the language they reported to her, she did say it is true. That is true. Like when I'm paying attention to
Chorus in, what do you think is a normal understanding?
No, that is true. That is true. Like when I'm paying attention to like the brass tacks of the language that she used to characterize what the creators reported to her, she did say that she does not say it was this creator's interpretation that based on the language they viewed in the contract that they would need to do this to be in compliance with it. She is saying that's what they interpreted and that's my interpretation of this contract, that if they do not do that.
I agree with that. I agree with what you just said, right? But like, even just look there. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. That I think leaves the notion that they're forcing Chorus to be a middleman in all these communications, right?
That's what the earlier sentence means. That's what Taylor's implying about the funnel all bookings. That's the funnel word is a big one here.
Looping someone into a communication means including them typically, right? Or I don't know how you
not
use
necessarily.
it.
At least notifying them.
Oh no, Pisco should be fighting on this earlier sentence, not this last one. This last one is probably true, but the one before it is the offending one.
That you have an obligation to notify them that if you want to talk to Rokana, that, if I am a creator in this program and then I decide I want to interview Richie Torres, that before I go do that, I have to ask Chorus for permission to.
I don't believe you have to ask them for permission to. That's not written anywhere here.
Or I have to disclose that I'm doing that to.
Disclosure is correct. Seems to be more correct there.
Them.
But hang on a second. So before that it says, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in this program must funnel all bookings through Chorus.
That's good. That's the incorrect statement.
That's not true. The contract clearly anticipates independently obtained, even if you read it in the way that I think that you don't need to read it, but even if you read it that way.
Pisco is correct here. The contract, this is why I'm saying, when I say what would be the point of this second statement, Pisco is saying the contract seems to anticipate independent bookings. That's true.
It's not the case that creators in the program must funnel all bookings through Chorus, because it says.
Well, the thing is, the thing in the contract, it says on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, but I don't do they mean by Chorus's policy agenda? That's
irrelevant to what the point Pisco's brought up.
They mean if you ever want to talk to a politician about things that they have stated, which is like the racial justice thing, affordable healthcare, et cetera, or is it only when you are explicitly stating like, no, Chorus's policy agenda, not just these policy items? You know what I mean?
I don't know. Let's do one thing at a time. I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm not seeing how it's responsive to the
it's not responsive.
Contradiction that I'm trying to show you. So the contradiction I'm trying to show you is in the article, quote, according to copies of the...
Oh, look, it even goes to a contradiction. This number 4 here. This is a contradiction. Lorenz claims a copy of the contract forbade creators from independently organizing their own content with lawmakers/political leaders, but then it also says they have an obligation to inform Chorus of said independently organized events. How can both these be true at once? They can't be. There's a contradiction. Doesn't make any sense.
Contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Here, it specifically lists at least 2 categories of carve-outs, right? So go back to the video. One category of carve-out where they don't have to disclose to Chorus and they don't have to channel through is if it doesn't relate to Chorus's... it's categorical with government officials. But so the one category is when a contractor arranges this meeting through other means. So by definition, it means that the contract anticipates bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through other means, not through Chorus. Correct.
That's inarguable, unless there's something else released that I haven't seen.
So that's a contradiction, right? Like, it can't be the case that they must funnel all bookings, but that some bookings need not be funneled. That's the contradiction. Taylor is saying that all bookings need to be funneled through Chorus, but the contract clearly anticipates.
I'm going to break my desk if Aaron tries to argue what the definition of the word funnel is. I feel like that's where we're going. She's going to argue, well, funnel just means loop in. No, but she won't do that. That would be insane.
That there will be engagements that the contractor can arrange through other means. And so it can't be the case that all bookings must be done through Chorus.
Well, I do want to point out what somebody else said. This is like one part of the contract, so there could be other language elsewhere within this contract that pertains to this that affirms what Taylor wrote for the Wired article. The other thing is like I'm tripped up on this. This disclosed to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials, full stop, or others on topics related. And so it's like, isn't just I don't know that this really this additional thing really negates the fact that like if they're saying any engagements with government officials, is that not saying anything?
Yeah.
Disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements. The way, in my opinion, the way that you would read this is, by the way, I'm going to give you one way you could read this. There is an actual correct answer. Okay. There is actually a correct answer. Just like there's a correct answer to what is it? What's that stupid math problem that people like do? Is it this stupid shit? No, it's written some other way or whatever. The correct answer to this is the same as the correct answer to this. Okay. So when this says, this is how I would read this, all right? Disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements. Okay, so disclose to the Chorus newsroom personnel. Okay, what do we have to disclose? Okay, we need to disclose any engagements with government officials or others. Okay, so we have to disclose engagements. Engagements with who? The engagements are with government officials or others. Okay, on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, okay, that contractor arranges through other means. Okay, so we have to disclose to, we can almost delete this if we want for clarity, okay? We have to disclose to the Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that we arrange independently. That's basically what this means, right? The actual answer to this question, though, is if this is like a huge, massive deal, like your whole livelihood revolves around organizing these types of events, or if you've got some math assignment or whatever, or some huge engineering problem and you're given information like this, the actual answer is get clarity. You could argue that maybe this is written unclearly. Disclose to the Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements. So what do we have to disclose? We have to disclose engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. Is this like, so not government officials, but just anybody with, like, you can argue that maybe this is like kind of unclear. If it's unclear, then you just ask for clarification. You email and you ask for clarification. You don't try to solve this on your own and figure out like, okay, well, hardcore, you email them and you ask, hey, can I get some clarification on this? And you can suggest revised language if you want. You can ask them for a revision if you want. That would be the actual answer instead of trying to guess.
I'm not sure. To me,
that's why it's ambiguous to me, and it's really hard to tell. And I honestly don't think so. Even if you disagree with this interpretation, I don't think it's necessarily dishonest to interpret it in that way.
Wait, no, I think that's
you do.
It is absolutely dishonest. Yes, it is dishonest.
You don't.
Yeah, I do think it's dishonest. So I'll explain why. So
no, because I feel like to me they're saying that like she was saying like no, we don't do that, but it's like oh we do, but there's a reason to do it.
No, I don't think that's what's going on. So let me try to explain. So sub 4, book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and, quote, others whose expert.
What was the answer to the math? The answer to the math question is nobody uses that division sign for anything. You should never be using it for anything. And if you have a problem written like that, you should ask for it to be written in a better manner. That's what you should say.
And experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. And so that's saying an obligation of Chorus is to provide this newsroom. Contractor agrees to actually use the newsroom to disclose to the newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related. So the government officials, right? So it doesn't include policy and national policy and nonprofit experts, right? So before in the book engagement section, there's government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others. So I don't know if this is a drafting error, who made the contract or whatever, whoever made it, but there's not parallelism on that. But just note that any engagement with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor arranges through other means. So there's a utilization requirement that the contractor has to use the Chorus newsroom. They have to disclose to Chorus newsroom some amount of stuff, and they have to collaborate with respect to certain engagements. I think that's best read as pertaining to the Chorus newsroom, right? Like, do we really interpret this contract to be creators need to like disclose to Chorus every time they have an engagement with an other on a topic related to Chorus's policy agenda? Like, so when I'm talking to Straighter Aid, because you're other, right? You're like, you're not a government official, you're not a policy nonprofit expert, but you're an other. Are we really interpreting this contract to require disclosure to Chorus newsroom personnel, right? Not Chorus, but Chorus newsroom personnel with you, because you're an other, on a topic related to your policy agenda that I would.
Pisco's reading of this is almost certainly accurate. Like, imagine that that's the contract and you've got 90 people signed, and then like on day 3 of your organization, you've got 782 emails, and so some guy emails, I'm going to be on a WIC panel discussing things with others about stuff that's related to you guys. I'm talking to my mom tomorrow on my TikTok for about, and she's an other, and it's about policy. Like, PC's reading of this is almost certainly accurate, yeah.
Would be required to disclose that to Chorus if I were a member of Chorus program? I don't think so. I think that this
is the only part of the contract that pertains to the booking engagements and the relationship that they have entered into between Chorus as far as disclosure. With their any other engagement that they have with the politician or whatever, then I would agree with you. But I don't know because this is only one part of the contract.
I'm reading this. I don't agree with this person's reading. I'm reading this as about the section about booking engagement. Now, Chorus has coordinators who will book and engage for the newsroom, right? So the newsroom is a thing, and Chorus has hired officials to coordinate booking and engagement. And they're saying, you need to tell us when you're going to use this Chorus newsroom on anything related to our topics or with our government officials. And if you book to use the Chorus newsroom, not through our booking coordinators, you need to let us know for the Chorus newsroom. I would read this as limited to booking engagements specific to the Chorus newsroom. And I think more evidence of that is the fact that who are you disclosing to? You're disclosing to Chorus newsroom personnel. So why would you disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel engagements you're having that don't pertain to Chorus newsroom? It just doesn't seem like, I think the best reading of this contractual provision is, well, if
there are 2 reads to this. You can read this as Pisco is reading it, which sounds reasonable, and it sounds like you would have an organization that would do this, or you could read this in the other way, in where you're reading this as literally like a shadow octopus organization trying to squeeze the life out of every single creator that joins and restrict them from being able to have any conversation with any person ever unless they're directly being controlled by Chorus through the news. Like, that's a ridiculous. Pisco is correct to call it bad faith. It's not an incorrect reading, and it's not an alternative interpretation. That's just a bad faith reading of this. That would be a ridiculous reading of this.
You're not coordinating booking through our coordinated booking officials. You need to let us know if you're arranging privately to bring them to the Chorus newsroom if they are, talking about things that relate to our policy agenda or government officials.
Okay, that's the thing. Let me give you an alternative perspective because this is what's tripping me up. So if it touches Chorus's agenda, then this language from this...
She's making it sound like if it has literally anything to do peripherally with anything ever written as part of the, I don't know.
Contract seems to say that you must report it. And keep in mind, their agenda, hold on. No.
And she's going to go to the overly broad agenda peripherally that could be related to basically any topic ever.
Healthcare, maybe? Here's their, this is the 1630 fund agenda. I don't know what Chorus's policy agenda is, right? But they're saying that if the conversation that you intend to have with this government official that you contact of your own volition is going to touch on Chorus's agenda, then you must report it. And it doesn't matter if Chorus helped you set it up or not, you have to let them know. So like if I'm trying to think of like what is a practical example of what this might look like, like if I'm an LA resident, right, and I go to like a local city council meeting and they're going to talk about zoning, and I want to talk with the mayor who's present at the city council meeting or with the city council person about the zoning laws, and even if I set this up myself, if zoning laws are part of Chorus's...
This is a bad faith reading. This is not real. I can't believe this is like arguing to argue because you hate the liberal organization, you want to see it fail. No sane human being would ever read this contract that way. It would be unsustainable as an organization. It would be a ridiculous demand to place on people, probably unenforceable. I don't even know what mechanisms you'd have to punish people. It would be overly burdensome for every party involved, right? This is just an unbelievable reading of this provision. Unless you think it's literally like an evil organization trying to destroy, content creators. This is not a good faith reading.
Policy agenda, do I now need to tell Chorus about this interaction because that touches on Chorus?
She's doing this purposely, right? There's no way she actually believes this. Well, remember, Aaron is part of like the Taylor Lorenz, Hassan, ML, whatever that party. So they want to see these organizations fail. They want to destroy these organizations. The goal isn't to improve or better. The goal is to tear down and destroy because these people are dogmatically and fundamentally opposed to liberals in every form. So it makes sense that her criticism is like this is going to be the same as Taylor Lorenz, where the prescription is the destruction of the organization.
Chorus's policy agenda.
No, I need
to know what their policy agenda is or how expansive it is.
Let's be realistic.
Pisco is correct. This isn't an alternative, and I said this before, it's not an alternative reading. It's not like a misunderstood reading. This is a bad faith reading. There's no way that you can critically engage with this topic and think that would be the expectation. That's just ridiculous.
About this interaction because that touches on Chorus's policy agenda.
No, I don't
need
think so
to know
at all.
What their policy agenda is or how expansive it is.
Let's be realistic.
But if that's the case, can you understand how I can see that no, they functionally are mandating that you disclose almost every interaction that you have with the politician?
Just think about that. Overly burdensome, unenforceable. What's the penalty? This is ridiculous.
Based on a bad reading of this clause, right?
I don't even like that Pisco said that bad reading. It's not even a bad reading. That would just that's on its face absurd and ridiculous.
Start out by saying that we're going to provide contractors, right? Contractors aren't necessarily. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which introduces the notion of a Chorus newsroom, and where the Chorus newsroom has personnel to coordinate booking and engagement opportunities. I think if you were to read it the way that you're suggesting, where you're going to a local government official to talk about zoning, which is part of, let's say, the progressive agenda, because it's part of
policy agenda,
right. Yeah. So to think that Chorus is wanting to micromanage even an interaction outside of the Chorus newsroom with these people, I think that that's an insane reading of this provision.
Yeah, micromanage all of it. Overly burdensome is what I'm saying. Yeah, that would just be, and you just imagine the emails. Like, imagine that. It would just be insane, you know?
I think this
so
is
if Chorus tried to argue that that's what they were attempting to do to a creator that had done exactly what I said, and they said, you're in violation of your contract because you did this, you would say that that is not a valid way to enforce the contract.
No.
Well, no. The answer is what I said earlier. If you think there is some ambiguity there, which you can argue there might be some ambiguity, you clarify. Easy. You clarify. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's not valid. I think that what they were planning to do, I think the honest to God reason why this provision is in there is because
the reason why this provision here, without reading the rest of the contract, I could be wrong, but it almost certainly seems to me to be because you don't want to have a huge overlap of everything going on because it makes you look like a joke. Right? Imagine if I'm running a huge org and I want to get Bernie Sanders to talk to all of my people, and Bernie Sanders joins us for a newsroom thing, and then the day after, like 32 people independently, start hitting him up for interviews and shit. And I find out that like 7 of them have scheduled interviews across the month, and I also want to set up another event. And then while trying to set it up with Bernie Sanders, he realizes, or his staff realizes, hold on, wait, we already have like 3 other events set up with people in your thing. Are you guys like organized at all? You seem like a fucking disaster, right? You want some level of coordination here. It just makes you look unprofessional and stupid. Yeah.
They don't want you bringing government officials on Chorus newsroom without like prior authorization, not even authorization, prior notice. Like, we want to know whenever you bring in a government official on, into the Chorus newsroom, we want like a heads up before you bring in a government official or someone, or if you're talking about something.
I think that it's a little more broad than what Pisco is saying. Or maybe not. Pisco maybe would agree. If it has to do with people who you meet in the newsroom, you should also give them a heads up if you're going to schedule content with them as well. But
we want to know whenever you bring in a government official on, into the Chorus newsroom, we want like a heads up before you bring in a government official or someone, or if you're talking about something pertinent to our agenda. I think that that's what the purpose of this is for, is to micromanage, or not even micromanage, but at least have some control over what happens in our newsroom, not you having this really, if you interpreted it the way that Taylor is suggesting, you would be interpreting this to mean like anytime I talk to an other, remember, quote, other, about a topic related to Chorus, that means I would have to disclose to Chorus every time I'm talking to you about something in the Chorus agenda book. You get me? Because you're an other, right? So that can't be what they're suggesting, right? They can't be suggesting that every time that you interact with an other person and have a public engagement,
well, wait.
You're supposed to disclose to the newsroom.
You're presupposing that this is necessarily the section that Taylor is characterizing in this article. It may not be, because we haven't seen.
Oh my God, this is almost certainly the section she's characterizing.
The whole contract.
Okay, maybe not, but this seems to be the most pertinent section.
Again, I'd be surprised. I don't know if anybody's released any info about this. I'd be surprised if this contract is more than like 10 pages, but
disclosing things with government officials.
This is the only thing that we've seen, and this is what this creator is saying that it pertains to, but we don't know until they show the whole contract.
If this is it, right? This ain't it. Like this to me, it would be such a ridiculous reading of this contract, right?
It would be.
I do, because I think the or others thing really undermines the idea that you would need to involve them in every single communication, because it would be literally so encompassing that it's micromanagement, it's unenforceable, it's not a reasonable way to interpret this.
So insane, yeah. So I want to make sure, Aaron, I know you understand. I just want to make sure the audience understands.
Policy agenda?
I don't know, but I just want to make sure that the audience understands. So Aaron understands for sure. This is what I'm suggesting, right? If you read this as pertaining to things outside of the Chorus newsroom, because this disclosure requirement applies to both government officials or to, quote, others, right? Others, that would include, on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, that would include, if it's unconnected to the Chorus newsroom, basically any interaction with any person that relates to whatever Chorus's progressive policy agenda is, which is probably like anything related to national politics right now, right? I'm sure they have things on healthcare, have things on, democracy, on things on cost of living. So are we really to interpret this provision as requiring specific disclosure, not to Chorus generally, but to Chorus's newsroom, right? The specific people running the Chorus's newsroom on your interactions, an interview that you have with your grandma about what she's doing with the cost of living? That's really what you think this provision is suggesting? Or is the better way to interpret it is if you're coming
to create content with them,
if you're making like an interview with your grandma to talk about.
Oh, he even uses, I said, an interview with your mom,
living. Like, did you have to disclose the newsroom? No. Or is the better way to interpret this provision as, hey, if you're coming on stream at all to talk to any government official at all, you need to let us know on the news.
Destiny, regard here. Earlier you mentioned they should be careful of a part that they said they wouldn't typically enforce. You said you should read contracts assuming worst case. Where's the line? Can somebody in YouTube chat help this guy figure out what the answer that I've given like 20 times about what you would do with this line? Ask for clarification. Good job. Yes. You get clarification. And if you want protection, right? The email should be enough. But if you want protection, you would ask for a clarification and you would ask for a revision in the contract. You say, oh, okay, I understand how you mean this now. Could you write that a bit more clearly in the contract? And then I feel more comfortable signing it or something like that. Or you could suggest your own revision if you want. But that's what you would do. Yeah.
Newsroom. And if you're coming to the newsroom to talk about anything related to our policy platform, as opposed to maybe some fun thing that you're doing, you got to let us know and give us some disclosure. That, I think, is the much better reading in a section that's called booking engagements. All right. I think that to imply otherwise would be such a far-reaching implication here.
It would be insane.
I almost don't know if it would be enforceable to apply. I mean, it's just so broad.
Maybe by Chorus's policy agenda, they mean that if you intend to name drop Chorus or invoke Chorus's proprietary policy agenda, like
now you're reading in something that's way different, I think.
Chorus TM, then you would have to include them in, even if it's a conversation with your grandmother.
No, it's saying topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. It's not saying on Chorus's policy agenda. It's on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. And that certainly includes topics, if all it means is like minimal relation, like something that's related to it, like why wouldn't it include the political ideas that underpin the policy agenda? Chorus's lawyer responded to this in the corrections. Wait, Faith, do you have a
They're
link to
not
that?
corrections, they're updates. She hasn't corrected anything to my understanding.
Do you have a link to that, Faith? Anyway, can we
I mean, well, is it a bad faith assumption on our part to assume that or others could literally mean any other person and not just a person that might in some way be related to Chorus's work potentially?
No, I think that others means other person.
Was Fiso really screaming?
A guest. Like when I book a guest, I'm arranging with that person to like.
Oh my God, they're still going through
are
this.
going to be done through the other means. That is to say, with the creators themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be. It's not saying that you have to book through our.
What is
Chorus
funneled?
newsroom.
What is funneled versus disclosed?
Oh my God.
No, she did it! No! I have to break my desk now. No, she did it! No! No! Any reading of the word funnel here by any human being would mean that it must go through them. Nobody, no sane human being would ever independently interpret funnel to just mean disclose. Never. Never, never, never.
Officials or on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. All I'm suggesting is that sub 2 is necessarily implying that the bookings are going to be done through the other means, that is to say, with the creators themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be. It's not saying that you have to book through our.
What is
Chorus
funneled?
newsroom.
What is funneled versus disclosed?
Oh my God.
No, I'm asking you.
Funnel clearly
states that you have to do it through them. You basically have to give them everything. I have to funnel all of my communications together. I have to hand this off to you. That's what funnel means. Anybody would read funnel here in that manner.
Through Chorus, the clear implication here is that the bookings need to be done through Chorus. That is to say, they must, all
Correct.
bookings, right, need to be done with Chorus involved in the booking itself.
Yes.
But of course, booking, notifying isn't the same as booking, right?
Right.
I book, what do you think it means to book a guest? Like when I book a guest, I'm arranging with that person to like, this is when you want to come
Meet
in.
them at a
come
particular
here.
time.
Yeah, come in here. So it's not saying that you need to book through Chorus Newsroom. So you need to disclose to them. All right, I have a person coming in here at this time. And so the person doing the booking is the creator. The contractor is doing the booking.
Must funnel all bookings with lawmakers through Chorus.
So what they're suggesting here, even by the way, I think this only applies, I think the contractual provision that we're examining only applies to the Chorus Newsroom. That's how I interpret it. I think that's the best way to interpret it. I think it's the clear intention behind what the...
I need to see. I can't even see this third clause for this section. Again, that we're presupposing is what she's characterizing in this article because we are not privy to the entire contract because no one released the whole contract.
I think that this is... I think this suggests that this is saying that you can't book anyone on a... Remember, this is... And there's a key. This is so deceptive, I think, that what Taylor's doing. She says government officials and political leaders, but that's not what clause number 2 says. It says others. It includes others. And so she doesn't include that there because it would sound ridiculous. Like, okay, from now on, all Chorus creators need to funnel all of their bookings, right? And look what she says, all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders. But all this, that's not what it says. It's government officials, not political leaders or
You think
others.
she didn't include it because people would read
Yes,
it and they would get the impression like, or
Wait a
others. So
second,
they,
this is-
damn, really? They
wait,
mandated everybody? And then
yes,
people would be like,
yes,
they'd go read the language and be
100%,
like,
yeah.
doesn't that mean that, isn't it more reasonable to think that that's just not what they meant by that?
Because look at the term there. I mean, and I think that, again, this is assuming that this is the provision that she's looking at. I think that this is the most on-point provision, probably if unless this person's an idiot.
Well, we have nothing to
Okay,
compare it
who knows,
against or whatever, so we don't know that.
Whatever. But assuming that this is the provision that she's looking at, right? Assuming that she's looking at this provision, she says the words lawmakers and political leaders. This provision says government officials, quote, government officials or others. Why does she say lawmakers and political leaders if it's government officials or others? Presumably because if she says lawmakers and political leaders and excludes others, well, wait a second. They're saying all bookings for everything that they ever do on every other
Why
platform.
didn't she say funnel instead of book?
I think that she's being intentionally...
Say funnel instead of book.
Why would she say funnel instead of book? Because it sounds bad to write, creators in the program must book all bookings. And funnel implies a greater degree of handoff than booking it yourself.
I think that she's being intentionally, in some cases, not aligning with contractual language and vague to imply something nefarious and suggesting that Chorus has more control than they actually do. That's what I think is going on. I think the best way to read this provision is that it's specific to the Chorus newsroom and anticipating that other content creators are going to use the newsroom for other stuff, right? This is a place where we want you to use it. If you're going to be part of the incubator program, we want to promote this newsroom. And part of it is you actually using it. So one, you have to use it. But if you're going to use it for these express purposes to talk to a politician, right, a government, or someone on something related to our policy agenda, you got to disclose to us first, right? And note that, right? The fact that it's saying that there's a disclosure requirement for some bookings but not for others seems to suggest that it's more limited in terms of why, and it has to do with protection of the newsroom as opposed to trying to domineer and control every booking that the thing.
Here's,
You understand
I have a
what I'm saying?
strategy that says, I do understand, but the rebuttal, I guess, is, I think that's a strategy. Who else would a political YouTuber or creator book for the newsroom if not political leaders?
So you could be using the newsroom for TikTok content, right? To be recording something with another content creator, right? You could be using the newsroom to do like a fun little dance, right? This is just for social stuff. You could be booking it to do. Maybe they use the newsroom for some social
And you
stuff.
would need to disclose that. Is what you're saying?
Why? No,
Or you
not
wouldn't?
necessarily. You wouldn't, right? Like you wouldn't need to disclose using the newsroom if you're using it to do a little TikTok dance trend. You wouldn't need to disclose if you're talking to like a random someone about like culture. Let's say you're using the newsroom for some like culture thing because they want to be the Joe Rogan on the left. Like the mere fact, if they wanted to say
Go through the bookers.
no. Again, the same thing applies.
How could they spend so much time on this?
Replace Chorus newsroom with
Because if that's
Chorus
the case,
bookers.
then I actually think that her summation of this is correct. No?
Oh my God.
No, because funneling things through Chorus, right? Funneling booking
course newsroom, again, newsroom meaning
bookers.
employees and meaning bookers effectively, then again must be disclosed.
No, but then
must go through them.
But that's not
must go through the bookers.
No. Again, the same thing applies. Arranging an engagement through other means means you're not using the newsroom to book. It means you're booking. So the booking is not happening through the course newsroom.
No, you just have to disclose it necessarily. Like you either utilize, again, wait, it's an either or thing, right? Like contractor agrees to one, utilize the course newsroom, aka bookers, to book engagements. And then if you're not going to go through them, if you do it on your own, if you book on your own and you serve as your own newsroom, let us know.
Okay, so if that's what it means, then it puts to a lie the notion that all bookings need to be done through Chorus because other means.
But no. So it can be done by you, but you have to disclose to them.
But that's not funneling bookings through Chorus.
It functionally is if when they say you can do it yourself, but you just have to tell us, then you kind of do have to loop them in. No, that is funneling.
Looping? No. Oh my God, I would lose it.
And just keep in mind what I said before about the or others on topics. Are we meant to suggest?
That's not what that means. Wait, let me get a water 1 sec.
That what Chorus wants you to do is anytime you book an engagement with someone on a topic related to Chorus's policy agenda, on a topic related to Chorus's policy agenda, that you need to let Chorus Newsroom, which are bookers, know about that. I think that's
so repeat that again?
If that's the case, that is an insane suggestion to do, and I would heavily criticize Chorus if that's the interpretation that they want to have for their contract.
Well, we need to clarify whether what newsroom means, because again, if it is those employees, then I actually do think that you do functionally have to funnel or like that disclosure or whatever. Like it's not inaccurate to say that you have to funnel them in and you have to clue them into every single thing that you're doing.
Funnel them in. Do you see how she's like playing word games here? You have to funnel them in. Nobody uses funnel that way. What?
With a political leader or something like that.
You think funneling through is the same?
Okay, hear me out. The more I listen to this, the more I hear the overarching anti-liberal meta. This read of the contract is literally MAGA defense for Trump's January 6th speech and calling it peaceful. Again, not one-on-one, but the same broad meta strategy. I agree. I actually was thinking about this when I was driving home from Micro Center today. One of the reasons why all this online stuff has gotten so tiresome is that it's all about these like macro ideas and how much can you like molest the facts basically to fit whatever narrative you're trying to sell. Nobody actually gives a fuck about the underlying individual things anymore. Or nobody cares about being factually correct or the discrete truth of some individual propositions. It's just like how much can you basically how much can you use and abuse language in order to make something fit? Right? It's so stupid. It is so boring. It's stupid.
I think it's disclosure. So if I have to let you know anytime I interact with a politician, hey, I interacted with them, I know that, is that funneling the booking through you? Or is that just letting you know?
I think that's funneling.
That she can't possibly believe that. Like, she's lying, right? She's engaged in the same destructive project that the tankies are engaged in. I mean, she is a tanky. And that that MAGA are engaged in. That's a lie. No reasonable, sane human being would ever interpret it that way, and nobody would ever use the word that way. That funneling through and disclosing to are equivalent or even similar in meaning.
A politician, hey, I interacted with them, I interacted that. Is that funneling the booking through you? Or is that just letting you know?
I think that's funneling, effectively funneling.
That's dumb.
It is dumb.
That's
like,
stupid.
I guess here's another, like to answer your question, although I do think that that's not the right question to be asking. Like, let's say that I'm your talent agency, or like, I'm your talent agent, okay?
Yeah.
And I say, Pisco, I'm going to book all engagements for your stream. Anyone that you have on is going to go through me. But if I'm not available, or you have the opportunity to book someone yourself, that's fine. You just always have to let me know and that you've done that, or that you're going to do that.
Sure. That's not funneling. That wouldn't be funneling. That would just be disclosing then.
Yeah. So I don't need to. So I am allowed to go book my own. I just gotta let you know about
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so maybe like not funnel, but again, that disclosure loops Chorus back in, or in this.
Looping somebody in has nothing to do with funneling. I wouldn't even use the term loop in because that's very deceptive here. At least in my personal experience, when you talk about looping people in, you're usually talking about including somebody in a project. When somebody uses that phrase, hey, can you loop me in on this? You could say like, keep me in the loop. And even though that seems weird, I think those two things are quite different. Like, can you keep me in the loop? That means like, keep me informed. But if somebody uses the phrase, maybe you guys can tell me, if somebody asks to be like CC'd on something, or somebody else asks to be looped in on something, in my world at least, every time I've seen that used, that generally means that they're going to be involved in some capacity, whether that's working, making decisions, or whatever else. That's not simply disclosure. That implies a greater level of involvedness.
Hypothetical loops the agent and the talent agency back in. So like the middleman is always present, is the point, right?
That's not a middleman, though. Middleman implies it's needed, it's necessary for the deal to go through. You don't need that person in that case. You're just disclosing to them. The middleman is not there because you're selling the deal on your own, and the money's going right to you.
in terms of them knowing about it, potentially. But again, this is interpreting Chorus Newsroom to not be a digital or physical space and to simply just be bookers and people who just do booking. If that's the case, then this disclosure requirement is anticipating individuals going and talking to politicians. And one reason that it might make sense for them as a content creator to do that is maybe to cross promote this appearance or whatever. But it isn't saying that the Chorus needs to be CC'd on every interaction you have with a politician, which is what the implication is by Taylor. The clear implication of what Taylor's suggesting is they want Chorus CC'd.
Also, remember, these strategies are always good because you're wasting time, right? Now, rather than criticizing the rest of Taylor's hit piece, because it is a hit piece, rather than criticizing the rest of it, now you're hung up wasting time arguing this, which is not, this is not a real conversation right now, right? We're watching, I don't know if you'd call this like a simulacrum of a conversation. Like, Erin doesn't genuinely believe this. Like, I know Erin, right? I've known her for a long time. You all have seen her on stream. She's a smart person. She doesn't believe this. This is stupid. This is arguing to argue because you just want to, you're ideologically opposed. That's all this is.
On every engagement, right? Everything you're doing with these lawmakers needs to be done.
No, that's to be notified, not necessarily CC'd on every single thing.
Someone who reads this, according to copies of contracts, creators and program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders to Chorus. The implication they get is that Chorus is being CC'd, Chorus is facilitating, Chorus is engaged in the process.
I think that you're imparting too much on that. I don't think that you can read that into the
wild
requirement of disclosure. And also, like, if again, back into the talent agent thing, we're on the talent agent. Would you even agree to terms like that with the talent agent that if you wanted to book somebody of your own volition outside of your talent agent's assistance, that you ought to have to disclose it to them if they do that?
It super depends on the relationship, but depending on how much they're booking for, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just providing that disclosure. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. No, of course not. I like how she's also trying to take all the moral gravity from the having to funnel them in on everything and then trying to shift it over to the disclosure, right? Well, wouldn't you think that if you had to disclose, that would be just as bad? That's basically what she just said. No, this is a totally different thing.
The requirement of disclosure. And also, like, if again, back into the talent agent thing, we're on the talent agent. Would you even agree to terms like that with the talent agent that if you wanted to book somebody of your own volition outside of your talent agent's assistance, that you ought to have to disclose it to them if they do that? If you do that.
Wait. So if I have an arrangement with a talent agent.
Yeah, let's say you're assigned to the talent agency and you're assigned a talent agent, and they book guests for your stream. But then there is a provision within your contract that says there might be an opportunity that presents itself to Pico where you are able to network personally yourself. The agent doesn't need to do it for you.
Yes,
and like
why
you come face to face with Jake Tapper, right? And you book Jake Tapper for your stream. Do you think that you ought to have to like disclose to them that you did that before?
Not only do you have to disclose to them, oftentimes you will have to funnel it to them, or you won't be allowed to do that. But it is for good reason. And the reason why is because if you're a talent agency and you're grabbing deals for people, you don't want talent. This is why it's generally an exclusivity arrangement. You don't want your talent to be scooping up your contacts from you. Because my talent agency probably gets paid. This is how they make their money, is by arranging these meets. Let's say that my talent agency is able to get me a meeting with Jake Tapper. Let's say somehow or they set up some huge event or whatever. I get paid, 20 grand to do the event. They're probably getting some percentage of it. The money's coming from somewhere else. Well, let's say that they go to set this up with me, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and pass on that Jake Tapper event. Thanks, though. I appreciate you trying to set up. They're like, oh, okay. Then let's say I emailed Jake Tapper my own. I'm like, hey, we were just setting up an event. My talent agency was trying to do it before. Do you want to just do this like just us two? Let's just like figure this out on our own, okay? Them, right? Me and now whoever I'm talking to can just bypass the talent agency that set up the event originally, and now you can set it up on your own. You're cutting them out of all the money that they probably rightfully, deserve if they're the one who are able to make these contacts for you. And this is why, generally speaking, it's not always the case, but generally speaking, talent agencies or any kind of contractor really, actually, what I'm talking about is probably standard practice in the entire contractor 1099 world. Actually, Jesus, this was standard practice when I did carpet cleaning. I wouldn't be allowed to sell jobs out of my van or to sell jobs for me to come back personally to compete with my own business if I'm showing up as a contractor to do a carpet cleaning job at some site. If my boss caught wind of that, I would get fired for it. And he might even sue you for it. This is the basis for a lot of like non-compete stuff or not being allowed to do stuff. And it's fair. Like there would be no point. These middlemen would never exist to connect these people anyway, because you're always just going to get undercut by your talent, because now they can just bypass you as soon as you found them something worthwhile. Like, this is a totally fair and totally standard provision in any contract like this for any kind of agency that has exclusive access to you in terms of setting up these kinds of deals.
With Jake Tapper, right? And you book Jake Tapper for your stream. Do you think that you ought to have to like disclose to them that you did that before or after you did so?
Yes, I'll tell you why. Yes, I'll tell you why. Because if you don't have that provision, you have.
Oh my God! I hate Pisco so much, but I forget that he knows things, and he is a smart guy. He's gonna get this exactly. I know he's gonna get this exactly.
The danger of A, double booking, or B, like if there's more than one people booking the same people, and synergies that could be yes, you don't want as a talent agent to have your.
Oh. He's bringing up 2 points that are kind of true. This is kind of true. The more important one is the one that I brought up, though. Although maybe he's not thinking because it doesn't apply as much here, because maybe there's not as much money to set these up. But like in the sponsorship world, yeah, you can't just undercut an advertising agency or undercut your exclusive talent agency. You can't do that. Otherwise, these people would never make money. The person that you're managing not be telling you who they're talking to. It can present huge problems, because what happens. And by the way, I'm not going to disclose everything that happened here, right?
Like, but there were some moments, right, when we were interfacing with politicians where one part of what we were doing was talking to someone and another part was talking to someone else, and it was almost a train wreck. It was a huge like problem that there was one.
Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about, but I won't disclose. I know exactly what he's referring to, and we fired people over this because it was a fucking clusterfuck. Because multiple people in the organization were trying to reach out at the same time, and then we were finding out, it's like, wait, what the? Excuse me, wait, what do you mean? There's already an event going? We know it was a cluster. Point of contact and having like clear lines of communication. Like once you reach an organization that's more than 3 members large, it's just essential. You have to have clarity on who's talking to who. There has to be clarity on who's allowed to arrange what. It can't just be every person for themselves because things just become a cluster of connections.
Part of this politician talking to one person and another part of the politician's team talking to someone else. That creates huge problems of expectation. So if this is treated as like a talent agent situation, I do expect there to be disclosure so that people aren't double booking. And
so you're talking about for logistical purposes.
Yes.
But what if the purpose is to understand like who are you talking to, like the identity of the person? It's not simply enough to say I'm talking to a person at a particular time. The talent agent says to you, well, who are you talking to? You know, do you think
that's almost as bad as Pisco's reading on Hassan's getting kicked out of Global Entry because they were politically partisan or whatever. That like she's giving now. I'm glad she at least brought this up because this is getting into more honestly what she wants to say or what she believes in her mind. Erin believes that this is an evil, horrible, terrible organization, or that's how she wants to present it. That's trying to control and dictate who you're allowed to talk to. So if you were to say, I'm going to talk to this person, and they're like, oh, that's a socialist, you're not allowed to talk to them. This is what she's really getting at. We're getting so it only took an hour or whatever of debating to get here. Now we're getting more honest with what she's thinking. Yeah.
The identity of the person. It's not simply enough to say I'm talking to a person at a particular time. The talent agent says to you, well, who are you talking to? You know, do you think that you ought to have to disclose the identity of that person?
Sorry, you're asking me my preference in terms of.
Well, because you're presupposing that the reason why that's a reasonable thing to include is because they need to know for like logistical reasons so that there's not conflicts, like time conflicts and stuff like that. But what if the reason, like I wouldn't necessarily assume that that's the intention behind that clause in that contract. I would assume that they want to know the partisan affiliation and personalities that you're talking to.
I think they want to know. So
and if that's the intention, then I do think that that's more intrusive. And I also think like look. Past this, creators also have to loop chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Like they'll loop chorus in. You don't think that that's accurate to say? They must be looped in.
Assuming
more accurate than funnel.
Well, hang on, because and this is what Chatter says. Funneling implies a bottleneck such as review or approval. Disclosure does not. If she meant just disclosure, she would have said just disclose. I mean, I agree with
Correct.
that. But
Correct.
Two, I think that
Correct.
contradicts, right? The fact that they're independently organized engagements.
Oh, Biggs is correct here. Funneling implies a bottleneck, such as review approval. Actually, I would fight against that. Funneling, in my opinion, does not imply just a bottleneck. It is a bottleneck. Funneling to me implies handing that over. That's what funneling implies to me. And any contract ever, if I saw that language, that is immediately what I would assume. If somebody were to say, if you want to have, if I've had. I was on XQCs or whatever, and UTA. I've signed a talent agency before. I've had exclusive arrangements and I've had non-exclusive arrangements, right? If I had an exclusive deal with a contract with a talent agency, and they said, if you have to funnel all sales deals to us, that doesn't mean I'm just CCing them on emails or keeping them informed. That means that I cannot sell my own deals. I can't sell my own activations. I have to, if somebody contacts me, I probably have an obligation to forward them and say, hey, if you want to book something with me, then email my talent rep and he can do it for you. That's what funneling means. Funneling does not mean loop in or disclose or whatever. Funneling means hand over. It means give it away. You can't do it. That's what funnel means. Anybody, I would be shocked if there was anybody that worked in any creative agency. I would be shocked if there was anybody outside of creative agency that read funnel in any different way. That's how everybody reads it. And by the way, that's how everybody's going to read it that reads this article. Even a layperson, I think, would read it that way.
Engagements contradicts the notion that all bookings must be funneled through chorus. So I agree with you that the second sentence is more accurate. If, by the way, the interpretation of course newsroom that you're providing, which they're just bookers, which again I think that's weird, but maybe that's true. Who the fuck knows? Maybe that's what they call them, and then I think that's like a weird name for them. But if that's true, then that last sentence is a more correct statement. But even that, I think, is.
But you're taking funnel to mean that I agree that it would not be like funnel is distinct from disclosure.
Yes.
Funnel, I think
because then your interpretation of you must necessarily CC all of this. I can see how you're getting that. If that's your understanding of funnel.
This is not a real debate.
Bookings through. So if I say funnel all your bookings through me, what do you take it to mean? Let me.
Funnel all your bookings through me means you can't exclusively book. If somebody emails you, if you want to send something up, send it to me and I will do it. That's what funnel means. Full stop. Period. No other interpretation is correct there. If it is, you need to have your own dictionary that you bring. In most contracts, there's going to be a definition section or an appendix or whatever the fuck it is that'll define terms that are going to be commonly used. You need to redefine funnel to mean something totally different because nobody else that signs these contracts, in my opinion, nobody else is going to read funnel as, oh, just keep me in the loop. Let me know.
I can see how you're getting that. If that's your understanding of funnel.
Funnel bookings through. So if I say funnel all your bookings through me, what do you take it to mean? Let me know about them.
She's going to say yes. And that's not true. The reason why she has to pause for a second there is because she's actively supporting a lie. She's pausing because she's like, okay, hold on. Because she can't answer honestly because she's like, obviously not. Or if you funnel it, Does that just mean keep me? Obviously. So she has to think, okay, what is the lie that I'm maintaining right now? Okay, and then this is the lie. That's why she has to pause to think, by the way. Let me show you the thoughts in real time, okay?
Bookings through so if I say funnel all your bookings through me, what do you take that to mean? Let me know about them?
That was what my first impression was.
No, it's not. That's a lie. I've bet my whole life on it, my whole existence on it, every dollar I own, every camera I have set up in this apartment complex. Absolutely, that is not the case. Nobody would read it that way. That's insane.
No. But now that you've explained that it could be this, the follow-up definition makes more sense to me. It's more accurate.
And Aaron, if I said to you for this show,
like, it's more comprehensive than just that. Obviously.
Oh wait, I think you can even I'm trying to think earlier in this debate. Because wasn't she arguing for the stronger thing earlier? And now she's saying, oh, I see how you can read it this way. Wait, did that not happen earlier? Was she not arguing earlier that they seemed to have exclusive control over it? And that was the bad thing? And Pisco was like, well, I think that's not supported in the contract. And now she's saying, oh, I would have never even read it that way. After defending the earlier interpretation? That was what she was defending earlier, right? Oh, they would have exclusive things over others and every single person, right? Wait, so she just went from defending the stronger definition, and now that it's finally been broken down, now she's like, oh, I would have never even read it that way. But I could see maybe how
it could entail, ongoing communication and CCing and all of that. Like, there's never any part of the communication that's going to go forward without their involvement.
Wait, hang on, Aaron. If I said to you need to funnel all bookings for Just Press Play through me, what would you take that to mean?
She has to think she's lying. These pauses are so long. I don't know if you understand how long these pauses are, because I'm on 1.5x. I'm going to redo this.
Like, there's never any part of the communication that's going to go forward without their involvement.
Wait, hang on, Aaron. If I said to you need to funnel all bookings for Just Press Play through me, what would you take that to mean?
Yeah, that you have to be involved, I guess, at every step.
Yes, yeah. I think that's what most people would take that to mean. And
okay.
Even the
second...
second...
Well, at first I'm saying...
He shouldn't have let that language pass, that you have to be involved at every step. No. Funnel is a handoff, in my opinion. That I shouldn't say even in my opinion. Funnel implies more than just involved. Funnel implies you're giving it to them.
I think that at first I wasn't thinking that that's what it meant. I was conflating it with just disclosure. But now I do think that I think this is more, it's more like what you're saying.
Yeah, and also the second sentence isn't even accurate either, because it is too under-inclusive, right? This says creators also have to loop course in on any independently organized engagement with government officials or political leaders. By not including others, by not including the others with the policy agenda, it appears to be suggesting a far too limiting scope of in a way that seems to suggest that what Chorus is really interested in is
Pisco doesn't even have to argue this, because that's what it goes on to say in the next paragraph. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined. If I get Zoe around and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. Give it to them. What did I just say? Why did I even waste my time? I should have just read the next paragraph. Give that to them. Give it. That's what funnel means. Give. Not, Aaron's going to be like, well, maybe he means give them a CC. Maybe he means give them a phone call and let them know.
Is these like political connections, when it's much broader than that. It seems to be suggesting, if we take it at face value, that the Course newsroom are just bookers.
Yep, which is exactly what it says in the next paragraph.
You want to know about any time you talk to someone.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, what the hell is the difference between a booking and an engagement opportunity? What the hell is the difference between those two things?
What?
Wait. Booking and engagement opportunities.
Which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities. So what the hell is the difference between those two things?
Not exclusively coordinates. Not exclusively for the creator.
I think booking and engagement means...
Oh, no.
They felt the need to delineate between these two things because now engagement could mean an informal chat. That like happens to like versus a booking, which is like an interview maybe. I don't know.
But did she just say? Wait, did she say engagement could mean an informal chat? What?
They felt the need to delineate between these two things because now engagement could mean an informal chat.
Really?
That like happens to like versus a booking, which is like an interview maybe. I don't know.
Not a very clear contractual provision, which coordinates.
Okay.
No, that's not a W for you, because like I said before, the actual response would be to clarify. You see clarification. Pisco's read of this is almost certainly correct. I would be shocked if he was incorrect in this, and if somebody were to come out and go, "Oh, we just wanted to clarify from Chorus," we actually do want to know every single motherfucking person that you talk to that has literally anything to do with any political topic ever. In fact, that Instagram reel that you thought you posted only to your friends, where you asked your mom what she thought about Trump's whatever, you didn't disclose that to us. And now we're hitting you up with that fat $500,000 penalty that we hit at the end of our contract, an invisible link. Like, give me a fucking break.
So that, because then you ask, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators. So is it booking with government officials policy and different than others, or is it just engagement opportunities for creators with government officials? So does booking and engagement?
And then there's collaborations. Look, collaborate fully, like.
I just don't think that we should read this. I think that it's...
suddenly we don't want to draw any conclusions. We don't want to conclude.
She's acting... She has no point. But no, she knows this, because this is a game. Oh, it's a game. It's a game. Wait. It's a joke. This is a game. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. It's a joke. This is a game. She's having fun. Don't get rustled, guys. Don't let them rustle you, okay?
Dude.
Stop laughing. Stop laughing like you're vindicated.
She's not. Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm not vindicated. No, I'm not vindicated. I just think that like that.
It's not even that you're not vindicated. You're dead wrong. Because if it's unclear, why are we getting a news article on it? What is the point of journalism if not to clarify? Because they're the one presenting this, right, to us, the public, for consumption. If it's unclear, that's a loss. That's an L.
Pointing out that one detail, you already kind of are like, now it's even more ambiguous. That opens a whole other can of worms. We can't.
It's not just, no. Why am I, sorry. I keep getting triggered. My bad. My bad.
We can't know what newsroom really means. Is it in reference to a physical location or remote location, a collection of employees that manage booking? Now we have to, they made a delineation between booking and engagement and collaborations. And we have to understand what these things mean. And then from there, we have to, like, again, there's government officials or others. Who's or others? Is an others reference to people that could reasonably be classified alongside government officials or something pertinent to that? Or is it, or are we talking about someone like your grandmother or just a random person?
You guys don't understand what the newsroom is.
This is a classic contract to me where it's so ambiguous. It's so ambiguous and it's so all-encompassing that, you know what, if you fuck up, according to them, they could just say, well, you're in violation of this part. And it's so broad and it's so vague that they could just terminate you.
All right, someone says you don't understand what the newsroom is. It's brand name for their influencer management software. Okay, so okay.
Well, the reason why we don't understand what that means is because no one will show us a full contract, so we're having to divine these things based on the context. But
why did Taylor write the article in? That's an L!
Why is Taylor
only more confusing.
Why is Taylor Lorenz? Why is she stating things that aren't true then? If this is, proprietary software.
Because she saw the whole contract and we did not. And so she may not have said something untrue.
I think she said something true.
We don't know that. You haven't seen the whole contract, Pisco.
So you think that this alone, of book and engagement section, that there's a possibility that the other parts of the contract, or reasonable possibility, that the other parts of this contract would
I would
somehow
hope that there's some sort of appendix. No. There's some sort of appendix that clarifies what the hell the Chorus newsroom is, what the hell the difference between a booking and engagement a booking versus an engagement opportunity, and then from there, the
limited contract experience, potentially more than both of these people, though. Maybe not Pisco, depending on what type of contract you're talking about. An appendix. Wait, isn't it an appendix, or is that the thing in your body? Whatever they call them, whatever you have that's going to clarify terms will never be clarifying common nouns in a contract. So engagements or whatever arrangements, that's not going to be defined. Typically, in a contract, defined terms usually will be with an uppercase letter and in quotation marks, or at the very least, it will be in an uppercase letter or quotation marks. I do not think that you will ever have an appendix in a contract that is defining lowercase nouns. If you're going to define something, then you're going to refer to it. From every contract I've ever read in my entire life, it's going to be quotation marks and a capital letter referring to it. That's what I've seen. I would be shocked if there's a thing saying others refers to blah, 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 blah.
The stipulations are laid out and we can better understand what is being said here.
All right, let's press play. We've looped enough.
Okay. Well, I like to think it's not looping because we kept coming up with different angles to understand the language of this contract through. If you're keeping in mind sort of like a different interpretation of what constitutes a newsroom, or now.
Oh my God. This is so much. Where's the quote? Give me the start quote. Give it to me. Give it to me. We need to read it. We need to have this. We should have this memorized. I need to have this memorized, and before every debate, I just need to say it just so that we know what we're getting into. Give it to me. Give it to me. It might not necessarily be capitalized, but it is almost always in quotations. Yeah, I feel like you'll almost always see it in, at the very least, quotes. Remember, never believe that the people that we debate online are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The ridiculous people that we debate online have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. The laughing earlier. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating that there's not enough detail about the contract in here to even know what we're talking about. So we should just giggle, laugh, and move on, despite the fact that it was the job of the journalist to convey more precise details about what was even being spoken about.
Again, the latest wrench that has been thrown into it is what booking and engagement is. And it sounds like both of us were off. It might not even be in reference to a location. It might not be in reference to employees. It might be in reference to a software.
Don't you think this is like all relevant context that should have been disclosed in Taylor's article?
Not.
And Pisco hits on the I said killer question, but yeah, this is correct. Okay, fine. Maybe that's not. Shouldn't we have known that then?
Not necessarily, because I don't know what The whole contract is, this is one.
Not knowing, the point of a journalist is to inform. If you don't know, that's the fault of the journalist. Is this note supposed to make you happy or sad? Any feelings in the chat? Any feelers in the chat? Who knows? You don't know, because there's no harmony. You haven't been given any context, and that's the job of the musician. Oh, it's a happy note. Or is it? Okay, it sounded a little happy there because I just followed up a minor chord after a major chord. But like, if it's on its own, that's sad, right? That's a sad note. If I just play this, and I ask you to tell me, is that a happy or sad note? Is that a major or a minor E flat? You don't know. You have no idea. You need more context. And if I were to present it to you as such, expecting you to interpret it a certain way, then that would be a failure on my part if I didn't provide enough harmonic information for you to understand what it's supposed to be.
Paragraph that this TikToker is drawing attention to exonerate herself, seemingly, or defend herself.
Don't you think that, like, if she's implying that Chorus is trying to micromanage all of these different interactions, but there are multiple plausible readings of this contract?
Not necessarily, well, I guess, yeah, micromanage. Okay, micromanage, right.
That's the implication.
It's not necessarily micromanaged if you have to run every single thing that you're doing through them with every single conversation, even if you, in passing, talk to mom and dad. Because remember, Aaron said maybe even informal comments would pass for that engagement.
And I think that what she's suggesting, and some of the quotes that she...
Yeah, with the funnel thing. Yeah, with the funnel thing.
I think that she's suggesting that, and I think that...
I don't even like Pisco's. See how she's brought him to this world? She's implying that. She's not implying that. Or if you want to use imply, it's in all caps. It's outright stated. This is not an implication. Maybe if they funnel, it's again, if they just read the next paragraph, I don't know if they'll get to the next paragraph. The next paragraph, the person says, what if I want to interview Zoran Mamdani? I'm not giving that to them. Give!
The best reading of these contractual provisions, at a bare minimum, anticipates coordination of bookings through other means that is not through the newsroom.
Assuming this is what she's referencing, assuming that there's no other part of this contract that negates that or could change one's interpretation of it, assuming that they all got this contract. All of these creators might not have gotten.
Why would this TikToker make a video fighting against what Taylor Lorenz says and then quote the wrong part of the contract? Are we just assuming that this person can't read any of their contract, or that they're retarded, or that nobody else has released the relevant part?
The same contract.
Pisco's stun locked. These are unwinnable arguments. A+ though for the meme debate. He just can't. He's like, what the f am I even doing? How long have they argued this single? And this, by the way, this is like a thing that I don't think reasonable minds could disagree on this. There is no reasonable mind for disagreement here. This is just a meme. This is completely a meme.
Press play.
Nothing to say.
He just gives up.
You know that?
No, I mean,
and she's happy now. She presses the advantage. She's got him because Peter's like, this is like retarded. We're arguing over like this is you can't believe this.
I guess it's possible that they're different contracts. There's possible different contracts.
And yeah, he shouldn't even grant that.
Okay, well, you start.
Also, I wouldn't grant that there are different contracts. If there are different contracts, generally speaking, they're going to be contracts with different clauses, or there are going to be contracts that have different terms. But the idea that there would be one company issuing contracts with slightly different language in the same clauses, I guess it's possible, but that sounds insane to me. That would be crazy. I feel like your legal team would put a hit out on you if they were like, hey, we got somebody coming back here. We're trying to figure out like how we can enforce this. And the legal team was like, oh, okay, what contract is it? And it's like, oh, it's the creator contract. Okay, no, not creator contract. It's the creator contract we issued to whatever. And it's like, oh, wait, do we have any special clauses in that one? Well, no, it's like the standard creator one, but we like added like a sentence under the non-disparagement clause. Like, what do you mean you add? So it's a different one than everybody else? Generally, terms are different. So a term might be how long somebody is contracted for. A term might be the payment amount or how many events you're required to do. And then like different clauses might be. You might have a clause where like you are like a non-disparagement clause would be like you can't on the organization or other people, or a non-compete might be a clause or whatever. But the idea that you would have the same clause in multiple contracts with the same tier of creator, but like slightly different wording that's maybe in other industries, maybe that's normal. That sounds crazy to me. That sounds insane to me. I can never imagine trying to enforce that company-wide. That sounds ridiculous.
You only began that little spiel at the end there before we're going to press play because you were saying like it's bad faith or something, right?
Okay, she might have, so we're meant to suggest...
And I'm saying that like there's all of this other information.
These are so frustrated. It's
Taylor herself. Okay, if there are a bunch of different types of contracts...
It's Taylor, right?
But Taylor is saying, no, I'm not saying it's but it's Taylor. You said that. Taylor's the one...
You literally just said but it's Taylor.
I know, you didn't let me finish. You're like, but it's Taylor. And you stopped there as well. I was saying, but it's Taylor,
okay,
but it's Taylor.
You're going to say something else, sorry.
Yeah, but it's Taylor who is the one who's saying that all these contracts are the same, they're all take it or leave it. She seems to be the one suggesting that they're all uniform in nature.
True!
As far as the creators understood.
All right, press
Because the
play.
creators are...
Oh, what? It's part of what? No, it's part of... As far as Taylor understood, they write in the Wired article that they'd read the contracts. They said multiple times in the article, they read the contracts. They said they read the contracts.
Are privy to each other's contracts.
All right.
What?
As far as the creators understood.
All right,
Because the creators aren't privy to each other's contracts.
No, but Taylor claimed that she's read multiple contracts in the article, that they reviewed multiple contracts.
All right, press play.
They were told it's a take it or leave it thing, but we don't know. There's 90 creators in this program. She only talked to a handful of them. She was only aware of the names of a handful of them as far as, or she didn't disclose if she's aware of the name of all, like the roster of 90 different creators. You know, is it that unreasonable to assume that of 90 different creators of varying platform sizes, that some might have been actually able to negotiate or have red lines and others were not given that?
Negotiating, you're negotiating for terms or you're negotiating for entire clauses. Unless you're seeking just like clarification on one or maybe clarifying, but the idea that, and again, I don't know if somebody's more into talent creator relation, the idea that you would have slightly altered language in the same clauses from person to person. Maybe you have like star talent, you want to bring somebody on, you want to write a special unique, sometimes you'll have like your like, I don't know what you'd call them if there's like a proper term, but like star contracts, like big contracts, like, okay, we have like an A player we're going to sign here. You might draw up like an extra special contract for them. That could be possible where you are willing to redline or do something like one of a kind unique for that person. But that would be an exceptional thing, I think.
That option.
Mm-hmm. Press play.
You know, or do you think that it's more likely?
And she won't even let him go. She's an assassin. She's trying to crucify him on the worst arguments. Oh, somebody said Destiny. It's called Bespoke Boilerplate Sweetie. Okay.
Not that all 90 creators have identical contracts?
Again, what I'm saying here, this is a good wordplay. All identical contracts? Of course they don't have identical contracts. But the things that Aaron was bringing up, like different platform sizes and everything else, would probably dictate different terms. So like compensation, or maybe length of contract, like different like numbers and stuff in the thing, or different types of clauses, but not like little language changes within each of the clauses themselves. And Pisco has to back up. He has to clarify this terms thing. He does. Because obviously all 90 aren't going to have the same contract. We already know because some were promised $8,000 versus $250. But an $8,000 thing versus $250 a month could be literally the exact same contract, just with different terms. It's possible. Unlikely. There's probably going to be something more in there. But like it could theoretically be the same contract, just with different terms.
I don't know if they're all the same. They seem to suggest no redlining, and so I don't know if they're all the same.
But they said they had a revised contract in the beginning of this article. They were redlining. It was a revised contract. Almost certainly that implies that they were redlining. And the language that the creators used, saying, oh, it looks like it's give and take or whatever, that implies that they redlined. They had at least one contract revision.
No reason.
I think I'm just saying it's a definite possibility that with
What was the phrase that was just used there? Type that in chat. I need to use that in my debates more. Type that. What was that phrase? A definite possibility. 100% this could have happened. I'm absolutely certain that it's possible that this was the case. I think we can speak with total clarity that potentially this could have happened.
They suggest no redlining, and so I don't know if they're all the same. And I have no reason.
I think I'm just saying it's a definite possibility that when you have 90 creators signed onto this incubator program, that there could have been some, especially as they're getting into the larger ones that have like maybe over almost like approaching 1 million subscribers, that you would have more leverage and you would be able to have negotiated. Even though they told everybody from the start you can't, but then you actually start to like enter into negotiations and then maybe they allowed it.
But Parnas is a big creator, so if Parnas can say no, if he had able to take it or leave it, I just don't.
Well, wait. How do you spell his name?
Aaron Parnas, Aaron Parnas.
Parnas.
He's a big name. Trust me.
Yeah. Oh, this is the Cronkite guy, right?
Yeah.
Don't feel strongly about pushing. Allotted in. They aren't going to modify it. But again, we talked about earlier how like TikTok followers don't necessarily translate.
He's a big guy, Aaron Parnas.
Wow, the million on TikTok. Oh my God, I love it. This is debate perpetrated at its finest. This is what people accuse me of doing also. God damn it. Oh, so good.
But I'm saying I'll take you. I was about to say I'll take you at your word.
And he's also a lawyer, by the way. He's a lawyer.
Okay.
All right, let's press play.
I was waiting for that. Well, did you do contract law?
That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there's someone in this cohort that you are like...
How long did it take them to get through that one section? This was 32 minutes. If I go back an hour and 30, were they debating this? Yep. Hour and 25. Okay, about an hour for this sentence.
Too much of a shill, doing whatever the Democratic Party says. It's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people, or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems. But it's not this one, because I'm under this contract, and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo, Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can, but feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There's very important context left out of this article.
Does Aaron want Dems to win or not? No, she doesn't.
Of why
Or I'd say rather she's indifferent to it.
standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video, and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that works. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, you know, your partnership labels work. But I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized, and this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted the section I accidentally talked
Well, I
about.
mean, I don't think that she did. It was like a Wired team also reviewed this.
At the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized, and this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted the section I accidentally talked
Well, I
about.
mean, I don't think that she did. It was like a Wired team also reviewed this.
There are the standards for reviewing an article can be dramatically different. Even within the same news organization, you might have a website that has its own, like, I don't know the names of the positions, like master editor or whatever, like a lead editor guy who might, like I'm doing conjecture because I don't know Wired in particular, but let's say like Wired or TechCrunch or whatever might have like a different editorial board for like their tech articles versus if they had like a politics section, they might have a totally different editorial board for that. For the Wall Street Journal, they might have like a specialized financial editor guy who goes over articles and does his own fact checking and might even go over the top. I've had people do, for instance, like interviews with me or profiles on me where sometimes I'll get an interview from the journalist asking like, hey, here's like a couple clarifying questions, just checking. Sometimes I've gotten I've gotten questions from their editors or supervisors where a guy will email me like, hey, Stephen Bonnell, you just did a piece with blah, 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 blah. Could you just answer these 3 questions for me just to make sure that we have things correct? And sometimes the questions aren't even what's directly in the article. So I don't know if they're just going by what they heard from the guy or whatever who did the actual interview, but the editorial process and then who's going to be involved in that is going to be totally different from what I've seen from company to company and even sometimes within the company. So to talk like there's a one single unified standardized process here is probably never going to be the case. Are there any other creators that have posted about this that are involved in this? See, Taylor has a video. All right.
Not even going to talk about this because I hate participating in the drama. I hate the circular firing squad that often builds on the left.
Stop calling it the circular firing squad and stop calling it the left. These people are not your allies. It is not a circular firing squad. It is an ordinary firing squad. They are shooting at you.
But it's really important that my audience know what's going on, so I am going to talk about it. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday, and the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus, and I'm named in the article along with other creators as being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David is the DNC telling you what to say. How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof.
What David is saying right now, okay, you have to understand this. What David is saying right now, that is the goal of Taylor Lorenz's article. The reason why she named the content creators that she named, the reason why those creators were named was to undermine the message and what those creators were saying, or their credibility and to undermine what they were saying. So now, if you go back and you see, oh, I noticed that these creators weren't as pro-Gaza as they were supposed to be. It's because of that dark money AIPAC funding. Or if they said something that disagreed with any of the, this person said meaning about Hassan Piker. I bet that they were funded by the one dark money group to say that. See, that's the goal of this article, right? That's the goal of this article.
And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hassan Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating falsehoods about what is and isn't going on. Now, I can't speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on. And then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. For years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying,
Oh, Jesus. His comment section. Your audience is doing a great job of calling you out. Let them cook, David. Let them cook. He upgraded. He's David Super Pakman now. Pretty valid to want to expose paid shills in my book. Doesn't matter if it's Tim Pool or you. You stayed quiet during a genocide. That's unforgivable. So can you do a video about the genocide in Gaza, then do more of them? Can you call it the nationalists in Israel? If you're getting funded by anyone other than your subscribers, you're not independent media. You're just on YouTube. Taking $8K a month from some org is not being independent. You have no idea, by the way, who funds Taylor Lorenz. You have no idea, by the way, who gives Hassan Piker money. You have no idea where any of these people are paid from. But that's okay. This is their goal, right? It's this.
The Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done, not a single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with Chorus. They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me how to cover a story. There are no restrictions of any kind on my content. I've never covered a story because Chorus suggested I do it. I've never not covered a story because Chorus suggested I not do it. There is no content relationship of any kind. So what?
Technology. I just don't understand this. This just seems to be false.
What does Chorus do? They run technical trainings, how to produce content, how to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and put content out on multiple platforms the way I've been doing successfully for decades? They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing. They do advocacy trainings. They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media? Reporters with bad intentions who contact you. They do legal training so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us? How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear. I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization that required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything like that, I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that. Now, I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people. I want to grow the left media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going. You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other, most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about what's happening. Now, let me go to another aspect of this. I've seen messages like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia.
See what he's saying? Yep. This is the goal. That was the goal.
2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2022, it must have been because Chorus told you to. Even if you wrongly believed that I was now completely compromised by my participation in this group, this thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that, maybe 10 weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand why David. Not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen as the co-founder of this group. And now he's being attacked as well. His motives being impugned. Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me, believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content creators, as am I. And so the framing of Brian as some kind of villain in this entire thing, it's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom line is, we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization and infrastructure.
What? I can't bold this?
How do you build a content machine? How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed to attack and degrade. I can't speak to the motives of the people behind it, so I won't even speculate. My involvement is as I've described it here. There's nothing more and there's nothing less. It's up to you to decide whether
big
you
misspeak.
trust a particular creator. It's up to you to decide what sort of structural organization the left should pursue. But what I can tell you is that the circular firing squad is how the left loses, when we start turning each other over what at the end of the day. So I'm sick of the losing. I'm trying to win. Join me if you also are trying to win. And then maybe we can have some better outcomes in future elections.
Stop.
Let's talk about the possible.
Calling it the circular firing
All right,
squad. They're not your friends, okay? Is it safe to donate to Chorus? I have more money than time and want to help bolster liberal media like you and Brent. I don't know. I haven't done the evaluation of them all on my own, so I wouldn't say one way or another. But that's not because I doubt them. I just don't know anything about it. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to evaluate which of these were even fucking true. Have any of these claims in the article? This is irrelevant. It's not even a bad... I guess if you care about the dark money thing, then this is true. Fuck, there's crying in this?
For Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to 8,000...
Why the f did you link me the fucking Reddit embed of this fucking video? Why the f would you do that? Who linked me this? Who linked me this? Stop hiding and stop hiding. Brian, Tyler, Cohen. Wait, did I miss it? His Twitter? Why would he not put a YouTube video on this? Oh, wrong day. Wait, where is, wait, Radiant, is there any links in here about this? Okay, we're watching this.
Giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, it does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus, they've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC, or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line.
True.
Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Chorus creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck. And quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth.
There it
I
is.
venture to
True.
guess that most Chorus creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity.
Wait, what?
YouTube and Substack have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full-time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full-time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full-time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will.
Notice how he says from Chorus, but he doesn't specify whether or not he's gotten paid directly by Israel.
I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow.
Why does it seem like everyone tries to ruin all the Democrat projects, but not any Republican projects? For the same way that white blood cells seem to themselves and not do anything about infections when they're actually just HIV masquerading as your immune system, right? This is an AIDS that exists inside of the Democratic Party. It's not. These are not Democrats. These are not people who are liberal Democrats or who are center-left people. These are people who are illiberal and they want to destroy the Democratic Party. That's why it's so confusing. People need to recognize this. David Pakman. Brian is closer here than David is, but still not quite. This idea of the left is destroying itself or all the infighting on the left is not true. This is not true. It's not infighting. They're not part of your in-group. They don't consider you part of their in-group. They don't consider you an ally. Hassan and Taylor Lorenz, these people, they do not look at you as somebody to align with. They look at you as a useful tool that will be destroyed if you ever represent a problem or a threat to them, and just as a funnel to get people from your audience to theirs and to radicalize them or to move them away from your political ideology.
The goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right. Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it, but we do. If you also want to get in the fight, apply to the program at wearechorus.org.
I'm just curious, who is, okay, Ahmed Yar. What is this Ahmed Yar network? This isn't like a super PAC thing, right? Your network comprises a 501c3 and a limited liability. If it's a 501c3, do all 501c3s have to disclose? Hold on. What is most common entity for super PAC styled organization? What are these orgs usually registered as? Is it 501c4s? I'm making that up. What is their end goal? Do they even have a dog in the fight? It was just very interesting because Brian Tyler Cohen just mentioned that one of the big donors to that dark money group is also a big donor to the Ahmed Yar network. I think that's what he said the connection was there. So it's just interesting. Again, remember, it's the standards for thee, or standards for you but not for me, for thee but not for me. Something like that.
At the risk of, we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I've never earned a so that they can do this important. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators teaching and amplifying. Monthly stipend is $8,000. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is?
What about Kyle and Crystal? They mentioned liberals and leftists together. No, they're not part of the team. No, they're not. No, they're just not. I need to learn more about the registration and how these corporations work for what you have to be registered as. Is this going to tell me? Is there going to be a good? Actually, wait. Super PACs were created in 2010 with the U.S. Court of Appeals decision in SpeechNow.org v. Federal Election Committee. This decision allowed for a greater level of deregulation as to how political funds are raised and distributed. While Super PAC funds cannot be donated directly to a campaign, managers and political candidates collaborate and discuss strategy. Since their inception, Super PACs have quickly grown to be a hugely influential force. More money than individual. The majority of the money is donated by individuals rather than businesses. Like traditional PACs, there are no limits now. Super PAC can fundraise. In addition, all Super PACs disclose their contributors. Contributors themselves can shield their identities, such as the use of shield corps. Political. What else is Tiny looking for? I'm curious what style of organization you need to be. What do you have to register as to be a Super PAC, or if that even matters? Maybe it doesn't matter actually. Your FEC declarations are irrespective of what you're organized as. And then the next question, I'm just curious if this Ahmadiyar network, is this a, like, I don't think things ever identify as Super PACs, right? Or sometimes they do. But like, I'm curious, is this Ahmadiyar network, is this a Super PAC basically? No shot. Twitter link not loading. Okay. Ahmadiyar network, okay, so can I just Google this? This is the guy. Well, I guess I can just look it up. Ahmadiyar network, FEC filings, right? Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. The organization itself did not donate, rather the money came from the organization's individual members or employees or owners. Oh, okay. Ahmadiyar network is registered as a, what? Can I find this out? Doesn't say it here. What's the Ahmadiyar group? What are they registered as? Check the FAQ on their site. An organization with a mission to bend the arc of the digital revolution, more than $1.94 billion to initiatives that share our vision. Damn! Digital technology is powerful. Okay. Ahmadiyar network works across the social and business sectors, operating a hybrid structure that combines an LLC and a 501c3 foundation. 501c3s have to disclose who donates to them, and then what do you need to qualify as a 501c3? Investopedia, portion of the IRS and specific tax category for non-profit organizations. Organizations 501c3 are exempt from federal income tax. IRS recognizes more than 30 types of nonprofits, but only those that qualify for C3 status can say the donations made to them are tax deductible. Most of the orgs that may be eligible fall into one of the charitable, religious, and private foundations. Qualify for tax exempt status, a group must exist for one of these purposes. Must not serve any private interests. Net earnings can't be used to benefit any private shareholder. Can't influence legislation in a substantial way. Can't engage in lobbying. Does not belong to those created or restricted to specific operations. Specific financial information is what financial information? What filings are necessary? Government and private grants stop the funding of these organizations. Its finances, including salaries, are available to members of the public. So what's the difference between like this and a PAC? Oh, PACs are limited in the amount of money. What is a PAC normally registered as? PACs are probably not C3s, right? Is a political action committee registered as a 501c? Is it anything? Or what is a PAC? No, a Section 501c3 organization may not make. Okay, so PACs can't be. They're registered as a separate entity. A PAC is registered as Section 527 of the tax code. Why have a 501c organization? Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Where are my business people? Would it be fair to say basically that any 501c designated entities are basically super PACs? Because at the end of the day, these people can receive an unlimited amount of money from any other organization that doesn't have to have a public filing or disclosure about its ownership structure or shareholders, whatever, right? Where's my, wait, Ballotpedia. You your LLC itself, just get paid from anyone, and you can spend that money how you want. Well, there's special restrictions around like campaign contributions. Like those are really anal about contributing to campaigns. Political action committees are political committees established and administered by corporations, labor unions, membership. Okay. I think if your main org is a 501c3 or C4, it's not registered as a political action committee. And you can basically, I think it's fair to say that that's a super PAC essentially, right? I think so. So this Ahmadiyar group and this Ahmadiyar bullshit, this is basically a quote unquote dark money super PAC because they can raise funds from corporate entities whose ownership structure is shielded from public eyes. I think that's fair to say. So I think it's fair to say that Taylor Lorenz is essentially, she does receive money from, dark money from super PAC entities essentially. I think that's a fair statement. Scroll down. What? Super PACs are also known as independent expenditure only committees. These PACs can accept unlimited contributions and spend an unlimited amount supporting or opposing federal election candidates. They cannot directly donate to 501c3 and C4s for CRS code in which their tax these codes. These things cannot engage in political campaigning the way that PAC super PACs can. They cannot contribute monetarily to campaigns, nor can they endorse candidates or parties. They engage in nonpartisan activities. Nonpartisan, does that mean like pro or anti like Israel or whatever? As long as you're not supporting or attacking like Democrats or Republicans, I think. But the PACs and super PACs are 527s, not 501s. Sure. Okay. I was just curious for that. All right. What was the news article that showed them supporting Taylor? I was just curious on that. Oh, that's... Okay, based. What's this? They're spelling N towers in Wheel of Fortune. And you were blackpilling? What is an N tower?
Norm, your turn. 600.
N.
There is one N. Yeah, right there.
I like to buy an I.
And there's one of those too. $8.50.
G.
Yep, there are two G's.
Oh. Okay.
A dark.
Oh, God. What is this? Why is my...
That a bunch of white women...
Oh, God. Not the white women!
Never see that a bunch of white women will revert to their default settings and we're never going to get out of white supremacy or fascism because of it. So I woke up today to this article in Wired that was sent to me by some folks that says that I'm part of this creator cohort getting dark money in the form of $8,000. One thing that will never cease to amaze me.
No! Why did we start?
One thing that will...
No!
One thing that will never cease to amaze me is the way... One thing that will never cease to amaze me is the way that a bunch of white women will revert to their default settings and we're never going to get out of white supremacy or fascism because of it. So I woke up today to this article in Wired that was sent to me by some folks that says that I'm part of this creator cohort getting dark money in the form of $8,000 a month to push the Democratic Party line and keep a secret. I'm confused. I open the article. I see it mentions Chorus. Now I'm even more confused. Chorus ain't no secret. I mentioned months ago to my followers that me and some other creators who are on the left were trying to work with a PR firm to figure out how to get funding to more progressive creators because this is hard. The right already has a ton of funding. Under this fascist regime, it's going to be even harder. We get death threats like that crazy MAGA dude trying to fight me the other day in the restaurant. Like, we get crazy shit at us. So, like, we need to get some kind of funding. So, Chorus, I'm on the website. It's been linked in my bio for I don't know how long. And I even did the DNC chair forum with Chorus. It's not a secret. But then they also said in the article that they control my content and restrict it. Now I'm even more lost because I'm like, since when? Because they ain't paying for no content. And my content's been the same. I control what I want to say and when I want to say it. And they're just paying for us to be part of this training so we learn how to use platforms better and grow on YouTube. We get to help each other out, share tips and tricks, and they're paying us a stipend. This is no different than any other professional training program that pays folks a stipend so they can be better at their jobs. It's really no different. So we do this for 6 months. And then they also said in the article that they were like controlling our access to lawmakers. That's not true. I set up all my own interviews. You can go ask the lawmakers yourself. I don't even know how Chorus will manage that, but they don't know what I'm doing 9 times out of 10 unless I choose to share it in a chat and be like, oh, guess what cool thing I'm doing. They don't have any control over it. So that was weird to me. And then to try to insinuate that like they're restricting our content so we can't talk about certain things. Like one of the creators mentioned in the same paragraph as my name in this article, she was just laying into the Democrats' ass like not that long ago over the way that they are not handling the genocide in Gaza correctly and how fucked up it is how they've been voting. Like she was laying into them, Cory Booker and all of them. So I'm like, how the hell are you going to say that when you can go to the pages of the creators in the article and see what we're talking about? That's weird. And I'm just so lost because as a black woman who does political work, already there's a target on my back. This is already difficult. I don't know why this person would like make up a bunch of stuff. I don't know why. And it's really unsafe. It's not helpful. And it's just flat out false. And then I find out that the journalist who wrote it, she's in her own cohort of journalists in residence with the Omidyar Network getting $8,000 a month herself. And the Omidyar group, that's one of the people who has donated to 1630 Fund. That's the same organization that she highlights in the article that is helping us with our nonprofit. It's the same. So I'm trying to figure out how that's like dark money for us, but not for her. Like I'm trying to figure out why it's okay for her to be funded as a white woman journalist, but I'm not allowed to get paid for my labor. And I'm just so confused. And this is really showing me that I don't care if you are a white conservative, liberal, leftist, y'all just really hate black women. Really do.
Okay, that's a take.
One thing that will never cease to amaze me.
But okay, what else we got? More powerful black women.
Just start off by saying it would behoove you to not... Okay, so boom. So let me just start off by saying it would behoove you to not allow her to entice you to come over here and get beside yourself.
Why that picture?
Because I don't play like that. So now, as a result of her sloppy reporting and her doubling down on her lies, she got y'all thinking that I'm taking $8,000 a month to make content. And I know that to be a fact because y'all are in my comment section telling me I need to disclose where I'm getting my money from. So let me be transparent. I'm not a part of Chorus. Matter of fact, in all transparency, Chorus offered me $250 per month, and I turned it down because I felt disrespected by the offer. Okay? I get paid $250 per post at the Shade Room, and I had to let them know that that's not enough. Because at the end of the day, I'm a licensed attorney. Let's start there. But I do my own research. When I have to script, I write my own scripts. I record myself. Sometimes I got to record myself multiple times. Okay? I do my own editing for the most part. Unless it goes to the Shade Room, they do the editing for me. So I'm at a point where I'm no longer accepting things and opportunities that they don't reflect my word. So I don't know what she talking about, and I don't know how I got included in this and why y'all in my comment section telling me to disclose nothing. But
wait, so why is she even?
And I know that to be a fact because y'all are thinking that I'm taking $8,000 a month to make content. And I know that to be a fact because y'all are in my comment section telling me I need to disclose where I'm getting my money from. So let me be transparent. I'm not a part of Chorus. Matter of fact, in all transparency, Chorus offered me $250 per month, and I turned it down because I don't play like that. So now, as a result,
oh wait, so she's not even.
And her doubling down on her lies, she got y'all thinking that I'm taking $8,000 a month from. You trying to check somebody's pockets or count somebody's pocket will get you messed up for real. Okay? So I don't play like that. So don't you ever, none of y'all, ever in y'all lives think that you can come check my pocket or count my pockets for any. And if that is a deep for you, you having to know what's in my pockets and how I'm moving and whether I'm selling my coochie or how I'm getting paid, if that matters with regards to whether you follow me and whether you trust the information that I'm providing for you, you need to go home and take your cell phone somewhere. I highly suggest you do because it will never be appropriate. Unless I am legally required to disclose to you, don't you ever feel compelled. Feel bold enough, especially no white. Let me be clear about that. I'm a black woman. That's extremely disrespectful. I've gotten plenty of
What does your race have to do with it? Like, preach, queen.
scholarships over my lifetime, and I would never be able to disclose to y'all where that money came from because I don't know, because I never asked. I didn't care. I needed that money for books and stuff. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. Just like I wouldn't be able to tell you where the money came from when I got paid when I worked at Sprint. Now, let me say, as a licensed attorney, Taylor Lorenz, I want to put you on notice that as a result of the article that you wrote and you published through Wired and the lies that you told and that you standing on, you have caused damage to my reputation as a creator in this who is not taking money from the program. Regardless of whether it's dark money, light money, green money, invisible money, whatever the case, you have caused damage to me and my reputation in the platform that I built brick by brick, that I work hard for every single day because of your lies. And your
I don't even know why she got roped into this, but
go back to our regular scheduled program.
Okay.
You stay, you stay. If you don't, have the day you deserve. Okay, so
okay. Let's see, who is this person? Hey girl, so I've just been sitting back watching. What the? Oh God, voice notes.
Hey girl, so I've just been sitting back watching this whole thing play out, and I'm just chock full of questions today. And maybe somebody else has asked this already, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Who the fuck do you owe it to reveal your funding sources? She's all, you failed to reveal your funding sources. You're not running for fucking president. You're not running for any public office. Who do you owe a conversation about that? Like, what is going on? I'm not saying you did what she accused you of, but what am I missing? Why do you even have to explain that?
When I was a Fed employee, I filled out my OG 450 every year to close finances. Combined, my husband and I own about $1,000 in stocks because an FDA employee. I was not permitted to own most stock. I followed every Hedgehog rule and never collected funds from a partisan. Blah, blah, blah. Who is this Booker Squared person? Were they part of? Oh, Elizabeth Booker. Oh, wait, she was called out by name as somebody who doggedly defended, she said. I think I deleted it. This is the lady from the first video. Oh, what? Oh, she was with the white shirt in the car. Wait, and then what? Hold on. Oh, she was in the article then. Wait, why am I going through this? She was several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout that controversy, including Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Allie O'Brien, a progressive creator, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier. Oh, this is why she's roped in then. Sorry. Okay. So, it's crazy. One of the claims that I put in here, the reason why, dude, I can just see everything. I just see everything, okay? What I said was, verdict, this is a hit piece with the goal of attacking and destroying the Chorus organization and destroying the reputation of anyone who touches it or defends it. I didn't know that this was her full name. She's this Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic community content creator on Instagram. And she was put in here because she was involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new creator incubator program. So she just got thrown in here. That's why she's getting attacked. I see. That makes more sense. Because they offered her a contract that she turned down? I guess, yeah. I don't know why. I have no idea why you would name, I'm sorry. There's no appropriate reason, in my opinion, to name names here, especially when the article is a hit piece, unless your goal is to get the people attacked. That was the goal, I think, right? Yeah. But that makes sense. Okay. So she is...
the way that a bunch of white women will revert
this
to their default
person
settings, and we're never going to get out of white supremacy or fascism because of it. So I woke up today.
Oh, Elizabeth Booker Houston, Booker squared. Makes sense. Okay.
You to not allow her to entice you to come over here and get beside yourself, because I don't play like that. So now,
Wait.
as a result,
No, wait, hold on. I'm retarded. Nope. Wait, I'm still getting lost. Okay, wait. This person is this person. Wait, so why is she... How did she come under fire? Is she the second person named here? She's not Allie O'Brien, right? Why is she... Wait, A.B. No, it would be A.O. I don't even know. I don't know why she was included. She's Allie 202. Wait, this?
Hello, I am a leftist.
No, that's Allie 202. Why are you just guessing random things? Stop! Stop! He's just doing blackface in that video? Okay, who's this guy? Please, why are you guys linking me from the subreddit?
The point is that none of them disclosed that they were receiving money from a dark money group, the 1630 Fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 Fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 Fund is the powerful dark money group that is funding this effort. And so...
Do you know what's just so crazy about this, Tay-Tay? We haven't seen your financial disclosure about accepting money from this exact same fund, the 1630 Fund, which funds your cohort that...
Well, does the 1630 fund, does it fund this cohort, or was there a mutual funder of the 1630 fund and the Omidyar network? I don't know how much that distinction matters, but it's technically different, right?
Audience, $8,000 a month from. Isn't that fucking crazy? Here it is, right here. This is the place that pays you 1630. That's you.
Oh, never mind. Me. Okay, there it is.
You accepting dark money, right? I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding, right? I'm just a massive... That's you accepting dark money, right? I'm sure this is just a...
Oh, no, wait. That's not her. That's continuation of grants and other assistance but to domestic... Okay, no. 1630 Fund sends money to Omidyar Services, LLC. Correct? That's what's happening. These are people that are sending money to... Or this is who... Form 990. Form 990, Part B. Contributions reportable on Schedule B are contributions, grants, bequests, devises, and gifts of money or property. Is this the right form? Schedule 1, Form 990, Part B. And imagine if there was like just a post to the document. Stop! Don't need this. Form 990, Schedule B. We're 527. Contributors, non-cash property, Part 2. Continuation of grants and other assistance to domestic organization. This is money from 1630 to other organizations. That's what this is, right? That is what that is. I can read. I know I can read. I know that's what that is. I don't know if this is the right form necessarily or what but that is what that is.
That's you accepting dark money, right? I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding, right? I'm just a massive... We're all just so dumb that we just missed this. It's almost like you as a creator were not privy to every single financial line item of the people paying you. It's almost as if, Taylor, I have hesitated to make this video because the material harm that this is doing, this dumb dick conversation, but it is worth mentioning that this dark money that you are rallying so hard against also funds climate change orgs and voter rights organizations. And
wait, actually, 1630 fund filings. We can just look this up. I should be able to look at their, okay. This is a 523, is that what this is? Or what do we call this? Damn, this looks like my income, 189 milli. Wait, what kind of filing is this? What are these people? Where can I tell? Okay, application is for 990, 4720, 990F. This was filings for, I think, tax year 2023. Oh, calendar year 2020, yeah, okay. Bloom, bloom. Okay, it is a 501c4. That's what it is. Okay. Turn off mute links. Oh, I'm sorry. I love you. Okay. So, Control F. Ahmed. Oh! Yar, not found. Okay. 1630 Fund 2024 filings. What are we in right now? 2025? Do they ask for an extension? Are those filings public yet? Because if they're doing an extension every year, then they don't have to file till like November or something, right? It is only in 2022. What do you mean it's only in 2022? Oh, wait, like that, the money she received, wait, announcement. This announcement was for 2025 though. Oh, but that shouldn't matter actually. Hold on. 1630 Fund 2022 filings. Boom, boom, boom. For tax year. I can't read. I can't read. I can't read anything. I'm fucking retarded. Fucking. Control F 23. Control F 22. Please. For the 2022 calendar year. Calendar year 2022. Okay. Control F. Ahmedyar. Yes! Okay. Jesus. Okay. This is our schedule. Amount of cash grant. Is this in millions? Oh, that would be 10 billion, so probably not. It would say at the top if it was, right? My God. Form 990. Schedule 1. Does the organization maintain records to substantiate the amount? Yes. Describe part 4. The organization. Okay. Grants and others. This is okay. Name of the organization. The AIN. IRC. Section of amount of cash grant. Okay. This is just in dollars and USD. Okay. So, Ahmedyar Network Services LLC did receive $45,024 in dark money funds. Wow. Okay, wait. Ahmedyar Network public filings. Wait, were these a 501c? These guys need public filings as well, right? Form 990 PF. They should have, what year is this for? 20 disaster postponement. This is a Form 990F. Name a foundation. Is this the one you file? This is for tax year 2022. They responded to it today already. Okay. Investments, corporate stocks and corporate bonds. Damn, they got hella investments. Okay. Information about don't care. Grants and contributions paid during the year or approved for future payment. Okay. Income producing activities. Okay. Grants and contributions paid during the year. Okay. What am I looking at this for? What was I looking for? Is this money that they're giving? Grants and contributions paid during the year. So they pay out grants as well to support grantees' tech transparency project. Because they're donating money. This is the amount that they're donating to them. Okay, I gotcha. Holy shit. This is the dark web money network that we're in the web. We're in the goddamn web. Okay. According to their 2022 Form 990. Well, would we just say 990? Don't ever say form because you want to sound special. Whatever. Good enough. Boom. 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 Boom.
And abortion rights protections. And also, not for nothing, reporter residencies of which you are a beneficiary. Taylor, sorry, we're just gonna need that disclosure whenever you get a chance, okay?
Where is the Good Trouble? Good. Wait, is he even one of the creators? I don't know if he's one of the creators. Okay. Do we need any more on here? I don't know. Okay. Wait, they responded today. Ahmedyar Network is a philanthropic organization with a tech-focused mission. We take a big tent approach, actively seeking out and supporting diverse perspectives to reimagine tech and its influence. In this way, we support writers, independent journalists, publishers, photographers, directors, musicians, and other receives no funding for the Reporters in Residence program via the 1630 Fund or any outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. Programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and our LLC. Well, but who funds the foundation? Is that a 501c? Because that could be funded by or the LLC. Tricky. What is this? Seemingly Jessica Burbank is the one who started the complete lie that I am somehow funded by 1630 funds, or that Ahmed Yar Network's reporting is. ON has received zero funding from 1630. That is a lie, or she's just incorrect there, because we can very clearly and very obviously see on the 1630 funds 2022 990F that they did indeed send money to the Ahmed Yar Network Services LLC. Now, I don't know when they say our foundation and our LLC is where our funding comes from, not any outside sources. I don't know what they mean when they say that. What is Ahmed Yar Network referring to? Is there a different Ahmed Yar Network LLC? FAQs. What are you? What is Ahmed Yar Network? Family organization with a mission behind the blah, blah, blah. We envision, okay. Ahmed Yar Network across the social and business sectors operating a hybrid structure that combines an LLC and a 501c3. This was filed as, this money went to an LLC, Ahmed Yar Network Services. Did I pull up their filings? Network Services, LLC, Public Filings 2022. Am I retarded? 1630. Ahmed Yar Network Fund. Oh, this is money that they're just sending though, not receiving, right? I don't even know what I'd be looking for. I need a different form, right? Ahmed Yard probably raises money in addition to receiving funding through their fiscal sponsor. That's pretty common. Financial documents. Yes. Yeah. 2022. Audited financial statements and their Form 990-PF. Okay. This 990-PF should be, if I open this, it should be the exact same thing. Or I'm super confused. Please, God, yes. Okay, it is. Right? These are the same. Yes. Okay. C3. That's the Form 990-PF, and this is the entire tax filing or a different tax filing? An audited tax filing. Okay. Network fund and a subsidiary of the foundation, which comprises the consolidated financial fund. Okay. What do they get their money from? 2022. Cash and cash equivalents. $31.2 million. Interest, dividends. Receivable for investments sold and investments. $282 million. I'm guessing these are not money being made and invested. This is just investments now, right? Total assets is about, for 2022, is 368 millies. Okay. Revenues and support without donor restrictions. Contributor services and in-kind gifts. Investment return. Ooh, they lost money. They weren't on that Destiny stream advice. They should have been looking at me for stock tips. Grants awarded, 31.3 millies. Where do they get their grants from? This isn't going to show like who anything comes from. I need the individual forms for that, right? Holy fucking memes. Okay, what else did she say? Okay, what is this? What the fuck? Page 82 of a financial disclosure in 2022. I just named it to Ken Clip because I saw him retweeting Taylor. What the fuck? Okay. Ahmed Yar is on page 82 of the financial disclosure 1630. What's dishonest you saying when it's no financial loss? Wouldn't be the first. Okay. Sorry if a personal vendetta against me, but this is appalling behavior. Ahmed Yar Network's reporting fund has never received a penny from 1630. That is a fact. The $45K payment from years ago that you're citing is a refund from 1630 to a program Ahmed Yar funded, not the other way around. Well, I think it should state that on the form, right? Right. F. Ahmed Yar. This says amount of cash grant was for $45,000. Purpose of the grant was civil rights, social action, and advocacy. If this was in fact a refund, my guess is this is filed incorrectly, which would probably be really bad if you're f***ing shit up like this. Would you really refund somebody as a grant to another company? That sounds like a tax, I don't want to say fraud because that would be intentional. Grant. I would be shocked if that was the case. Because this is for grants that you give to other people. Would you really refund a grant? Would that show up on this form? I don't know if that's true. I don't believe that. What does she say? 40K payment from years ago. It's not from years ago. It's from 2 or 3 years ago. But okay, she's making it sound like it was decades. 40K payment, I say refund. You didn't fact check any of this. You didn't even reach out to Ahmed Yar Network for comment. Fuck, no one else studies or knows anything about tax structure or bullshit. This is what it sounds like to me, but I don't understand this tax structure, but at least I try. It sounds like you have this thing called Almanite Network, okay? This is what you have. You got the big ol', okay, Almanite Network, all right? That's what you have. And they say, we have never received external money. What did they say? What was their statement? We receive no funding for the Reporters in Residence program via the 1630 fund or any other outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. But this Ahmed Yard Network Foundation, I believe the foundation is just a hybrid entity that incorporates some LLC plus some 501c3 foundation. And so like what they're saying might be strictly true, but not really, no. Because if we look at the filings for the LLC, no. Yes, no, I don't know where those LLC filings are. I don't even know if those are public. No, they're not public. Why would they be public? It's not a 501c. It's by design, it's not public. So I can never see these, right? If my business was listed here, Destiny Energy LLC, it wouldn't show up as, oh wait, I'm so stupid. It says it right here, the IRC Internal Revenue Code section. They don't have 501 status at all. So Ahmed Yard Network Services LLC here, this LLC did receive money from the 1630 fund. So the 1630 fund here sent money to the LLC here. We have no clue. We would call this dark money, right? The only reason we know that 1630 sent money to them is because 1630 is registered as a C4? Yes, a 501c4. So some of their filings at least have to be public, kind of. We have some thing here. Oh my God, we're seeing the funnel in real time. This is the funnel, guys. You're seeing the funnel! 1630 fund donated money in the form of a grant that appears on their 990, okay? That money was sent to Ahmed Yard Network Services, LLC. And the purpose of that grant or assistance, not a loan repayment, was for civil rights, social action, and advocacy. Now, the way that Ahmed Yard Network, this whole org, functions by utilizing a hybrid organization structure or whatever, like they might be able to, I don't know if is this an entity? Can somebody tell me, does this entity exist? Is this a federally recognized tax entity? Or are these just two organizations, the LLC and the 501c3 that work together? Because I don't know if this LLC can make donations to their 501c. Well, wait. We should be able to look that up. Hold on. So Ahmed Yar, wait, do I already have that? Yes. Network Fund, Inc. This, okay, so ON Inc. Okay, so this is this. This thing here, this is, oh, no, wait, I'm so sorry. This is the C3. So that's this entity over here. Can their LLC donate to themselves? No, wait. Oh my God, I hate this. What would I even be looking for? Ahmed Yar Network Services? During 2022, this video here, provided general administrative support staff and paid for professional legal costs on behalf of the foundation. So Ahmed Yar Network Services can pay for things on behalf of the foundation. In addition, other affiliated entities and related parties provided in-kind services related to investment management. The amount of contributed services is valued at $15.4 million. So their LLC, okay, yeah. So their LLC can provide support or services to the 501c3 part, right? This is their 501c3 filing. On the 501c3 filing, they acknowledge that their LLC, so their LLC is this entity that we can see from their filings, has received money, not much, but they did, $45,000. They did receive money from the 1630 fund, and they were able to provide $15 million of support from the LLC to the 501c3, right? That's what happened here. Okay. Form 990-PF, Part 6B, line 1A3. Is that what this is here? Part 6B, line, what does it say? Part 6B, line 1A, part 3. File form 4720 if any item is checked in the yes column, unless an exception applies. During the year, did the foundation, either directly or indirectly, furnish goods, services, or facilities to or accept them from a disqualified person? Because this is an LLC, it's not a 501c entity. So that means, can I look up, is there a 4720 filing, does that have to be public? Form 4720. Investopedia. Is that a public filing? Form 4720, return of certain excise taxes on charities and other persons that are charged 21 is intended primarily for use with Form 980 PF and provides for figuring and reporting the initial taxes imposed under sections. Paying the tax and filing Form 4720, requiring your share of the taxable. Is this public? I wonder if this has to be. Oh, let's look it up. Okay, so this would be Form 4720 of Ahmed Yar Network. No. Yes. The 501c3. I'm looking for the 501c3 entity for 2022. Oh, I wonder if maybe it's part of this filing? So I'd be looking for form. I wonder if it's just a thing that said, oh, I think it is. It's just a thing we saw down there. So it should say it for this last one, maybe? Oh, no, it didn't. An item is checked in the yes column unless an exception applies. Oh, I wonder if on the bottom, do you think that was an exception? Ahmed Yar Network. General explanation. Okay. General administrative addition, other affiliated entities or services related to investment management and travel. The amount of is this an accepted thing? Are these all exceptions where they feel like they don't have to file the separate thing? Statement 17 form/line identifier. I feel like this should need an exception filed, right? Yes or no? Did you read the explanation thing? Yeah. It's just saying that basically their LLC, if I'm reading it correctly, it's saying their LLC provided about $15.5 million of services to their 501c3. This is their, nope, not this. This is the 1630 fund. Okay. But the thing is, we don't know, there are no public filings for this because it's dark money. That's the point, right? So I'm just curious if, because they received this contribution, 6B1A, file form 4720 if any item is checked in the yes column unless an exception applies. And so they had to file a yes here because they received goods from a disqualified person, which was their LLC. So I'm curious why, it might tell you at the bottom here if they have to file. They might be online somewhere. Well, if they have to publicly file, they are absolutely online somewhere. I just don't know if they have to publicly file every form. Do 501c3s publicly file form 4720. 1B says they're not looking for an exception, I think. What? Oh, if any answer is yes to 1A, 1 through 6, did any of the acts fail to qualify under the exceptions described in regulations sections 53, 4941D3, or in a current notice regarding disaster assistance? No. Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
I am always one step ahead of the normies.
Okay. No, okay, stop. Wait, that's not what okay. I click that. Most public 501c3 organizations do not publicly file Form 4720. This is for reporting and paying excise taxes. It's publicly, okay, for public charges. Oh, okay, so we don't have that. It's designed to protect sensitive information. Okay, huh. Okay, so Taylor is wrong. I don't know if anybody else will be autistic enough to figure this out, though. Did anybody, please tell me somebody else is talking about this? Because don't make me do this. She's technically wrong, but not wrong in the general idea. Wrong. She's technically correct, but she's wrong in the general idea. The whole point of these types of entities and to call them quote unquote dark money is to kind of like do stuff like this, right? Like this seems to be the crux of the trick, unless I'm misunderstanding something. The trick is this. It's not even a good trick though. Ahmed Yard Network receives no funding for the Reporters in Residence program via the 1630 fund or any other outside sources. That's true. If you define the part of the network, the 501c3 is the one that funds this journalistic endeavor. And the 501c3, I believe, is funded via whatever money they have or whatever, the foundation here, and whatever money their LLC has. The LLC doesn't have to publicly file or disclose because it's just an LLC, right? It has no tax exempt status. But the LLC has received money from 1630, the 1630 fund, but we only know that because the 1630 fund is a 530, what is it? What is a 1630 fund? It's not a C4, is it? It's something else. What is it? Me, I hate this shit. A 527, is that what it is? No, it is a 501c4. I'm sorry, it is a 501c4. So because the 1630 fund is a 501c4, we have to see who they send money to. We see that they send money to the LLC. that money, the LLC itself does provide, at the very least, in-kind services to the 501c3. Can I see, wait, why have I not looked for this? Can we not see all of the donations to the 501c3? Is that what we were looking at before? This is the 501c3. What tax form for all donations received by 501c3 on its annual information return, which can be either Form 990. Okay, so the received donations would be on the 990. But we don't see money donated from their LLC because they said at the bottom they don't have to put that here. Ahmed Network Service LLC, a subsidiary of Ahmed Network LLC, provided general and administrative support staff and paid for professional legal costs on behalf of the foundation. In addition, other affiliated entities and related parties provided in-kind services related to investment management and travel. The amount of contributed services is valued at approximately $15.4 million, but it doesn't have to be recorded on the Form 990F. I wonder why it doesn't have to be, but that's why it's not showing up on this 990F. That's why we can't see the in-kind services at least provided to, whatever, that's good enough for me, okay. All right. Good luck. Let's see. Wait, does she have me blocked on Twitter? I think she might. Oh, she doesn't. Oh, that's about to change. All right. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Clever game. A clever word game that... Does Ahmed Network have an X account? Sue me. Sue me. Do they? Is it Ahmed Ventures? Nope. Did you mean to confuse Diorio and Queeman in that one tweet? I don't know. I saw the bouncing thing and the annoying voice. I figured it was Diorio. Pierre, is that the guy? Oh, he links. Oh, this is the guy. Okay. Wish me luck. By the 1630, how's this stylized? 1630 fund. Okay. Ahmed Network. Wait, I've asked this question 20 times. I never wait for an answer. Is there any advantage to doing one tweet and then replying to a tweet with a link instead of just doing a multi-tweet and putting the link in the second tweet? Will you still get deprioritized on your first tweet or no? No one, not fuck you guys. Somebody ask ChatGPT, motherfuckers. Network claims to operate a hybrid structure combining their LLC and 501c3. Wait. Because the 1630 fund is a 501c4, they must disclose on a public Form 990 who they give grants to. In 2022, they gave a grant to Ahmed Network Services LLC of $45,024. Source. Okay. Like this, right? Since Ahmed Network Services LLC is just an LLC with no 501 status, we have no public filings available to gain any transparency into this entity, parentheses, dark money, scary face. However, since the Ahmed Network Fund Inc., is a 501c3, we do see who donated money to them in 2022 on their 990 PF. What does PF stand for? I don't want to say Form 990 PF if PF stands for form. Do you think PF stands for public filing? Oh, private foundation. At the bottom of the form, we see that their LLC, we see that a subsidiary of the Ahmed Network LLC. Is that a totally, that's just, oh yeah, never mind. The Ahmed Network LLC. Wait, I'm not getting this totally wrong, right? I'm not f***ing this up, am I? I don't know. All right, we'll see. Subsidiary of the Ahmed Network LLC. Ahmed Network Services LLC provided $15,405,091 in-kind services to the 501c3 part of the hybrid entity. Source. Add. Conclusion. Yes, the 1630 fund has donated money, at least in 2022, to the Omidyar Foundation. That's what it's called, right? The Omidyar Network? To the Omidyar Network by donating money to the LLC, which collaborates with the 501c3 part of itself by donating services. By donating money to the LLC. 630 Fund has donated money, at least to the network by donating money to the VR Network Services LLC. So see the part of itself. Okay. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not knowledgeable on these types of tax entities, but it seems like this is just a clever word game that Pierre or Omidyar Group is playing here to claim that they haven't used money received by the 1630 fund when they essentially have. No, here we go. Spooky dark money time, question mark. Okay. Yeah. I don't even think anyone's gonna give a good luck. Jesus Christ. Don't hedge smart. The problem is like there might just be something like maybe one part of these corporate entities is just like totally not related. Well, like here's my question. Is Omidyar Network? No, Foundation. No, Network. This thing. What the fuck is Nope. No! I don't know what that. Wait, that was what I was looking for. Is Omidyar Network, is this a formal entity? Or is Omidyar Network, is that just the hybrid LLC and 501c3 that was Omidyar Network Services and Omidyar Network Fund, or Omidyar Fund? Omidyar Network and Omidyar Fund, or no, Omidyar Network Fund. Those two, when it says Omidyar Network works across the social and business sectors, operating a hybrid structure that combines an LLC and a 501c3. It's referring to Omidyar Network LLC and Omidyar Network Fund Incorporated, which is a 501c3. That's the two entities. If it's okay, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Okay, I think I'm correct on what I'm saying. Me, Jesus. Oh, I should have just read the rest of this. And before the answer is right here, and it's actually so. Okay, this Omidyar Network. Like this is not, so Omidyar Network does not exist on paper. This is not a formal, this is not a taxed entity at all. This is not like a formally recognized federal taxable entity, right? They're just informally referring to these two lower tax entities. That's what this is, right? There was like two people, that tax can man and somebody else who do all the tax. They would have known this. Okay. Your network was founded in 2004. Network is supported financially by the Omidyars and is part of the Omidyar Group. What the f is that? What is the group? Point of view, contact us. Organizations, what the f? Oh, this is just a bunch of things. This is also not a formal entity, right? So did Mask Lady accept dark money? Basically, yeah. You're in a steel cage against Hassan, Denims, Ethan, and Asmongold. Would your tactic here be to be the last man standing? Hassan and Denims, well, Denims would protect Hassan with her life. Hassan wouldn't give a f about Denims, so Hassan has a free shield. Ethan and Asmongold both probably hate Hassan more than each other, so I think they would see themselves as soft allies. So I would definitely team up with those two, I think. Hassan has a small head advantage, super hard to knock out. We'd win. Nah, I'd win. We'd win. We beat him. 3 versus 2, we'd beat him. I think we got him.
Just tell them, Allah Akbar, Inshallah.
Is Cena in jail?
I miss you guys a little bit. The ones that I like. Alhamdulillah. I will see you soon. Just tell them, Allah.
You need access to S&P. They typically have tons of information, corporate structures, relationships, and the public's filings as well. You have to pay for access. What does S&P stand for? Are they the same people that run the mysterious S&P 500? Standard & Poor's? Is that, am I making that up? Okay, who founded? Where did the funding come from? Okay, supported by this. You make grants to nonprofit orgs to fund everything from research to convenings and white papers to general operating support. Our LLC enables us to invest in innovative for-profit startups and in not-for-profits beyond basic charities, such as 501c4 social welfare orgs, We provide both general operating support and project support grants. General operating support, also known as core support funding or core operating system, restricted funds support the partner's general operations. Project support grants are restricted to a specific project or program to be carried out by the partner. Clever. Okay. So the LLC part can run all of the day-to-day business stuff, basically, and do the core operating stuff for the 501c3, which is the Almond Yard Network Fund, right? But that LLC doesn't have to make public filings, right? If I'm understanding that correctly, because it's just an LLC. And because it's not making public filings, it can also invest in for-profit things and do other things with its money because it's an ordinary LLC. That's your dark money part. Oh, so like, yeah. So let's say that I wanted to donate money to... No, that's tricky. That's such a tricky wordplay. I can't have that right. That's such bullshit, no? Because that means that they work with a hybrid LLC and 501c3, and that LLC can make money however it wants. That is the dark money, right? They can do any. They don't have to make any public filings, but they do have to. The 501c3 arm would have to disclose anything that it gets from the LLC, and right now what it gets from the LLC is all the general supportive stuff. But any other money they get through there, yeah, okay. It's a word game. Unless I'm missing some part of this. Okay, this Jesus. What did somebody link me? 990 PF. We already have this tax form open. This is for 2023 though. This fund, okay, wait. So for the 2023 filing, at the bottom, if we understood what was going on here, so if we look for Part 6B, during the year, did the foundation, either directly or indirectly, accept goods, services, or facilities from a disqualified person? The answer should be yes, and it is yes. And we should be able to scroll to the bottom of the 990 PF. Now, on this 990, we're not going to see that they received any money from their LLC. It's not going to be listed under any of the people donating money. It's not going to be listed. But the reason why is because on the bottom, it's going to say our LLC has provided all of these services essentially in kind, right? Correct. During 2023, Almond Yard Network Services LLC, a subsidiary of Almond Yard Network LLC, this is their LLC, provided general and administrative support staff and paid for what, about $15 million? In addition, other affiliated entities, the amount of contributed services is valued at $14,395,628, and it doesn't have to go on the 998 PF. Okay, that's the meme. Okay. So they can take care of all of their core services and funding. To be fair, it only amounts to, if they do over $1 billion, I don't know how much they do per year, but would it show up on this? They get about $15 million worth of services for free from the hybrid part of the LLC. Okay. Jesus. Okay. I understand the structure now, I think. I get it. What do these guys do yearly for grants, donos, monies? What would I be looking for? Assets, liabilities, net assets, capital gains, loss. Okay. Excise tax based on investment income. Statements regarding activities. Okay. This is just a fund. This 501c3 fund is just a fund. And then these are the grants and contributions paid during the year. Okay. Is there a way where I can see a summary of all the Part 14 grants and contributions paid? So if I do Control F grants, it doesn't, can I download this form? Okay. Dividends, rents, no. Oh, this is for revenue, operating and administrative. Okay, so they gave out, in terms of grants paid, approximately $30 million, right? So the fund here disperses approximately $30 million, and they get to charge in services about $15 million to the LLC. This $30 million is all going to be publicly showable. It's going to be on this 990F. We can see everybody they give money to. But the services that they receive in kind from their LLC, we have no idea who contributes there because it's from an LLC. It doesn't have to make a public filing. That's the point of the hybrid entity. Okay, I don't know if I'm ever going to use any of this information, but I'm sure I'll work into a debate somewhere. Jesus. What is this idiot saying? Wired is one of the most reputable outlets in 25. Breaking major stories about Doge, finding metadata showing Epstein style video was edited. They have editors and likely lawyers that they consult before publication. Gonna need a better excuse Then fake news. Oh, Emma's of course supporting Taylor because Emma's also an enemy. This is an enemy, not a friend, guys. Don't forget. And then almost every single claim in her article was wrong. Basically, all of these claims were lies. Unless she has more information to release to substantiate something. Basically, every single part of this article was wrong. What a dog publication. I guess maybe Wired doesn't give a fuck about their political pieces, maybe? Well, I don't know. Whatever. It's pretty fucking cringe. If I could get a hold of one of the actual fucking contracts. Somebody sent me page 1 yesterday. What the fuck does this say? This is for an amplifier contract? Between Chorus, a Project 1630 Fund, a nonprofit, corporation, and into effective date, party. Chorus desires to avail itself of the expertise and consulting factor to advance the Chorus, social welfare, promoting. Now, therefore, contractor and Chorus, for good and valuable consideration, the receipt and sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged. Scope of services, okay, scope of work. Subject to the terms and conditions set forth in this agreement, contractor will provide the following services in furtherance of the Chorus purpose, the services. Oh, notice how it's in quotes and has a capital S. Well, each contractor will work at their own pace and completing the services. Chorus anticipates the contractor will likely spend approximately 15 hours per week to perform the service, including approximately 5 hours of events and or sessions as described below, approximately 10 hours of asynchronous work on content and platform growth. Promote Chorus policy and educational goals. Contractor is expected to promote Chorus policy and educational goals while creating social media content, including but not limited to, fostering a fully representative democracy, increasing civic participation, discussing important policy issues, and promoting an understanding of current affairs and respect for the United States institutions of self-government. 2, participate in messaging and strategy sessions. Contractors shall attend and participate in the types of events described in the subsection. I only have page 1 of this. That you could argue that this is maybe content. I haven't seen anybody posting this contract anywhere though. This person only sent me page 1. Is this the entire thing? This is all I could find on somebody's Instagram video. Jesus. Stalk me. What? 829 is the Chorus links. Oh, John Favreau, is that how you pronounce it? Jumped in? Nice. Oh, somebody said Hassan did a thing covering this. The Vanguard has a comment as well. The left really needs to do a better job at distinguishing who is a journalist and who is just a loudmouth, and I said as a proud loudmouth non-journalist. Replies are so cooked, I feel the need to clarify. Of course, he learns as a journalist. I was talking about the idiots she exposed. Oh my God. I was about to take an L, and I was about to say, oh, maybe Pisco was right, and that maybe the Vanguard can come out and be chill people sometimes towards Democrats.
We were going to start off with obviously some drama.
Jesus, damn.
Obviously some drama, a little bit of drama. The Wired article came out yesterday. I covered it obviously on the stream. It's a big controversy, and in the Wired article, they actually don't even talk about
Watch my link. I love you, Dan.
Unfuck America. That's another Democrat Party affiliated group that's getting TikTokers to go all around and do the Unfuck America tour or whatever. But apparently the person who runs it, who is super pro Destiny, came after me and said, Hassan the Hunt, please, you're not about to try and out progressive me while you were sitting on your ass streaming. I've been getting progressives to stay mad. Oh, FYI, I used to work at TYT. My NDA recently expired. Not sure what that second part means because I haven't worked at TYT for years. I didn't even know this person worked at TYT as well. But this, I think, is a pretty solid response to this argument.
My photo op?
TYT as well.
My photo op was a solid response. Remember, Hassan skipped the going to hang out with Mamdani until he won his primary, okay? What an absolute worthless sack of shit that this guy would try to claim any creds with Mamdani at all when this loser when this overweight piece of shit skipped his flight because he didn't think he would win the primary. That happened. I don't know who's got the clip, but it unironically happened that he skipped his flight to go see this dude until after he won. And then he was all, me and Mamdani, we're bros. We're the closest bros in the world, dude. God, he's so fucking cringe. Oh my God, he's so cringe. Me. I didn't specify this enough. I was keeping tabs just to make sure we're all, nothing crazy's going on.
Welcome back.
I think I talked about this on my stream.
That you could look at the holiest place in Judaism. That level, he gets to be.
This is the Temple Mount about Judaism that I do not know. Why do Christians go there and Judaism? That This is the one thing about Judaism that I do not know. Why do Christians go there and cry and stuff? I'm gonna be real. It's not much. It's the outside wall of the second temple. This is the Temple Mount, mega holy.
I don't I don't know if you realize how insane this statement is. I wish that there were other analogies. This is like somebody saying that they're a lore master about the Legend of Zelda, but then just now figuring out, I don't know why they call him Zelda and the Princess Zelda too. Or like somebody says that their favorite anime is Cowboy Bebop, and they're like, I really like the last scene when Cowboy Bebop kills the bad guy in the end. Or like somebody saying, I really like football, but I don't know why. I don't even know. This is the only thing that Hassan could say where he says he was trolling and I would believe him. How can you not know? Like, I don't think you understand. I'm the biggest, I will forgive any random or things. I forget things all the time. I forget what the Ukrainian flag looked like. Okay, a few days ago. Listen, people forget stuff. That's fine. I understand that. Random things. But like, if you've studied any conflict resolution, right? Oslo Accords, Camp David, Taba Summit. I wonder if the Clinton parameters mentions Al-Aqsa Mosque and the compound by name. I'm trying to think if if you've read anything about the disagreements, oh no, this was in Arafat's response letter. Like, I need clear answers to many questions relating to calculations of land ratios where the annexes swapped and the actual locations of these territories, as well as the base for defining the Wailing Wall, its borders and extensions. Like, this is one of the reasons why East Jerusalem and the annexation of East Jerusalem, Jews will call it the Old City, is so, I don't understand how, I don't know if I properly stress this enough. It is unbelievable. It's just impossible that you've studied the conflict for decades and you don't know what the Western Wall is or what the Wailing Wall is. That's just impossible. I don't know how you wouldn't have heard about it by accident, by following the conflict. I just don't understand. That's impossible to me.
Great place to pray.
I mean, they're being disrespectful too.
Yeah, I find it this.
I'm proud, which is being
Christians.
I don't know where the original Hassan clip is for this. Sorry, it came up on this again.
Crying stuff.
He's so wall where the whole in this ancient city in the middle of Jerusalem is the most important place.
I love how Ethan uses the Jewish words for everything, which is fine. Everybody has their own descriptors for things. Like, I don't think, somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, they don't, Arabs won't call it, or Muslims usually, won't call it the Temple Mount. I think they just call it the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound, which I think is technically smaller, right? Because they don't believe a temple was there, or stuff like that.
Place.
But him not knowing this is, I can't.
I'm down.
He would never tolerate that you getting your.
Okay,
and then in his ignorance, he said,
I don't remember what his video was. Oh my God. And then they go through the map game. And again, I don't care. I didn't know where any country on the planet was when Hassan took this. But it's just the fact that, remember, Hassan is taking this.
Dude.
Not knowing.
Close the cookies? Oh, yeah.
Not knowing.
I'm closing it.
Where Yemen is. Clicks on basically every country. It's not even, I feel like, especially for a guy who's obsessed with colonialism and everything, right? Like, I feel like for Yemen, well, like a huge point of contention is the port city or whatever, Aden, right? Like, I think this is part of why there was that divide. But wait, am I wrong on this? Oh, no, okay, because I didn't. Okay, it's just, yeah. This is why you've got like or partially, where like this split for like southern Yemen and North Yemen and all the fights. I know it's more north than this, but like this was a big British interest. I just don't understand. The map game is whatever. I do understand. It's because he lies about all of it. That's why. I don't know why I keep saying I don't understand. I don't understand how he didn't know about the Western Wall though. That's just unbelievable to me. That's just crazy to me. That's just wild to me. Yeah, I don't know what I'll say. That's insane. This is great. Okay, maybe I'll watch this tomorrow. Yeah, I need to sleep and do. To be fair, Jesse, never claim to be smart or right or moral or smart. Oh, what I was just about to say was, remember, was it in 2016, 2018? Hassan wrote an article for, what was the publication? Why did I, this retarded.
Donald Trump's sexual assault accusations. At 3 radars complicate matters, the Houthis have denied they fired the missiles targeting the U.S. warship.
Like, who's writing the script for him to be giving explanation videos on Middle Eastern conflict 8 years ago? The map was on the fucking screen! The map map was on the fucking screen? How is the map on the fucking screen? Who wrote the script? Who wrote this for him? Who's doing the content? I don't understand. He wrote an article. I wish I could remember the publication and then not know any of the. Oh, was it HuffPo? It might be here. I love the descriptor. Breaks down. Thank you for breaking it down for us. God Piker. 2016, he was writing articles about this. How could he? Look, the Board of Aiden. How could he not know where? This is even more weird because this is 2016. That map game that he played was in, what was that, 2019? Did he forget all of it in 3 years? Every single thing about the Middle East?
Successful. And they even managed to imprison Hadi. In the end, they drove him out of the country, which is when the Saudi bombings began. In 2015, Hadi returned to the Yemeni port city of Aden after Saudi-backed government forces recaptured the city. But why would the Saudis want to get involved in another country's civil
Bro, what's going on with his head here?
war in the first place? Well, ever since Saleh's resignation, the Saudi government has been attempting to influence the outcome of the struggle in favor of the internationally recognized Hadi movement. In an effort to gain more international support, the kingdom has also branded their efforts as a proxy war between the Shiites and Sunnis and against Iran. The Saudis claim that this is a war bred from the regional tensions between Sunnis and Shias competing for supremacy across the Middle East. Meanwhile, Iran's Shia government officially recognizes Hadi and has denied arming or supporting the Houthi movement. And even the most exhaustive studies have concluded that Iran's involvement has been minimal and limited to small arms in comparison to the US's more direct intervention, which already included a massive supply of arms to Saudi Arabia, but now, after this weekend's cruise missile attacks, has progressed to...
No results for Palestine or Gaza from 2023 to 2021. October 6th. Okay, thank you. Nice.
Active participation in the conflict. Yet the U.S. news media continue to all but ignore the Yemen civil war or relegate these stories to the back pages. But let's talk about the U.S. for a second. This attack is one of the first instances of direct involvement. It is relatively proportional and reasonable compared to the heinous Saudi Arabia, one of the U.S.'s...
Wait, is this Hassan younger
most
and darker?
Important allies in the region happy. While this latest attack is one of the first instances of direct involvement, it is...
It's AI Hassan.
Proportional and reasonable compared to the heinous war crimes committed by Saudi forces that the U.S. happily turns a blind eye to. Oh, also, the U.S. has been steadily bombing positions al-Qaeda has held in parts of Yemen for some time now. But both ACAP and ISIS has increased its influence over certain parts of the country as a result of the power vacuum in Yemen. So our plan is backfiring tremendously.
Like ISIS or anybody. People talk about how like Afghanistan is like the Vietnam or whatever of the Middle East, wherever goes there. Bro, Afghanistan is like the Yemen of the middle, or Yemen is the Afghanistan. Yemen is the place. Don't go to Yemen. It's a bad place to go and fight there if you're military, okay? Apparently. Even the militaries in Yemen can't fight there. She wanted to Glenn Greenwald.
So you had this article, and to get into a show you could have invited me on as well, but in any event, we'll get to some of that, I think.
You're welcome anytime, Glenn.
All right, I'll definitely invite myself on, but since you're here, and I do want to get into a couple of those kind of past differences in a very civil way, but only as they relate to things we want to talk to you about tonight. So you have this article in Wired, and it basically narrates how this dark money group is paying Democratic Party influencers, content creators, podcasters who generally support the Democratic Party, money in secret, meaning requiring them to keep it secret. Explain what this group is, kind of who funds it, and how it's functioning.
Yeah, so the 1630 Fund is this massive, powerful, liberal, dark money group that sprung up in the wake of Citizens United. And this is when dark money really started to become a big thing in politics. Really, I mean, I think Citizens United was 2009, but it was really in the 2010s that these groups started to emerge and start to...
Just as a thing, because sometimes I think it's important to revisit kind of our first principles, okay? Is taking corporate money bad? On its own, no. If you think it is, just follow it. Why do we not like it when people take corporate money? Well, we say that corporate money is bad because it can lead to people adopting positions that we feel like represent the interest of corporate donors or something more so than everyday citizens. That's why taking corporate money might be bad. So if you see an organization and they're putting out a bunch of messages that you largely agree with, the idea of scrutinizing their donors and then attacking them because you don't like who's giving the money, why does that matter? That shouldn't be relevant. Now, if you're looking at somebody who's putting out a lot of messages that seem to be really bad, and you're kind of curious about like, well, where do these messages come from? You could, deep dive the person, you could look at their background, you could see who's funding them. You're like, oh shit, I wonder if this is coming from there. That would be something that like, it would be worth going after the funding. But I don't understand why we're so hyper fixated on this 1630 fund funding this initiative or being part of the funding of this initiative, unless do we think the initiative is doing something bad? Like, what is the bad thing about the initiative? the bad thing that I don't know if they'll say it outwardly, but it's because it's a Democrat or liberal initiative and they want Marxist or ultra progressive initiatives.
Doing funding. Now, they're mostly on the right. A lot of dark money is on the right, but this specific dark money group funds liberal causes. So they raised, I think, something like $400 million they distributed in, according to Politico, in 2022, I think it was. They do a lot of work in this space. And what they're doing recently, which I uncovered in my story, is that they're running this influencer program. There's been all of this talk since the Democrats lost so spectacularly last fall about finding like the liberal Joe Rogan. They discovered the internet exists, and now they're trying to figure out what to do with it. And this is the strategy that they've come up with, is essentially funneling this dark money to influencers through Chorus, which is this content creator, liberal content creator kind of network.
One of the things that I don't understand about, and I never have understood about, and it is true, it's like Democrats had no interest in going on these massive podcasts during the 2024 election, or even before, in anyone paying attention to the internet understood the massive audience and reach that these podcasts had. I mean, much larger than the cable shows or Face the Nation or Meet the Press that these Democratic office holders would love to grow on. It was kind of this massive thing growing under the nose of a lot of people in media who just don't pay attention to anything new. I know you've been reporting on this kind of internet culture for a long time, but it strikes me that the way these shows that they're so worried about, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, a lot of these kind of biggest programs that became pro-Trump influencers, they really emerged organically. It's not like they had dark money funding them. These were people who went online, started having just like normal conversations, often comedians. And in the course of that, they started attracting you kind of normies who weren't that interested in politics.
But it was because of the right-wing people that were going on. And you say like originated organically. I mean, they work a lot with each other behind the scenes. Like, are you going to say that Kash Patel going on Joe Rogan, that's an organic guy, when these people all work together behind the scenes, when these people work on documentaries together, when these people are featured on the Daily Wire, when these people are part of Trump's administration, when these people coordinate directly with members of the government, when these people work directly with Trump's campaign? Like, is that really organic?
And then they became political to the extent it related to their specific concerns, things like censorship or woke suppression, things that they perceived were harming them. I don't understand how Democrats think that they're going to compete with that by taking either people who are already having an audience full of liberal and Democrats and just shuffling money to them, or trying to create it in some artificial way where they're kind of forced to just do political content. Like, what do they think is their goal here?
So that's a misstatement. They're not forced to do political content. It's money for content creators that are already doing political content, right?
Yeah, well, I want to be clear. There is tons of money on the right in terms of dark money. The Republican ecosystem is flush with dark money. But the difference is that it's more bottom up in terms of their media strategy than top down. So you're right, especially the comedians that you mentioned. I've never heard of those people taking dark money at all. But there are a lot of conservative influencers, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, others, that have taken dark money or have taken money where they don't exactly know 100% where it's coming from, who the funder is. And that's not great. But usually the way it works, and what I've seen from my reporting, is that these Republican groups will sort of notice someone online. They might not even have interaction with that person online, and they'll just sort of start pumping. They'll start boosting them in the feed. They'll start doing paid media for them, like just sort of organically like testing things and boosting things and trying a lot. The Democrats are obsessed with control. We know that they love this like top-down sort of
I don't understand how she keeps not understanding this. She keeps describing a thing, and then she'll say the Democrats are doing the opposite. Like, but she's do you understand? She's talking about the thing that she goes on to describe. Like, so she's saying the Democrats are obsessed with top-down control, right? Okay, what did you say the Republicans did again? Hold on.
Is that these Republican groups will sort of notice someone online. They might not even have interaction with that person online, and they'll just sort of start pumping. They'll start boosting them in the feed. They'll start doing paid media for them, like just sort of.
That's control. What are you talking about? That is control. That's top-down control. Republican groups notice surrogates, people that they like, and then they start pumping that media, doing paid media, giving their politicians to them, and other people going to do it. That's top-down control. She describes this over and over and over again, but she keeps not understanding that she's describing exactly that thing. And then saying, oh, but the Democrats want to do this thing, it's totally different. But then she's describing exactly what the Republicans are doing.
Organically, like testing things and boosting things and trying a lot. The Democrats are obsessed with control. We know that they love this like top-down sort of structure of media because they're such institutionalists. And so with the influencer industry, not only did they sort of malign the influencer industry for
like top-down, they're doing the exact same thing that you just said the Republicans are doing. The Chorus thing is trying to identify talent, bring them into a program, give them money so they continue to produce things. That's exactly what you just said the Republicans are doing. How could you say the Republicans are not top down when it's President Trump and all of his people that are doing these like media pumps and coordinating with everybody? What the fuck?
For years, but now they're sort of seeking to gatekeep it in various ways. And
gatekeep what?
And so with the influencer industry, not only did they sort of malign the influencer industry for years, but now they're sort of seeking to gatekeep it in various ways and sort of like have this more top-down control over it, not some sort of organic thing. And I think it's very notable too that the content creators that they want to fund don't have any organic traction. Most of them are just these sort of centrist, neoliberal, people that frankly will never call a genocide a genocide. They'll never speak out against Israel. They'll never speak out against all of the censorship stuff. They're not rocking the boat. Basically, they're happy to toe the Democratic Party line. And I think that's a problem.
As opposed to the Republicans that are rocking the boat on the Republican side, give me a fucking break.
Because those are not the people that have cultural currency online. If the Democrats want to win, they need to start.
They need to sell out to the crazy pro-Pally. Listen to what she's saying. The prescription. If the Democrats want to win, they need to become socialists. They have to destroy their party, and they need to become socialists.
Working with people that, frankly, don't agree. Like, they honestly, they just need to change their policies in so many things.
There it is. Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, it's a very different. It's more of a top-down strategy where the Republican, even though there's also a lot of dark money in the Republican world.
Notice the Republicans don't need to change their policy. The Republicans don't need to change their messaging. They just identify talent that they want, and then they shoot money at them, and then do media interviews and everything. But the Democrats, they need to change everything. Okay.
More bottom up.
Totally. I mean, like, and yet you can, kind of plant your flag either in like any faction or party. You can say, I'm a Democrat. I'm here to like, promote Democrats, defend Democrats, cheer for Democrats, and criticize Republicans. You can say, I'm in MAGA. I'm here to mock liberals and the Democratic Party and even like parts of the anti-Trump Republican establishment. And you can build a big audience that way, big in terms of the number of people watching, the amount of money you're making. But I really question how much influence you actually have, because the people who are going to gravitate toward those shows are people who already love the Democratic Party and want to hear validation, right? And the problem with the Democrats is not the people who love the Democratic Party. As you say, it's even younger people on the left who I think either stayed home or in some cases even voted for Trump because of their anger over the Biden-Harris support for the genocide in Gaza by arming and funding Israel. So what is the nature of these contracts in terms of the constraints that it imposes on the influencers who they're paying?
Yeah, there are some significant constraints. And certainly there are restrictions in these contracts that I myself...
This is all a lie. The significant constraints and all of this is a lie. She hasn't demonstrated anything proving this, and every content creator that's come out and spoken about this has said that this is not true.
As a journalist would never feel comfortable agreeing to. There are parts of the contract that talk about that you cannot speak, you cannot ever disclose the name of the funder who's funding.
That doesn't seem to be true. She never demonstrated anything there. She didn't show anything. Other people have released parts of the contract. She's a journalist. I'm pretty sure she could just release the contract if she wanted to. I don't know what's keeping her from doing so.
You can't disclose that you're part of this program. You have to funnel your bookings. Like when you get a political booking, say,
this is not true. She's
to interview Zoran, one creator said, you have to then potentially funnel that through Chorus. So Chorus and the 1630 fund, like they're trying to act as these sort of like middlemen and kind of control access to certain politicians.
I do like what she's saying here, though. We can get the direct intention. Remember when Aaron yesterday was lying on stream to Pisco in order to just bad faith destroy that whole conversation? You can see directly what Taylor Lorenz is saying here. That's what she meant by funnel. The weird gaslighting land that Aaron was trying to throw Pisco into, or was throwing Pisco into for an hour, it's obvious what she meant. And she just says it right here. They were trying to control everything. They wanted to middleman everything.
Control who gets a voice online. And yeah, that's a problem. I think that there's concerns about editorial independence. Also, there are restrictions on the type of content that can be created with using Chorus funds. So if you use Chorus funds, which some of these creators are getting $8,000 a month, it's pretty much probably most of their budget for that month, they can only they can't talk about specific candidates or causes without approval from Chorus. And I think
that's good. That's good, though. She would know that's good if she read her own article or if she paid attention to the quotes in her article, because she was literally saying things like, oh, well, it could be illegal if you're getting money from a company like this and then to go on and support a candidate directly. That would be an illegal use. That would be an FEC violation. I don't even know if she knows what FEC stands for, but that would be a violation in terms of how funds and in-kind services can be provided to candidates. So
that alone is enough of a restriction for anybody that considers themselves a journalist, I would say, to not do it. And the fact that they...
Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. She has the exact same restrictions for every single contract and every single thing she's ever signed. She can't take money directly from one group and then go ahead and throw that at a candidate, or you're not allowed to do that.
They can't disclose it. Like, all these content creators are coming out now and they're like, well, what's the problem? We're getting paid. And it's like, well, the problem is that if my article didn't come out, you guys would have kept taking this dark money and no one knows where your money is coming from.
Who the f cares? Why do you have a right to know where anybody's money comes from? I like that black lady. Some black people stand on business sometimes on some shit where in the white world we're just like lost on some autistic, retarded shit. Why the f do you deserve to know where anybody's money comes from? These are people, they're not president, right? They're not, we don't know. You have an entitlement to every single income source of a person? That's retarded. If you don't like what they say, fight against what they say. If you think they're compromised, then go ahead and investigate. But I haven't seen any evidence where these content creators say one thing and all of a sudden they're taking money from somebody else and now they're saying something completely different. If that was the case, then demonstrate it.
That's the problem.
Yeah, to me, as
Vosh is going hard against this. Oh God, in what direction? Hard against Lorenz or hard against? A
little bit more control, a bit more editorial control over what they can and can't say. So, it's not helping.
Integrity. I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people avoid.
It's not helping.
Here, that you can book it yourself, and the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but here it is.
Collaborate fully with the course program. Also separately arranged engagements. Collaborate fully. Is that not? That's what the article is saying. You're indignantly disproving the claim made in the article. But my understanding, looking at this, is that you're proving the claim made in the article.
No, why has nobody signed any contracts? Does anybody have any experience signing deals with anything ever? Okay.
As a journalist, that is by far the most obviously ethically offensive provision. I don't think journalists are required to publish all their tax returns and say every source of money. But if someone is paying you specifically to influence what you're reporting or what you're analyzing and what you're saying, and you don't disclose that to your audience, you keep that a secret, that's a huge betrayal between yourself and the people who think that you're telling them the unvarnished truth.
And Glenn, these people had to attend daily messaging check-ins, according to, I can't remember if that was in the Zoom call or the contract. It was a Zoom call. They talked about the daily messaging check-ins. I don't think that journalists should have to go to messaging check-ins, actually. I don't think
They're not journalists. They're not being paid as journalists. They're not writing articles for anybody. Like
that we should promote specific messaging. There's a lot.
They're not even necessarily required to promote said messaging. It sounded like news updates, basically.
A lot of things in here that, to me, maybe are fine with a pro-Democrat influencer, but if you are presenting yourself as a journalist or presenting yourself as like fact-based sort of like news coverer person, which a lot of these creators are, I just think it's not ethical. And yeah, I agree. Like, of course, look, no one's asking every journalist to post every single tax receipt or every single thing, but this is a significant amount of funding, and this is an ongoing program that is frankly operating in a very like high interest space. So I think that they should have disclosed it just the way that I disclose things. I'm in a reporting fellowship right now. I disclose that. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big controversy in Brazil over Rumble. Rumble is banned in Brazil, and I write about the free speech implications of that. And at the end of every article, there's a note that says I have a program on Rumble and have a relationship with Rumble. I would never dream of not disclosing that while talking about the very entity that is part of my income stream. But the specific sentence you wrote in the article about the content restriction, which is incredibly creepy, quote, the creators who are part of this program who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Now, on the list of the people you've identified are some, I think, pretty recognizable names. David Pakman is a pretty widely watched YouTube host. There's Olivia Juliana, that young abortion activist who got a lot of notoriety for speaking out about abortion. I think has been to the White House several times when Biden was president. And then I think Brian Taylor Greene, is that his name? Brian
Tyler Cohen.
Tyler Cohen is one of the, I guess, co-founders of this. I presume he's making money from it as well. And I saw the response of some of these people today, and nobody justified the fact that they were actually getting money and then duty-bound not to disclose it. They basically...
because that's not real. That's not true. Everybody said it was bullshit. They were disallowed from saying that they were getting money. I'm pretty sure I think even on the course website, it literally says the goal is to like get creators paid. Does it say it on the website? Have they changed this? We host weekly technical trainings to help creators navigate growth on different platforms. So they literally say all of this like on the site. That says they don't get paid to create content. Do they? I thought they listed somewhere on here that the people that join get paid for joining. I'm almost positive I read this on the site before. Although everybody that's involved is like brought up that they get paid for it, but...
Responding to you quite angrily, acting as though they've been defamed, simply fabricated accusations that you didn't make and then proceeded to denounce those or reject those as untrue. So I think I have a clip from David Pakman responding to you that I just want to show, a short clip, and then ask you to respond.
And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies.
Do you think it would be a good idea for Chorus to voluntarily be more transparent to shut Taylor up? No, it won't shut them up. The goal is not transparency. They don't care about transparency. They just want to destroy anything related to liberals or Democrats. That's it. They don't care. If you exposed all of the funding or whatever, or wherever the money came from, then they would just go after every single funding person. And if they have any bad opinions about anything or haven't come out and said that it's a genocide, apartheid, whatever state, then they would attack all the funding and say that the whole org is bunk. If it's another org and they would want to know where all those orgs are funded from, like it's never ending. These people don't give a fuck about any of this. If they gave a fuck about it, then they would point to bad opinions. They would point to bad political statements. That's what they would say. The surprising thing, the crazy thing about Tim Pool getting $5 million last year to make content from Russia, right? The crazy thing, well, that was crazy because it was mega illegal. But the crazy thing was his insanely anti-Ukrainian messaging. That was the crazy part, right? And I think that there's a legitimate question asked there. Well, hold on, especially because you can demonstrate, hey, Tim, when you went to Euromaidan 11 years ago, we could see your Reddit post. It seemed like you were really aware of everything going on. Nothing about that was anti-Ukrainian. You seem to have a really good understanding of what Euromaidan was all about. You seem to be pretty pro-Ukrainian at the time. I notice now you got paid $5 million last year, $4.8 million, to do shitty content for a company that we now see was a shell company for Russian funding. And you seem to be saying things like Ukraine is the biggest enemy of the United States right now. That's kind of interesting, you know? But that's tied to a political position he's taken, especially a change in position, not just, funding.
And they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying, the Democratic Party is telling people what to say.
Oh, wait, is it here? Or where's this monthly stipend thing? Wait, am I retarded? Participants receive monthly stipend. I am retarded, sorry. Chorus's incubator program is a vibrant pro-democracy learning community for content creators. Participants receive a monthly stipend. Calibrated level of involvement, you commit to learning sessions. Like it says it all right here. Jesus.
At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus.
Now, Taylor, I read your article this morning when it came out, and then I read it again preparing to speak to you about it. And a lot of people on my staff did as well. And we're all like, where in the article did you say this was the DNC funding it? Where in the article do you say that they have to submit what they want to say every day first and get approval? Like, he's denying things that you didn't say and ignoring the things that you actually did.
Wait, what? She claimed that they were restricted from doing certain content. That was a claim that she put in the article, that they were allowed to like basically veto shit. Oh my God.
But what, I mean, this thing, like, this is not a DNC arm. Like, right, technically it's not an arm of the DNC, but these are people who are active in Democratic Party and liberal politics. That's who they're funding.
And also, chorus.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go, no.
Like they literally say in the sub-headline of the article, an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content.
Go ahead. I'm like, first and get a lot of people on my staff did as well. We're all like,
one at chorus.
Now, Taylor, I read your article this morning when it came out, and then I read it again preparing to speak to you about it. And a lot of people on my staff did as well. We're all like, where in the article did you say this was the DNC funding it? Where in the article do you say that they have to submit what they want to say every day first and get approval? Like, he's denying things that you didn't say and ignoring the things that you actually did. But what, I mean, this thing, like, this is not a DNC arm. Like, right, technically it's not an arm of the DNC, but these are people who are active in Democratic Party and liberal politics. That's who they're funding.
And also, chorus.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go, no, go ahead.
It drives me insane, Glenn, because chorus was funded. Go read the great New York Times. I think Ken Bensinger wrote it. A piece on chorus after they launched after the election. That Brian Tyler Cohen is talking specifically about solving the Democrats' messaging problem. Their pitch decks have all this stuff about how the Democrats' messaging problem is broken, and they're here to fix it, and all this stuff. So yes, they are not the DNC, but they serve the Democratic establishment, and that is what they exist to do. And to sort of
to support the Democratic Party, to win elections. Yes, I know that you guys don't give a fuck about winning elections, but some people do.
Act like they don't, or there's some like neutral party is just absurd.
Yeah, I didn't check, so I can't say definitively, but I will bet any amount of money that when those disclosures came out about Tenet Media, which was linked to Russians in some sketchy way, paying people like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson.
In some sketchy way.
I'll bet any amount of money that David Pakman and probably some of the other people on the list were expressing all kinds of outrage and indignation at the ethical transgressions of not having disclosed this and not knowing where their sources came from. What can you tell us, though, about...
It's not about disclosing where it came from. It's that they're it's a foreign adversary to the United States of America is illegally in violation of FARA, in violation of the Federal Agents Registration Act, illegally lying about and shuffling money, laundering money, I guess you could say, through a shell company to pay off content creators in the United States of America who also conveniently are super aligning with a foreign adversary to the United States. What? Oh, I bet it was about dark money. This is also why Democrats need to drop this stupid no corporate money, no dark money talk. I'm sorry. This is the biggest issue I have with like AOC people. Get rid of this stupid fucking talking point about no corporate money. If you have a message that we support, take all I don't care who the fuck supports you. It can be the fucking Klansman, child rapist of the neo-Nazi Third Reich of the ultra-racist organization of kangaroo murderers, okay? I don't care who the fuck it is. If you support the message and they give you money, then take it and spread the message. Jesus.
Who is providing the funding? Like, is this just grassroots funding, or are there big donors particularly behind it?
This is the opposite of grassroots funding. You cannot get more opposite. Like the 1630 Fund, again, is this powerful dark money group that allocates hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it was 2023 or 2024. Their largest donor gave $50 million, one donor. Second largest donor, I believe, was 30 million or 40 million. It sort of went down from there, but down to like 13 million. Like these are people with massive amounts of money and massive amounts of influence. You cannot give $50 million to a dark money organization and not expect something, or not expect to have your policy agenda realized. And I put all of these questions to the 1630 Fund and to Chorus. I asked them, who is this? Like, do you know, does it make you nervous? Also, what role did 1630 have in picking the specific influencers? For all we know, the person that gave $50 million to 1630 could have had some sort of input on the ideology expressed. The creators were allowed ideology of the creators allowed in this program.
But then that wouldn't really be changing anybody's opinions, right? It would just be supporting people they already agree with. No. Like, think about that. If the messaging is all like pro-democracy, pro-civil rights, pro-whatever else woke shit that the left supports, and she's saying it could have been people who were handpicking the content creators. Well, some of these content creators are literally people who talk about how Palestine is experiencing a genocide right now. So does that mean that that's what they're supporting? That the dark money funders also think that it's a genocide and they want to support, like...
So it's just shocking to me. I just think that we need a lot more transparency. And then you see the liberals double down and say, oh no, well this is what the Republicans do. Again, as you mentioned, they criticize the Republicans for that constantly, and as they should, rightfully so. I criticize Tim Pool. I criticize all those people that took that dark money. You should never take significant amount of money from people that you don't mention. They criticize the Republicans for that constantly, and then you see the liberals double down and say, oh no, well this is what the Republicans do. Again, as you mentioned, they criticize the Republicans for that constantly, and as they should, rightfully so. I criticize Tim Pool. I criticize all those people that took that dark money. You should never take
what dark. I don't think Tenet Media wasn't dark money. No? Technically, they were just being contracted by a company to make content. What does she think dark money is? Like, is Twitch dark money? I don't know where, or I should say Google. I don't know where Google gets all of its money from. Like, is that dark money when I get paid by AdSense? What does that even mean?
Significant.
Like, what is dark money even defined as to them? It's literally just, if I can't trace where every single dollar comes from, like from printed at the Federal Reserve to ending up in my bank account is dark money? What the fuck does that even mean?
Amount of money from people that you don't know where it's coming from, especially a shady group like that. So I can't remember the original question. I'm on a tangent, but it's very hypocritical.
But the question is like, who are these big donors? But precisely because it's a dark money group, we don't know, right? That's what it means to have a dark money. Exactly.
No. And that's the problem. If you give $50 million, we should know who you are.
All right, let me ask
To
you.
who? That's not even related to this organization, though.
Just tell her, because I want to ask this question in a delicate way because I don't want to be misunderstood. $8,000 a month is, to most people, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's a $96,000 a year salary for basically just being an influencer. Most people would love to have that. Either as the main job or as supplemental income. But I understand pretty well the economics of online content creating because it's something I do and have done for a few years now. And just let's stick with David Pakman for a second. I'd be willing to also bet an enormous amount of money that he's making well over 7 figures. Like for sure, $1 million a year between his income from YouTube, between his sponsors on his show, and between his patrons paying money into that Patreon account every month. I would say it's well over $1 million, probably over 2. I don't want to speculate any further, but it's a lot of money.
Destiny, isn't Tenet Media literally dark money because there's money secretly laundered through an illegal source? No, I don't think so, right? Tenet Media, unless everything is dark money, right? Because like if a corporation is paying me to do a job, how is that dark money? Like let's say, for instance, that would just be, it's like laundered or secretively passed through them. It's not good, but is it dark money? Like if I let's say I accept a job to go clean somebody's home, okay? 3 floors, carpet cleaner, whatever, and this person pays me that money, that I'm getting paid to do that job by that person. There's no dark money involved. I'm getting contracted to do a particular thing. What's the dark money? If I find out that all their money came from the mob or whatever, that doesn't suddenly become dark money. That's just their income, their balance sheet. Like, is it dark money if I don't know the income of because if that was the case, then that means that disclosing your income sources doesn't do anything to alleviate the dark money concerns. Like if I disclose, oh, well, I got paid by Google, I got paid by a newspaper or whatever else. Okay, well, I also need to know the funding sources of every single person that paid you so I can make sure it's not dark money.
Why would somebody be willing to jeopardize their integrity for, in the context of what he's making, I don't mean for most people, but in the context of what he's making, kind of a relatively small amount of money?
Absolutely. I know. This is something that I was curious about too, and I asked these questions of the creators that I tried to get in touch with, like the higher profile ones. I sort of tried to ask, even the creators that were lower profile, like the creators that I did ultimately speak to in the program. I was like, this is not the vast amount of money in the grand scheme of things. But I think it's this desire to be close to the establishment.
What is dark money then? Retarded. It's just like a buzzword, but Democrats bought into it too. Dark money the concept is retarded. There's one big issue with super PACs, and it's not dark money. It's not dark money. The problem is that the super PAC structure allows you to have people contributing huge sums of money where you don't necessarily know who the people are, which you can argue is problematic. However, the reason why it's problematic is because the sums of money that can go towards a super PAC are unlimited. That's the problem. The problem is not dark money, anonymous $5,000 FEC cap donations. The problem is anonymous $500 million funneled through companies where you don't know who the original person is or what the item. That's the issue. But somehow we've gotten obsessed with this dark money, stupid buzz slogan word, when the real issue with super PACs is the fact that there is no FEC campaign contribution limit to them. You don't have that same limitation.
I think it's access. Chorus, again, provides access to lawmakers and the Democratic establishment. And I don't know. I mean, I think they just want to be part of a group. And I empathize with that. Like, listen, not everything, sometimes you do want to be part of a cohort. These creators are clearly some sort of a clique where they're all defending each other, in the comment section and stuff. But I don't know. I think it's kind of shocking that they are willing to make such compromises for such a low amount of money in their sort of world. Because you're right, 96,000, I mean, look, that's a huge...
I'll be honest, it is a little weird that nobody provided comment. I would provide something because I know this lady is going to write on Hinge. Generally, you just don't, you just generally don't provide comment when it's somebody like this, because they're just trying to assassinate you. Like, I think me and Dan have both been through this before. When somebody wrote that hit piece on me for the UNO story, my alma mater or whatever, I think you can Google it and still find it. I sent her a huge response back because you can tell people act like well, I should say this. I haven't interviewed or been interviewed by every journalist, but people say things like, "Oh, journalists are go after you," and they'll be sneaky and shady or whatever. In my opinion, when a journalist is writing a hit piece on you can immediately tell because of the types of questions they ask. And I knew that lady at the UNO Journal or whatever, I knew she was writing a hit piece on me, so my answers were huge and hugely detailed. But it didn't matter. She didn't include any of it, any of the relevant parts. She just included little sections of it to make me look bad. And I think Dan had the same thing where somebody emailed him for some article, and Dan, I think, didn't he paste his full response on Twitter, but the person didn't use any of it. They just quoted small bits of it to make him look bad. When somebody like this is writing a hit piece on you, you can provide responses, but yeah, I don't know.
Huge amount of money.
The biggest failure here is actually on behalf of Wired. Wired should pull the article and issue an apology, in my opinion. It is a pretty egregiously incorrect article. Like I said, fact-checking each of the individual claims on this article, basically every single claim fails. Almost every single claim is false. And it is a hit piece, so...
For journalists even, but in their world, these are people that have these giant revenue streams. And it is revealing that they're willing to sell out for so little.
Right, I'm not saying
sell out? Whose political opinion changed? Do you see how she's just assuming the latter there, right? Dark money is bad. Why? Because we don't know who it's coming from. Just think about how stupid that sounds. Think about how stupid that sounds. Dark money is going to control you. Well, how? well, because anonymous funders are going to send money to you. It's like, how can you adjust your opinion to be disingenuous if you don't know where the money is coming from? It's like, what do you mean? They're funding you and influencing you. How? Let's say Israel secretly sends me $1 million. Let's say I get a dark money $1 million check in the mail. Why the would that make me promote Israel if I don't know where the it's coming from? There has to be some other thing going on here. There needs to be content direction, or there needs to be some like actual dictation to what you have to cover, which she didn't demonstrate at all of.
I'd be more empathetic if they were getting huge amounts of money to like do something as unethical as this, but just from like their own self-interest, I don't understand why they'd risk its disclosure for what for them is a relatively small amount of money. All right, look, congratulations on that article. I think it's very good reporting. I think it's important reporting as well. Let me switch gears a little bit to, in general, the topic that I think probably gave rise to some of the disagreements and acrimony that you and I have had over the years, which is the question of online censorship. And I want to leave that aside, at least for the moment, because I do think a lot of the issues that you've been raising, that I've been watching you raise, are ones that we cover a lot on this show as well. We cover in detail things like the Digital Services Act of the EU and the Online Safety Act in the UK, and the C11 and 12 bills in Canada, and ones in Australia and Brazil that are just outright state censorship and state control over the content of political speech.
The implication is no one knows where the money comes from except you and the person donating to you. But for Chorus, they do know where the money comes from. The money comes from the organization Chorus. Do we need to know the source of every single person who sends money to Chorus? Because if, let's say that we assume that, because it's not, once it passes through like one transparent hand, is it still dark money? But the problem is I don't even know what the dark money means. I would like to hear that answered with some level of specificity. What the is dark money? Because like I said, if I get paid by, let's say Chorus contracts me to do basically like an Israeli puff piece, okay? We want you to go to Israel and we want you to be like really positive about what's going on in the West Bank or whatever. It's like, okay, fine. Who the cares who funds Chorus? It's not dark money at that point. Even we don't know who the funding is. Like I'm being paid for a particular job. Like I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know what the dark money is supposed to be.
On the internet. But one of the issues that you have been focused on that not many other people have is there's this, there's been this concern, and I think in some ways this concern is legitimate and valid, about the ability of children to access content online that is not appropriate, age appropriate for them. There's no barrier if a kid is online, and I have 3 kids, so I know very well the difficulty of controlling what they consume, to be able to go to sites that you may not want them to go to. And so into this concern, this parental concern, this societal concern, the government in the UK and now others is stepping into this and saying, oh, we'll protect your kids. What we're going to have is age verification, and the way we're going to accomplish that, because there's been age verification that's just kind of
Okay. Damn. Somebody said this part would trigger me the most.
Makers. And again, I just have to say and the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans often with lawmakers. And again, I just have to say it again, because even if Chorus never explicitly told any of these creators to take down specific content or that they weren't allowed to say certain things, I still think the fact that the contract itself doesn't allow for transparency shows that this is not an ethical agreement. We should know who big Democrat influencers are taking money from. So let's talk a little bit about the 1630 Fund, which is funding this whole initiative. As I wrote in Wired, the 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change.
Wait, what kind of, Jesus. How much money did 1630 give to this thing? Can we tell that? We should be able to tell that, right? I don't know what kind of entity Chorus is. We don't have their 2024 filing yet, so we don't know actually. Well, but then she doesn't know, right? Do we even know how much money 1630 gave to Chorus? Do we know? Chorus is a 501c4. Okay, but we don't need their filings yet. Or if it's a 501c4, then they don't have to make like quarterly filings like what is it, 523s or 532s or whatever? I don't know.
Goals. The organization was first founded in 2009 as
I don't even know if they need to make quarterlies.
Liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United
like
and
FEC filings.
Trump's presidency, money flowing into the organization has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican. According to a tax fund, provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democrats' liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United and Trump's presidency, money flowing into the organization has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico.
A tax filing obtained by Politico? You mean they're public filings that we can all see? It's not like a secret leaked thing, no?
In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican Senate majority, according to the organization's public tax filing, which was first obtained by Politico. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 1630 Fund's revenue in 2023 alone, according to its tax filing. The largest donor to the 1630 Fund gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $31 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up, because it's a dark money group, we have no idea who these people are. We
We have no transparency on the organization itself or what goals these funders giving tens of millions of dollars want to achieve. Robert.
Well, but we do, don't we? Because we can see what they're funding the money for and where it's going towards. Sounds like it was being donated towards anti-advocacy things. Didn't you just say?
Backing state ballot measures on abortion rights.
State 1630 Fund directed millions of dollars into political causes, including protecting abortion rights and keeping the Democratic Senate majority in 2022. Wouldn't that be what it is? Is there like an ultra top, super duper, ultra secret agenda or what? Like, what does that even mean?
Into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 16, with others donating 31 million, 21.8 million, and 13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up, because it's a dark money group, we have no idea who these people are. We have no transparency on the organization itself or what goals these funders giving tens of millions of dollars want to achieve. Robert McGuire, the research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, told Politico, quote, altogether, this is absolutely one of the largest fundraising machines I have ever come across. I am really struggling to think of any other group, especially recently, that could rival it. The 1630 Fund is powerful and it's extremely intertwined with mainstream Democratic establishment politics. Chorus is described in contracts that I obtained as a project of the 1630 Fund. Dr. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, is willing to think of any other group, especially recently, that could rival it. The 1630 Fund is powerful and it's extremely intertwined with mainstream Democratic establishment politics. Chorus is described in...
Does this mean, if Chorus is a project of the 1630 Fund, does that mean it's like 100% funded by the 1630 Fund? Is that what that means? I have no idea.
Contracts that I obtained as a project of the 1630 Fund.
It doesn't have to mean that? Okay.
Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, spoke to me for Wired.
I'm glad you did so much Chorus research. I can't wait for MAGA to bring it up. You counter it. And then for them to say they didn't hear about that before. Well, the problem is not MAGA. The problem is leftists are the ones that are destroying this the most. Applicant NDA. Oh, shit. And it's fiscally sponsored project Chorus. All information obtained regarding Chorus. So does this mean it would be principally funded by the 1630 Fund? Maybe? Ben Burgess. Look, no one needs to convince me that Taylor Renz is nuts in many ways. Oh, he's going to defend it. I think she's called me a eugenicist Nazi once or twice because I think it's fine for DSA meetings not to require masking the year 2025, but it doesn't follow the actual news she reports is wrong. To put her final point on this, if you're embarrassed by the information she publishes about you and your response is to mumble something hit piece, something Taylor Renz sucks, that's a really bad response. What a loser. Actual loser. What's to do with Taylor Renz's new Wired article of Democratic influencers? What? There are many speculations as to whether or not the source of funding had any sort of editorial control. Lack of coverage of Gaza seems to be a prevailing trend among these creators, for example. What? I thought, didn't we watch at least one say? She was literally saying, hey, I've shit on them for the lack of Gaza coverage. The response from named creators, David Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, etc., has been to largely attack Taylor Lorenz as a journalist and internet personality in an attempt to discredit her reporting, rather than to substantively dispute any of the claims in the article. This response is a lie. All of them have responded with substance about the article. What are they talking about? Like, he responds with substance.
All right, I was not
literally denying explicitly claims that are made about how you weren't allowed to disclose stuff, about you weren't allowed to do other political content. You had to funnel. Like, people literally responded to specific claims. This response is just a lie. How many lefty subreddits? Is there a way to see where they post in? Oh, people hide this now, don't they? This guy, I don't believe him. Define terrorist. Uh-oh, pro-Pally guy? Wait, hold on. As much as you want to have precise numbers about the numbers of journalists killed, can you also please provide precise numbers about the number of terrorists killed? Define terrorist. Ooh, okay. Pro-Pally guy. Hell yeah. Jesus. I need to bookmark that site to look at people's Reddit histories. Epic Reddit histories. Hear about this. Hassan has an hour-long video on this. Asmongold, I don't know what his video's like. Apparently the Vanguard did a video today on this.
Main shit lib is, and their whole fucking role will be to crush the progressive insurgency, to crush the energy.
No, I should have refreshed. Cringe. Whatever, I'll write it here anyway. Don't worry, I'm sure on Live and Learn they'll bring on the Vanguard to challenge them here. This would be a thing I would expect them to call out directly. Like, if you can't call this type of thing out, then whatever project you were claiming to have of like converting lefties is absolutely failed. David Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, and other Dem shills exposed by Taylor Lorenz, called out by Cristobal and others. Like, if you can't call them out over shit like this, what the fuck is the point? Oh, there's a different video on this?
I mean, I feel like to start, we should probably just, take a...
And where the leadership is, right? That they want to pretend that the electorate is right where the leadership is. So they want you to be fooled that the economy was going great when Joe Biden was president. They want you to be fooled that Joe Biden's really taking care of it and it's a really tough situation and we have to support our ally Israel. They want you to be fooled into thinking that, the climate change is being addressed, right? Joe Biden went through it 4 times. There was a real effort to be like, oh, we're really doing something about climate change. It was a total hoax, guys, right? The real electorate, the real base of voters, they knew that wasn't happening, right? But the Democratic Party, the leadership, the establishment, the people with that dark money wanted to create the illusion that there were a bunch of people like you, like me and Gavin, who were organically enthused by the message of the Democrats. And since that wasn't there, since it was all AstroTurf, there was nobody to show up on election day, right? Because they didn't listen to their base and say, you know what, guys, Kamala doesn't have to promise a solution on day one, but she does have to make it clear she will be breaking course with Joe Biden when it comes to Palestine. We will not be funding defensive weapons to Israel if Kamala Harris is president, right? We are going to make sure grocery prices come down if Kamala Harris is president. We are going to find a path to amnesty for immigrants if Kamala Harris is president, right? These are real alternatives that the American people were after. This is Kamala Harris' plan to raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour. She could have done these things that
You think that the American people who were so triggered by all the illegal immigration shit wanted to hear a mass amnesty plan? Is so fucking delusional. This is some very MAGA-ass shit, calling it fake news because it makes you look bad. Very Trumpian. Each fan responded to every tweet I added you except for this one about the Vanguard. Looking forward to it, guys. Josiah says, I made my opinion on this known. I have absolutely no interest in spinning tires. I trust Brian. I disagree with Zach and Gavin and the others. I think the article's central allegations are unproven and contradicted, and Brian is ready to move on, and so am I. I mean, like, it's not necessarily a bad response as long as you, like, understand, like, these guys are not allies. Like, maybe, like if Josiah's like, oh, I wouldn't comment on this because, of course, these guys are political enemies to us. These guys are not your friends. It's so crazy. How is this so hard to see? How is it so hard to see that? Oh my God, they got David Pakman's Wikipedia changed. In August 2025, it was alleged that Pakman is a member of the Chorus Creator Incubator Program, an organization funded by the 1630 Fund that pays political online influencers US $8,000 a month to promote Democratic Party messaging. Jesus.